today's version and going forward, the version of O Canada will be instrumental by our very own Strathcona band. We have received license for that, and we thought it only fitting that it be a Nova Scotian band. So I ask all members rise for the playing of O Canada and the gallery if able. Order. Late debate, October 1st, 2025. Therefore, be it resolved that this government must recognize and put an end to the abuse of fixed-term leases in this province. Daily routine, presenting and reading petitions. I recognize the honourable member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Peer.
Madam Speaker, I have a petition here from the Nova Scotia government to stop the tonal noise from the Donkin coal mine. The operative clause reading, we the undersigned residents and concerned citizens of Nova Scotia call upon the Department of Environment and Climate Change to take immediate action to stop the tonal noise coming from the Donkin mine. We urge the department to conduct an honest and accurate assessment of the noise impacts and take all necessary steps to eliminate the harmful noise without further delay. Madam Speaker, there are 358 signatures, and I have attached my own as per rules of the House.
The petition is tabled. I recognize the honourable member for Sackville-Cobequid.
Thank you, Speaker. I beg leave to table a petition, the operative clause, which reads, whereas the Cobequid Community Health Centre is facing record-breaking overcapacity, and whereas the Government of Nova Scotia has failed to deliver on the expansion of services they committed to in 2022, and whereas the people of Sackville have a right to quality health care where and when they need it, therefore we, the undersigned, call on the government to immediately expand capacity at the health centre to meet the needs of patients in the Sackville area. Speaker, 427 Nova Scotians have affixed their signatures to the petition, and I have also affixed my own in accordance with the rules of the House.
The petition is tabled. Presenting reports of committees. Tabling reports, regulations, and other papers. I recognize the Honourable Minister of Justice.
Madam Speaker, I beg leave of two things. I beg leave first to table the 2024-2025 annual report of the Law Foundation of Nova Scotia. And I beg leave to revert to presenting reports of committees.
The report is tabled. Do I have consent to report back to presenting reports and committees? Agreed. I recognize the Honourable Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As Chair of Committee on Public Bills, I'm directed to report that the committee has met and considered the following bills. Bill number 149, an act respecting energy, and Bill number 150, an act respecting the right of access to records of public bodies and the right of privacy with respect to personal information held by public bodies.
Ordered that these bills be read for a third time on a future date. Tabling reports, regulations, and other papers. As Speaker of Nova Scotia of the House of Assembly and pursuant to Section 163 of the Elections Act, I am pleased to table Election Nova Scotia Statement of Voters and Statistics, 42nd Provincial General Election, November 26, 2024, and the report on the conduct of the November 26, 2024 provincial general election and recommendations for legislative change. And pursuant to Section 18(4) of the Auditor General Act, I am tabling the following reports of Auditor General to the Nova Scotia House of Assembly. Follow-up of 2020, 2021, and 2022 performance audit recommendations, school capital planning, Department of Education and Early Childhood Development, and planning and acquiring nursing home beds 2025. The reports are tabled. Statements by ministers. I recognize the Honourable Minister of Addictions and Mental Health.
With a heavy heart today, Madam Speaker, that I rise today to acknowledge our good friend and former Speaker of the House, Alfie MacLeod. It's been a tough few months for Alfie and Shirley and Jessica and Sandra and Daniel and their 6 beautiful grandchildren. He was a fighter right until the end, and certainly thinking of him a lot today for what he's done for me and my own family. My first statement in the House back in 2019 was for Alfie, acknowledging the work he did as MLA and the tremendous job he did for folks across Cape Breton. Not just as a politician, but I think he was on about 25 different boards at one point in time, for pediatric oncology with Caleb's Courage, to food banks, to housing, to the wildlife park, and he could not list them all today. He's been a huge mentor to me in public service, certainly coming from healthcare. Had no idea what I was doing getting into this initially, and I'm so thankful for his late night phone calls and conversations and support to me and Jen over the years. He's been a member of the PC party for 50 years. I was able to present him with recognition last winter at our EDA. Gave a riveting speech at our AGM last year introducing the Premier, getting everyone riled up, as Alfie would often say. So it's really difficult to put into words what he's done for Cape Breton. It feels like there's a huge hole right now across Cape Breton, to be honest. So it's tough. It's really tough. Thinking of Shirley and the whole family today, you're in our thoughts and in our prayers. I've also shared just a bit of a funny story, I guess, with Alfie. He was heavily involved in my 3 provincial elections. The most recent election, he was my driver in a lot of the rural parts of the constituency, so no cell service and really long driveways, so lots of time to talk. So we pulled in a long driveway in Grandmire North, a very beautiful rural part of my constituency. So I get out, walk up to the door, talk to the constituent, and of course she peeks out, sees Alfie, she knows him. She's helped him with something in the past, gives a little wave, Alfie puts down the window, and she said, I just baked some chocolate chip cookies. Would you like a cookie? He said, well, 1 would be good, 12 would be better. So the next thing you know, we're heading back to Sydney River with about 2 dozen cookies. And not many that made the drive back, that's for sure. So I was very privileged to get to see Alfie Friday night with my wife, to have one last conversation. His first question was, how are Jen and the kids? And the second question is, what's going on in the house? So this was Friday night. So I feel very blessed to have gotten to know Alfie. We're certainly thinking of Shirley and their entire family. Cape Breton has a huge hole. He was truly a giant in Cape Breton, and I think in Nova Scotia. So Alfie, we're thinking of you. It's going to be a tough, tough few months. But we love you, and we love you too, Shirley. So thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Peer.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Monday was a sad day in Cape Breton as we woke to the news of Alfie's passing. Alfie was a giant in Cape Breton, known by all, and could always be counted on to be an auctioneer at a community event. He was a gentleman, he was kind, he was funny, and always had a twinkle in his eye, the twinkle that said, I'm up to something and you're in for some trouble. He loved Cape Breton, and he loved the people. He took it wherever he went and supported their causes, including one near and dear to both our hearts, Horizon Achievement Center. Although Alfie and I had different political leanings, those differences never stopped us from coming together on issues that affected our beloved Cape Breton, including the campaign to save our healthcare services when those services were in jeopardy. Alfie was one of those people who believed that politics stopped at the water's edge, or in our case, at Swiss Chalet, where my last memory of Alfie was, as we were having this conversation and talking back and forth, and the wait staff were kind of watching us having this big conversation. And at one point, my daughter leaned over and whispered in my ear, "Mommy, what happened to his leg?" And I said, "Well, why don't you ask him?" And he said, "Ask me what?" And I said, "She wants to know what happened to your leg, Alfie." And well, Alfie, when he explained to my girls how he lost his leg in only the way Alfie knew how, and that was with a smile, a joke, and at their level. My love goes out to Shirley, his grandchildren, and all those who loved him. We will always remember you, Alfie. Thank you. Rest easy.
I recognize the honourable member for Sydney, member 2.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise to my place to also recognize Alfie. I have a speech here, but I want to say a few words about my buddy. He tried his best to make me a Tory. He really did. He tried his best, and I tried at one point to make him a Liberal, which was even funnier. But I do want to rise to my place because regardless of whether it was the Mumberkets or the Novaks or the McIntyres or the Kennedys or anyone of the family, Alfie was always there. He was always there to support us. He was always there to support our family, and that's who he was in the community. I've learned a lot. I've learned a lot from Alfie over the years, starting out as a young councillor, and he was a mentor. He was supportive, but most importantly, he was a friend. Yeah, and he also let me do a couple auctions with him, Madam Speaker. He used to say, "Listen, I'm doing an auction down in Seal City. Come down and be my Vanna White." Yeah, so me and Alfie go back a long ways. As I said, we had a lot of connections with the family. But it's pretty amazing to see the outpouring of love for him from Cape Breton. From all the organizations, whether it was the Men of the Deeps, whether it was Horizon Achievement Center, whether it was Caleb's Courage, whether it was, the list goes on and on and on. He just played such an impact on people's lives. And the island is going to miss him. And I know what his family meant to him. And I too had the opportunity to talk to the family, as the member did from Cape Breton East, who I know how close he was, Madam Speaker, with Alfie. And I send my love to all of them. And I said to a few folks after Alfie passed, I said most people would walk through the gates of heaven, but Alfie put the convertible down, drove up the New Boston Road, drove through the gates, and said it's a good day to be a Tory. So, and what I'll say this, Madam Speaker, there may be another name for that road. there may be another name for that road. So that road was built not only with asphalt, but the foundations of democracy. He fought for those people for years, and I say to myself, maybe it's time to have a conversation about the name of that road. So I rise in my place as a Cape Brettoner and as his buddy. I miss him. Rest in peace, buddy. All my love to his family.
Government notice of motions. I recognize the Honourable Minister for New Affairs.
Madam Speaker, I hereby give notice that on a future day I shall move the adoption of the following resolution. Whereas in 1986, the late Grand Chief Donald Marshall Sr. called on all Nova Scotians to observe October 1st every year as Treaty Day. And whereas Treaty Day commemorates the unique and special relationship between the Mi'kmaq, British Crown, Canada, and the province that rooted in peace and friendship. Whereas 2025 commemorates 300 years since the signing of the 1725 Peace and Friendship Treaty that formalized relations between the Mi'kmaq, Wabanaki, and British Crown. Therefore, be it resolved that all members of this House join me today on Treaty Day to recognize Treaty Day and the importance of our enduring relationship with the Mi'kmaq. Madam Speaker, I request waiver of notice and passage without debate.
There has been a request for waiver. Is it agreed? Agreed. It is agreed. Would all those in favor of the motion please say aye? Aye. Contrary-minded, nay. The motion is carried. I recognize the Honourable Minister of Emergency Management.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I beg leave to make an introduction.
Please do.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Today we are recognizing an extraordinary Nova Scotian success story. Camp Courage, the first responder society which is celebrating 20 years of empowering youth and strengthening our communities in emergency services. Founded in Halifax in 2006 by firefighter Andrea Speranza, Camp Courage began with a simple but powerful vision to engage, educate, and empower underrepresented youth to lead, to serve, and to dream beyond limits. Since then, it has grown into a nationally recognized award-winning program and has been offered in British Columbia, Alberta, and New Brunswick, inspiring youth and communities well beyond Nova Scotia. Each year, young women and gender-diverse youth take part in transformative hands-on training while giving back through community service projects. The results are remarkable. 36% of graduates now serve in emergency services, many returning as mentors. Among them, today we have with us in your gallery, Krista Webb, Samantha Banfield, and Emily Harvey. I ask you please stand. True examples of courage, service, and resilience Camp Courage inspires.
Wait. Your microphone. Welcome to the host, the People's Host. We hope you enjoy your time here. I recognize the Honourable Minister of Emergency Management.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. They are joined by the very fabulous leader, Andrea Speranza. Andrea, please stand.
Welcome to the House. I recognize the Honourable Minister of Emergency Management.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I hereby give notice on a future day I shall move the adoption of the following resolution. Whereas emergency services are vital to communities across the province and recruiting people into their roles is so important because when an incident happens, it's them who are rushing towards the danger to help us. And whereas Camp Courage has been making a difference in the lives of young women and gender-diverse people who are interested in a career in emergency services for over the past 20 years. And whereas the opportunity to attend Camp Courage has empowered, engaged, and encouraged young women to forge a path in the emergency services, an opportunity I myself would have loved to had when I was growing up trying to figure out how I could help my community. Therefore, be it resolved that all members of this House recognize Camp Courage and the important role this camp plays in breaking barriers and building confidence in our young women. Madam Speaker, I ask for waiver of notice and passage without debate.
There has been a request for a waiver. Is it agreed? Agreed. It is agreed. Would all those in favor of the motion please say aye? Aye. Contrary-minded, nay. The motion is carried. I recognize the Honourable Minister of Lanou Affairs.
Madam Speaker, I hereby give notice that on a future day I shall move the adoption of the following resolution. Whereas October in Nova Scotia is recognized as Mi'kmaq History Month, an opportunity to celebrate and educate all Nova Scotians about Mi'kmaq culture. And whereas this year's theme honors Mi'kmaq storytelling and storytellers, Atatumuk and Atawabinuk, inviting everyone to explore Mi'kmaq oral tradition of sharing and connecting through storytelling. And whereas the province of Nova Scotia is pleased to be a Mi'kmaq History Month partner with Mi'kmaq Mawanui Debert Cultural Centre through the Mi'kmaq Community Activity Program to support cultural, recreational, and educational initiatives through the province, and the creation of the annual History Month poster, and therefore, be it resolved that all members of this House join me today in recognizing the good work of Mi'kmaq History Month Committee and making time to participate in Mi'kmaq History Month programming and events throughout the province during the month of October. Madam Speaker, I request waiver of notice and passage without debate.
There has been a request for waiver. Is it agreed? Agreed. It is agreed. Would all those in favor of the motion please say aye? Aye. Contrary-minded, nay. The motion is carried. I recognize the Honourable Minister of Seniors and Long-Term Care.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I beg leave to make a couple of introductions.
Please do.
For the members here in the Speakers Gallery, we have a former co-worker of mine, Catherine Ann Murray, an occupational therapist, and Courtney Cole, who is an RN. They are visiting here today. I'll ask them to rise for a minute. Both of these ladies are leaders in the Frailty and Elder Care Network, something we're all going to need at one point, Madam Speaker. I ask them to stand so that members of the legislature can provide a warm welcome and to thank them for the work that they do on behalf of all Nova Scotians.
Welcome to the People's House. I recognize the Honourable Minister of Seniors and Long-Term Care.
Madam Speaker, I hereby give notice that on a future day I shall move the adoption of the following resolution. Whereas Nova Scotia has a large and growing population of seniors and Nova Scotians are living longer, which can result in more complex care needs such as increased frailty and can lead to more hospitalization and emergency department visits. And whereas frailty and older age can negatively impact the well-being and quality of life of seniors and can often be prevented, improved, and even reversed through physical activity, exercise, tailored prevention strategies, health assessments, coaching, and wellness planning. And whereas Nova Scotia is recognized as a leader in addressing frailty and marking Frailty Awareness Day on October 1st, offers us an opportunity to raise awareness among Nova Scotians and healthcare professionals about the importance of identifying, preventing, and managing frailty so seniors can live independently and safely in their homes and communities. Therefore, be it resolved that all members of this legislature join me in marking Frailty Awareness Day on October 1st and recognize the efforts to identify, prevent, and manage frailty, helping seniors live fulfilled, independent lives in their communities. Madam Speaker, I request waiver of notice and passage without debate.
There has been a request for waiver. Is it agreed? Agreed. It is agreed. Would all those in favor of the motion please say aye? Aye. Contrary-minded, nay. The motion is carried. I recognize the Honourable Minister of Seniors and Long-Term Care.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I hereby give notice that on a future day I shall move the adoption of the following resolution. Whereas Nova Scotia seniors contribute significantly to our province and the communities they live in and deserve to count on getting the care and support they need as they age. And whereas continuing care is delivered by many dedicated healthcare professionals, including continuing care assistants, nurses, allied health professionals, and physicians, as well as support staff, administrators, family caregivers, and many volunteers who are committed to delivering high-quality care and support to seniors so that they can live with dignity. And whereas October is Continuing Care Month in Nova Scotia, and this is a time to recognize this vitally important sector, the valuable contributions of the dedicated people who work in continuing care throughout Nova Scotia, and the many rewarding career opportunities available in this field. Therefore, be it resolved that all members of this legislature join me in acknowledging our continuing care workforce for their valuable role in our healthcare system and in the lives of the people they care for. Madam Speaker, I request waiver of notice and passage without debate.
There has been a request for a waiver. Is it agreed? It is agreed. Would all those in favor of the motion please say aye? Aye. Contrary-minded, nay. The motion is carried. I recognize the Honourable Minister of Advanced Education.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I hereby give notice that on a future day I shall move the adoption of the following resolution. Whereas Enactus is a global network that supports post-secondary students to use entrepreneurial action and business innovation to create a better world. And this is the second year in a row that St. Mary's Enactus team has been the Canadian representative at the competition. And, Madam Speaker, the first year they have been crowned world champions. And whereas the St. Mary's team wowed the judge with their 12-minute presentation on 2 student-run social enterprise, Algae and Square Roots, outperforming finalists from Zimbabwe, Tunisia, and Germany. And whereas this team included co-presidents Courtney Dingle, Sarah Wheeler, outgoing co-presidents Gabriel Martin, presenters Olivia Sanderson, Rebecca Sullivan, Mia Metcalf, team members Maya Campbell, Patrick Tama, Rohit, Ashley Kenny, Evan Payne, Hannah Mae Johnson, Vishal, and Sheriyar Khan, and last but not least, their Entrepreneurship Center advisors, Michael Sanderson, the director of the Arthur L. Irving Entrepreneurship Center, along with Jason Turner, Meredith Drost, Brennan Daly, and Leslie Arsenal. And therefore, be it resolved that all members of the House of Assembly congratulate the Enactus St. Mary's on their achievements and recognize the work they are doing to provide solutions to some of our world's more pressing challenges. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I ask for waiver motion and passage without debate.
There has been a request for a waiver. Is it agreed? Agreed. It is agreed. Would all those in favor of the motion please say aye? Aye. Contrary-minded, nay. The motion is carried. I recognize the Honourable Minister of Emergency Management.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I beg leave to make an introduction.
Please do.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Nova Scotia firefighters have responded to a calling, one that puts their safety aside to ensure it for others. They are brave and selfish people, and they deserve to be supported by a fire service that puts their health, well-being, and safety first. To be backed by legislation, governance, and consistency. They deserve no less. Madam Speaker, in the gallery today are members of the Fire Service Association of Nova Scotia, Halifax and Truro professional firefighters who have also been advocating for change. With that, I'd like to introduce our guests so they may receive the warm welcome of this House, and I'll ask each member to stand as I call their name, please. First, we have Greg Jones, President of FSANS. We have Jim Roper, past president of FSANS. We have President Joe Triff from the Halifax Professional Fires Association, along with Brendan Marr and Mike Sears. And we also have joining us today, Arison Blackie, who's representing the Truro Professional Firefighters Association. I ask for all members to give them a warm welcome to our House.
Welcome to the People's House. We hope you enjoy your time here. I recognize the Honourable Minister of Emergency Management.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I hereby give notice that on a future day I shall move the adoption of the following resolution. Whereas Nova Scotia firefighters are brave and selfless people following a calling that puts their lives on the line to save others. And whereas, at the very least, firefighters deserve a space to train for their profession that is safe, well-equipped, and upholds the highest health and safety standards. And whereas the province is proud to support firefighters from funding fire departments to helping with equipment, operational needs, and enhancing emergency response capabilities. Therefore, it be resolved that all members of this House recognize the need to move towards a firefighter training school that prioritizes firefighters' health and well-being and proper governance for the benefit of all of those involved. Madam Speaker, I ask for waiver of notice and passage without debate.
There has been a request for waiver. Is it agreed? Agreed. It is agreed. Would all those in favor of the motion please say aye? Aye. Contrary-minded, nay. The motion is carried. Introduction of bills. I recognize the Honourable Minister for Municipal Affairs.
Madam Speaker, I beg leave to make an introduction.
Please do.
Madam Speaker, in March of 2019, the unimaginable happened to the Blackie family. Their beloved son, Skylar, a bright light in firefighting service, was tragically killed in a preventable accident while receiving training at the firefighter school. Nova Scotia firefighters put their lives at risk every day to help others. It's one of the most dangerous jobs anyone can do. So the very least we can do is ensure a safe environment for them to train in and a place that puts health and safety and well-being of its students at the forefront of its operations. It's something the Blackie family has long advocated for, a safe training school and strong legislation for fire services. So that's what this government will do, because we owe it to our firefighters. With that said, I'd like to introduce our guests. They may receive the warm welcome of the House. Madam Speaker, we have Skylar's parents, Blaine and Cheryl Ann Blackie, and Skylar's brother, Arison, here with us today.
Well, welcome to the People's House. I recognize the Honourable Minister of Municipal Affairs.
Madam Speaker, I beg leave to introduce a bill, an act to promote and encourage fire safety and fire services.
The Honourable Minister of Municipal Affairs begs leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Promote and Encourage Fire Safety and Fire Service.
Bill 158, an act to promote and encourage fire safety and fire services.
Ordered that the bill be read a second time on a future day. I recognize the Honourable Member for Halifax Citadel Sable Island.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I beg leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Implement the Calls to Action of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission of Canada.
The Honourable Member for Halifax Citadel Sable Island begs leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Implement the Calls to Action of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission of Canada.
Bill 159, an act to implement the calls to action of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission of Canada.
Ordered that the bill be read a second time on a future day. I recognize the Honourable Member for Sydney Member 2.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I beg leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Ensure Clear Grocery Pricing.
The Honourable Member for Sydney Member 2 begs leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Ensure Clear Grocery Pricing.
Bill 160, an act to ensure clear grocery pricing.
Ordered that the bill be read a second time on a future day. I recognize the Honourable Member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I beg leave to table a bill entitled An Act Respecting Border Community Equity. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Cumberland North begs leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act Respecting Border Community Equity.
Bill 161, an act respecting border community equity.
Ordered that the bill be read a second time on a future day. I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Citadel, Sable Island.
I beg leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act Respecting the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples.
The honourable member for Halifax Citadel, Sable Island begs leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act Respecting the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People.
Bill 162, an act respecting the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples.
Ordered that the bill be read a second time on a future day. I recognize the honourable member for Timberley Prospect.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I beg leave to table a bill entitled An Act to Establish the Local Grocery Infrastructure Fund.
The honourable member for Timberley Prospect begs leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Establish the Local Grocery Infrastructure Fund.
Bill 163, an act to establish the Local Grocery Infrastructure Fund.
Ordered that the bill be read a second time on a future day. I recognize the honourable member for Fairview Clayton Park.
Thank you, Speaker. I beg leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act Respecting a Poverty Reduction Strategy.
The honourable member for Fairview Clayton Park begs leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act Respecting a Poverty Reduction Strategy.
Bill 164, an act respecting a poverty reduction strategy.
Ordered that the bill be read a second time on a future day. Notices of motion. Statements by members. I recognize the honourable member for Clayton Park West.
Madam Speaker, before I read my statement, I beg leave to introduce several Nova Scotians with Nigerian heritage who are joining us today in the gallery.
Please do.
I'm honored to introduce Bisi Akigube. Please stand. Is a professor of law at Dalhousie University, teaching the next legal luminaries. I want to introduce Dr. Alex Emezim. Is a family physician expanding his clinic. I also want to introduce Dr. Adeleke Akindele. He works with NHS, also helping us with the recruitment of doctors across UK and Ireland and the likes. I also want to introduce Benga Akitoko. He's an MD of M4 Media, owns his own studio right here in Nova Scotia.
Welcome. Welcome to the People's House. We hope you enjoy your time here. I recognize the honourable member for Clayton Park West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to celebrate the 65th anniversary of Nigeria's independence and to honor the vibrant Nigerian community here in Nova Scotia. On October 1st, 1960, Nigeria gained its independence and began its journey as Africa's most prosperous nation, rich in culture, music, food, and innovation. From Afrobeat like Davido, Burna Boy, to world-class literature and film, Nigeria's influence has been felt across the globe. Here in Nova Scotia, Nigerians carry the same spirit. They are students, they are professionals, they're entrepreneurs, they're healthcare workers, they're community leaders. They bring energy, resilience, and creativity, strengthening our economy and enriching the cultural fabric of this province. Madam Speaker, I ask all members to join me in congratulating Nigerians everywhere on their 65th Independence Day anniversary and in celebrating the remarkable contribution they continue to make here in Nova Scotia. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Dartmouth South.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise today on Treaty Day to recognize the important and ongoing treaty relationships with the Mi'kmaq people. Peace and friendship treaties are the foundation of the nation-to-nation relationship for everyone who lives in our province. Today is also the beginning of Mi'kmaq History Month, a time in our province to celebrate Mi'kmaq culture and heritage. The Mi'kmaq have a constitutional right to consultation as the original and ongoing stewards and protectors of this land. On the 300th anniversary of the first Treaty of Peace and Friendship, I ask all members of this House to join me in reaffirming that we must always uphold the commitments created by those peace and friendship treaties. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Sydney, member 2.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, today on the first day of Breast Cancer Awareness Month, I'm reminded of the dozens of women who came to this very building with my former colleague, Rafa Di Costanzo, to call for better screening for women with dense breasts. Their strength and determination remind us why this fight matters so much. Far too many families in our province have been touched by this disease. We all know someone, a mother, a sister, a daughter, or a friend who's been impacted. We need to keep listening to their voices and making sure that Nova Scotians get early detection and the care they deserve. Awareness is important, but it's action that will save lives. We owe it to every Nova Scotian impacted by breast cancer to keep fighting for better outcomes. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Guysborough-Tracadie.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Before I read my statement, I beg leave to make an introduction.
Please do.
Madam Speaker, joining us in the gallery today, I'm honored to introduce Herman and Joe Long of Scotia Pallets. Herman and Joe, please stand and receive the warm welcome of the House.
Welcome, welcome. We hope you enjoy your time here. I recognize the honourable member for Guysborough-Tracadie.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to recognize Scotia Pallets located in the beautiful community of Goshen. For 38 years, Scotia Pallets has been contributing to the local economy, providing steady employment opportunities and supporting families in the area. Their commitment to remaining Nova Scotia loyal, investing in our people and communities is truly commendable. Herman Long and his son Joe have shown what it means to sustain a business with pride, resilience, and dedication. Operating a business in rural Nova Scotia can have its challenges, but it is the hard work of the business owners and their team who continue to make it happen. I ask all members of this House to join me in thanking Herman and Joe Long and their team for running a successful business, their loyalty to our province, and their ongoing contributions to the people of Guysborough-Tracadie. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Fairview Clayton Park.
Thank you, Speaker. I beg leave to make a couple introductions, please.
Please do.
Thank you. In your gallery today, we are joined by, and please rise when I call your name so that you may receive the warm welcomes of the House. Muhammad Yafa from the Atlantic Muslim Resource Center, Imam Ibrahim Al-Shanti from Al-Baraka Mosque in Fairview Clayton Park, Hamza Mangera from Imam Hamza Mangera from Dartmouth Mosque in Dartmouth North, Ammar Abdul Shakur and Suhaib Hashimi from the Sabil Youth Center in Bedford South, Cherno Diallo from the National Canadian Council for Muslims, and Imam Mustafa Razlan from the Ummah Mosque in Halifax, Shabakto, as well as someone who is not a stranger to the House, Ali Duali.
Welcome, welcome to the House. We hope you enjoy your time here. I recognize the honourable member for Fairview Clayton Park.
Speaker, I rise today proudly as the first Muslim woman elected to this assembly to celebrate the beginning of Islamic History Month. First proclaimed by the Canadian government in 2007, it was officially recognized here in Nova Scotia in 2022 by the only other Muslim elected to Province House, Ali Duali. October is a time to honor the invaluable contributions of Muslim Canadians who have been a part of our society since the mid-1800s. From medicine to technology to arts, business, and services to our communities, Muslim Canadians continue to enrich every part of our province and our country. Islamic Heritage Month fosters greater understanding and appreciation and reminds us that diversity, including our vibrant Muslim community, is one of our greatest strengths. I thank community leaders and advocates who have made this recognition possible. I am proud to stand with them today, and I invite all who can. Saturday, October 4th, all mosques are going to be open between 2 p.m. and 6 p.m., open to everybody. You can go in, ask questions, learn more about Islam, learn more about the community and their contributions to our province and to our country. Thank you, Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Timberley Prospect.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And our caucus also wants to join in recognizing the month of October as Islamic Heritage Month, a time of reflection, appreciation, and learning as we honor the rich legacy and invaluable contributions of Muslims across the country and around the world. Muslims have helped shape the cultural, social, and economic fabric of Canada in fields like science, business, education, and the arts. The Muslim community continues to enrich our nation's diversity, innovation, and spirit of compassion. Islamic Heritage Month is an opportunity for all Canadians to deepen our understanding of Islamic history and traditions by learning about the cultural practices of Islam and fostering greater respect and appreciation for the diversity that makes us strong. Let us take the opportunity to promote understanding, inclusivity, and compassion. By challenging misconceptions and actively combating Islamophobia, we create a more welcoming and just society for all. As we mark October as Islamic Heritage Month, our caucus joins other members in the House joining Muslims across our communities and across our province, a joyful Islamic Heritage Month filled with meaningful gatherings, reflection, and celebration of the heritage. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Bedford Basin.
Thank you, Speaker. I beg leave to make an introduction prior to my statement.
Please do.
Thank you. In the gallery today, I am pleased to introduce Lauren and Brenda Burke from the Burning Flame Candle Company. Lauren and Brenda, would you please stand up and receive a welcome from the Mayor Millers?
I recognize the honourable member for Bedford Basin.
Thank you, Speaker. I rise today to recognize an impressive Nova Scotia loyal business in Bedford Basin. Burning Flame Candle Company and its owner, Lauren Burke, is a COVID success story. Lauren started Burning Flame in her kitchen in 2020 during a time of uncertainty, and she grew it into something much more. Lauren's candles can now be found in a variety of very large stores throughout Nova Scotia, including her flagship location at the Coffee Pro at 961 Bedford Highway. Many more locations across the province are listed on her website. Burning Flame Candle Company is a one-person business and is the result of a lot of hard work and dedication. Lauren went through the START program at SEED, graduated in a time of complete uncertainty, and began pouring candles by hand while raising her son and navigating life as a single mom. The Premier and the Honourable Member from Bedford South and I recently visited her shop, and she taught those two how to make a candle. Burning Flame Candle is proof that you can do big things with the right amount of work and determination. I ask that members of the House join me in congratulating Lauren Burke for the success of Burning Flame Candle Company.
I recognize the honourable member for Dartmouth North.
Madam Speaker, may I have permission to make a couple of introductions?
Please do.
Thank you. Today in the gallery, we have a little bit of an old home week, a Dartmouth North reunion here. I'm very pleased to welcome, firstly, Rebecca Rose, who is normally the constituency coordinator in Dartmouth North's MLA office, but of course you may see that strapped to Rebecca is a baby, so Rebecca is on maternity leave. So I'd like to welcome Rebecca. I'd like to welcome Rebecca's dad, who is an honorable member of Dartmouth North community, Doug Rose, to the House. Welcome, Doug. I'd like to welcome baby Wynn, who you will hear about in a moment, who is the baby. And I'd also like to welcome Kaylin Pygott, who is the taking Rebecca's maternity leave. So Kaylin is the new constituency coordinator in Dartmouth North. And Danelle Stoddard, who is a new addition to our team in Dartmouth North and Dartmouth South. So these are all amazing people who run the constituency office from near and far, and we're really happy that they're here. Thank you.
Welcome everyone to the House. We hope you enjoy your time here. I recognize the honourable member for Dartmouth North.
Madam Speaker, Rebecca Rose is a longtime constituency coordinator in Dartmouth North. She's an extremely organized and capable person, so capable, in fact, that she was getting ready to take her leave to have a baby. She had the foresight to book her maternity leave 2 weeks early before her due date so that she could have a bit of time to get ready for the baby. But baby Wynne had other plans. Rebecca's water broke on the very first day of maternity leave while she was on her way to the goodbye party that we were hosting for her at work. And on March 28th at 10 past noon, Rebecca Rose and her wife, Jill Stagg, welcomed their bundle of joy, Wynne Gilbert Rose Stagg, into the world. I like to think that Wynne was just too excited to wait any longer to meet their mamas. In their short time on this earth, Wynne has already swum in the ocean, learned to roll on their stomach and lift themselves up on their arms. Wynne has 2 teeth, is obsessed with trees, and their current favorite song is Baby Beluga by Raffi. There was already a lot of love in the Rose Stagg house, and it's been wonderful to see that love grow exponentially with the addition of Wynne. I'd ask the House to join me in congratulating Rebecca and Jill and Wynne.
I recognize the honourable member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to honor our good friend and former colleague, MLA Alfie MacLeod. He was a friend to all. I met him before I became an MLA at conservative events where I was new and nervous, but he and Eddie welcomed me in and gave me a seat at their table. Then we became caucus colleagues here in the House and shared a deep passion to improve our health care, both in Cape Breton and throughout all Nova Scotia. When I was a health critic for the PCs, he was the unofficial health critic for Cape Breton. He was dedicated to the people of Sydney River, Mire, Lewisburg, and he never missed a day here at the legislature unless absolutely necessary. He even came when he shouldn't have. For several months, I was his MLA colleague and his nurse, changing dressings each day before we came to the legislature. Meals at the Midtown were always enjoyable, and the first time I went with Alfie, I was surprised to hear him order the usual salad until the waiter returned with 2 orders of deep-fried pepperoni. Auctioneer extraordinaire, he came to the Bacon Elliott Scholarship to help raise funds, as he often did throughout Nova Scotia, and was good friends with dear Roger Bacon. He knew how to roll with the punches in politics. He, Eddie, and Keith were inseparable. He was loyal to the party, and loyal to the people. Shirley was his whole life. He was so proud of his children and grandchildren. We think of them now as they grieve his death. But we all know his spirit lives on here in this chamber. We can still hear him here in his final question and in his final speech, asking the Minister for Transportation about the Old Boston Road, to the roar and the applause of the House. Madam Speaker, thank you for this chance to share about our dear friend, Alfie MacLeod. May he rest in peace.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Atlantic.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to recognize that October is Islamic History Month in Canada. This year's theme, Pioneering Muslim Communities in Canada, invites us to celebrate the resilience and contributions of Muslim Canadians who have helped build our nation. Here in Nova Scotia, we honor the legacy of Muslim immigrants and the vibrant communities they cultivate. From the first mosque in the Maritime to the cultural and educational institutions we see across the province. These spaces provide comfort, growth, and education for generations. This month is an opportunity to reflect on the rich heritage of Nova Scotians' Muslim community and their contributions to our province's social fabric. I encourage all Nova Scotians to participate in local events, share stories, and engage in conversations that foster greater understanding and appreciation. By doing so, we continue to build a more inclusive and connected province for everyone. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax, Citadel Sable Island.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I beg leave to make an introduction relative to my member statement.
Please do.
I beg leave to introduce two great folks joining us in the gallery today. Executive Director Fiona Kerr from Halifax Pride, please rise, and the Board Chair Connor McKeegan. I'm happy to see these folks looking relaxed and laid back in the gallery, as they are very, very busy when they throughout the month leading up to Pride and Pride itself.
Welcome to the house. We hope you enjoy your time here. I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Citadel, Sable Island.
Madam Speaker, I would like to recognize Halifax Pride and all of the hard work they have done, not only to lift up our 2S LGBTQIA+ community, but also their commitment to provide safe spaces for queer joy and community. This year, Halifax Pride outdid themselves at the annual Halifax Pride Festival. Over 11 days, they hosted 30 festival events, over 100 community events, and the largest Pride parade in Atlantic Canada. Halifax Pride has also worked to create a festival that is more inclusive and accessible to the entire community. These efforts include hiring
Order. Order. I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Citadel, Sable Island.
Madam Speaker, we would like to ask for unanimous consent to extend the daily business to allow for some of our guests to also be received in the House. So I don't know if you want me to suggest a timeline on that, or if...
There has been a request. Well, we're going to have a short recess for government to discuss. Order. There has been a request to extend the time of statements by members by 5 minutes. Is it agreed? It is agreed. I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Citadel Sable Island.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm thrilled to rise and recognize Halifax Pride and all the hard work they have done, not to only uplift our 2S LGBTQIA+ community, but also their commitment to provide safe spaces for queer joy and community. This year, Halifax Pride outdid themselves at their annual Halifax Pride Festival. Over 11 days, they hosted 30 festival events, over 100 community events, and the largest Pride Parade in Atlantic Canada. Halifax Pride has also worked to create a festival that is more inclusive and accessible to the entire community. These efforts include hiring ASL interpreters, making the festival grounds wheelchair accessible, and offering accessible viewing areas for the parade. Looking forward, Halifax has the honor of hosting Canada Pride in 2027, and I know that Halifax Pride is ready to welcome the country and the world. Pride is not a once-a-year event. We see it every time someone goes out into the world unafraid to be their authentic selves. I ask all members to join me by thanking the organizers and volunteers behind Halifax Pride.
I recognize the honourable member for Dartmouth South. I recognize the honourable member for Sydney Member 2.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Today we mark Treaty Day in Nova Scotia, a day to celebrate and reflect on the treaties of peace and friendship signed between the Mi'kmaq people and the Crown in 1752. Treaty Day is a reminder that the Mi'kmaq people never surrendered or ceded their land, and that Mi'kma'ki remains their traditional territory. It also reminds us of the responsibilities that come with being treaty partners, to respect one another, to listen, and to work together in the spirit of those original agreements. On behalf of Nova Scotians, I want to acknowledge the importance of these treaties and the role they continue to play in shaping our province today. We are all treaty people.
I recognize the honourable member for Northside Westmount.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to recognize Mi'kmaq History Month, which begins today with Treaty Day. This is a time to celebrate the rich history and culture of the Mi'kmaq people here in Mi'kma'ki. This month is an opportunity for us to learn about and appreciate the contributions of the Mi'kmaq Nation, whose traditions and knowledge have shaped our province for thousands of years. In 1986, Grand Chief Donald Marshall Sr. proclaimed every October 1st as Treaty Day, which commemorates the signing of the Peace and Friendship Treaties. As we recognize Mi'kmaq History Month and Treaty Day, let us recommit ourselves to walking the path of truth and reconciliation. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Dartmouth South.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I beg leave to make an introduction.
Please do.
Thank you. Our very patient guest in the gallery opposite is Diana Brown, who is the Executive Director of the McPhee Center for Creative Learning. I would like to thank her for her patience and ask all members to join me in welcoming her to the House.
Welcome to the House. We hope you enjoy your time here. I recognize the honourable member for Dartmouth South.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise to recognize Diana Brown for her appointment as the Executive Director of the McPhee Center for Creative Learning. The McPhee Center seeks to empower youth through arts in a welcome, inclusive environment. They envision a world where empathy and diversity thrive and challenges are opportunities for growth. During the recent search for a permanent Executive Director, Diana seamlessly stepped into the interim role, demonstrating exceptional leadership and a deep understanding of the Center's mission and values. Making art is a transformative process and a powerful tool for youth to understand themselves and their place in the world. Diana's passion for arts education, strong leadership skills, and extensive knowledge of the Center will guide the youth of Dartmouth and beyond in these processes. Please join me in congratulating Diana and congratulating Dartmouth South on this well-deserved appointment.
I recognize the honourable member for Dartmouth East.
Madam Speaker, I rise to celebrate the holiest of days in the Jewish calendar, Yom Kippur. This is a deeply spiritual day, a time of atonement, reflection, and renewal. Yom Kippur, which begins at sunset this evening, marks the culmination of the High Holy Days and invites members of the Jewish community to engage in prayer, fasting, and introspection. It is a time to seek forgiveness, to mend relationships, and to commit to living with greater intention, compassion, and integrity in the year ahead. In Nova Scotia, we are honored to stand with our Jewish friends and neighbors during this sacred time. Their enduring faith, traditions, and contributions continue to strengthen the social and cultural fabric of our province. Thank you.
Orders of the day, oral questions put by members to ministers. The time is now 2:12. We will finish at 3:02. I recognize the Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
It's been a day. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, late Friday afternoon, this government quietly announced sweeping changes to the heating assistance rebate program. 46,000 people will no longer receive that program. They've been kicked off a program designed to help them afford their heat, and hundreds of dollars have been cut from those who remain eligible for that program. At a time when power bills are so high and Nova Scotians are staring down a rate increase, it seems unfathomable that this government would be making it harder for Nova Scotians to afford their bills. My question for the Premier is, why is the government going ahead with these changes that hurt Nova Scotians' bottom line?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Service, Nova Scotia.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank the member opposite for the important question. And so, yes, Madam Speaker, the HARP program, the rebate program that we know is so valuable to Nova Scotians to be able to support their costs of heating coming up this winter there, Madam Speaker. So it is a $400 rebate, Madam Speaker, and I would encourage all Nova Scotians who are eligible to apply. But, Madam Speaker, not only is this program available to Nova Scotians, but I would remind them of the many rebates that are available. The Senior Care Grant is another one, Madam Speaker. We also know that there is a number of affordability measures that have been taking place that are going to support households, Madam Speaker, in saving up to thousands of dollars. So I remind Nova Scotians that this is just one of many initiatives that we have brought forward.
I recognize the Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My question was why 46,000 Nova Scotians will no longer be able to receive this rebate this year. I could add why was it announced on a Friday afternoon, but maybe I'll save that. And let me remind the Premier, since this government has been elected, the average Nova Scotian's rent has gone up by nearly $4,400 a year. Families are spending $400 more a year on their power bills, and the poverty rate in Nova Scotia is the highest in the country. The number of Nova Scotians living in poverty has increased by 59%. And so, my question is, in what world is this the time to cut this program and make it harder for Nova Scotians to cover their costs?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Service, Nova Scotia.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And we recognize the importance of the HARP program. Madam Speaker, it's been supporting Nova Scotians for many, many years. And so we know that there have been changes in the program, Madam Speaker, based on the conditions that Nova Scotians were experiencing. So when it was a higher cost of living, and we know that Nova Scotians continue to see some of those burdens, Madam Speaker. But that's another reason why we brought forward in the budget last session, or whenever it was that it was able to brought forward, $500 million in terms of tax savings. Madam Speaker, that is something that's going to support all Nova Scotians, and I would remind everyone in this House to make sure that they're encouraging constituents who are eligible for the program this year to apply, to remind them of all the other rebates that are available to many Nova Scotians. But again, this is just one rebate of many, and we're going to continue to support Nova Scotians when we can.
I recognize the Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We don't need to encourage people because they are lined up out the door of our offices, and now we are given the task of telling them that they are not eligible. This government likes to talk about how much they're spending, but we have high bills, sky-high rent, no access to free medications like birth control, double the childcare costs of families in Charlottetown or St. John's, and winter is coming. Heat is a non-negotiable. 46,000 Nova Scotians will not be eligible, and this government has not put forward a rebate. So my question, again, is, will this government reverse the decision to reduce the HARP benefit and to kick tens of thousands of Nova Scotians off of this rebate program?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Service, Nova Scotia.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And we know that the program is going to support 72,000 households and 72,000 families, Madam Speaker, that will benefit from the HARP program. It is a $400 rebate this year to target the most vulnerable Nova Scotians. But Madam Speaker, as I said, that is one initiative or one rebate, one program of many that government is going to continue to support to make sure that Nova Scotians have the support that they need. We will continue to look at affordability measures, Madam Speaker. And when I think of all of my colleagues and the work that's being done across government, when we're making investments in housing and investments in healthcare and energy, as well as natural resource and environment, Madam Speaker, that's another reason why we have to work together to make sure that we're growing the province in the way that we absolutely need to for the best of Nova Scotians.
I recognize the Honourable Leader of the Liberal Party.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Speaker. One of my colleagues just said mining isn't going to keep people's houses warm. Here come the cuts, Madam Speaker. Here come the cuts, and here's the first program. And there's many conversations happening within the departments of government right now about the budgets that are about to come. Madam Speaker, Nova Scotians are struggling with the rising cost of living and now facing another Nova Scotia Power rate hike. In the middle of this, the government has quietly cut back the heating assistance rebate program, dropping the rebate from $600 to $400 and lowering the income threshold to just $30,000 for individuals. Why is the Premier making it harder for low-income Nova Scotians to heat their homes this winter?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Service, Nova Scotia.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. And again, I'll remind Nova Scotians that yes, it is a $400 rebate, and the thresholds have been mentioned there, Madam Speaker. And again, for all Nova Scotians who are eligible, I would encourage them to apply. But Madam Speaker, I know that my colleagues are probably excited to jump up and be able to speak to all the work that's also happening in their respective departments, Madam Speaker. But we recognize that this is one important program for Nova Scotians to help with their heating costs. And again, there are a number of other initiatives that are going to be looking at affordability to support Nova Scotians in their time of need. We made sure that we looked at HST cuts, Madam Speaker. We're going to continue to make investments in the places that we need to. HARP is one program. It's an important program, and it's going to support the most vulnerable this year.
I recognize the Honourable Leader of the Liberal Party.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, I'd be curious to see if this would have been cut before the election, but the election's over, and now the heating rebate assistance program has been cut. Madam Speaker, the Premier insists his government isn't cutting programs. He said it multiple times on the floor of this House, but that's exactly what is happening here. The program was meant to help those in need, seniors, single parents, and people on fixed incomes. Can the Premier explain why he's cutting a program that is supposed to help low-income Nova Scotians keep the heat on?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Service, Nova Scotia.
Madam Speaker, again, I want to emphasize the work that government has done in bringing forward $500 million in tax savings for Nova Scotians, Madam Speaker. And I know my colleagues are just itching for me to be able to say this, that of course that we did not have support from the opposition on those measures. But Madam Speaker, we are going to continue to support the most vulnerable Nova Scotians, and so for this year, that was the focus for HARP. We made sure that it is a $400 rebate. We're working within our existing budget. Madam Speaker, this is a $30 million program. That's $30 million that is still going to support Nova Scotians with their heating costs. And I want to emphasize that this is an important program. We have a number of other initiatives that are going to be supporting Nova Scotians in their time of need. And I encourage all support from opposition.
I recognize the Honourable Leader of the Liberal Party.
Madam Speaker, the member talked about their existing budget. Their existing budget is $1.2 billion in deficit. So the existing budget, to me, makes no sense whatsoever. And if you're going to look at cutting programs, I can submit a list of lots of cuts that the government could make, and this isn't one of them. This isn't one of them, Madam Speaker. This isn't one of them where you're impacting the most vulnerable Nova Scotians. Madam Speaker, Nova Scotia Power is proposing another rate increase that could add as much as $400 per year to people's power bills. Instead of protecting families, this government is cutting the very program designed to help them afford heat. Will the Premier admit that he's out of touch with the reality of Nova Scotians are facing and commit to restoring the rebate program?
I recognize recognize the Honourable Minister of Service, Nova Scotia.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. And again, just to emphasize the tax measures that we had brought forward, Madam Speaker, that's going to support and help Nova Scotians save thousands of dollars, Madam Speaker. So again, that didn't necessarily exist when we looked at HARP in the previous years. So we are a government that is responsive to the needs of Nova Scotians. And so when we needed to make investments in HARP, we did, Madam Speaker. So now also looking at the broader scope of what government needs to be able to do. We made those tax cut measures to support Nova Scotians while investing in housing, while investing in healthcare, while investing in our natural resources, and making sure that we're going to continue to grow the province in the way that we need to, because that's what Nova Scotians deserve, Madam Speaker, and we will always support them when they need us.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Dartmouth North.
Madam Speaker, this government's decision to cut the heating assistance rebate program is shocking, and frankly, the minister's comments are also shocking. I have heard about this cut from constituents already. One woman wrote to me to tell me that she no longer qualifies, even though she has in the past. She provides for 2 children. With the cost of living becoming less and less affordable, she relied on the HARP to cover her heating bill. The litany of programs that the minister has listed today are not going to combat the rising costs of power and water and rent. What does this government suggest my constituent go without so that she can heat her home and provide for her children?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Service, Nova Scotia.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I need to correct for the record that this isn't a program cut, Madam Speaker. We're working within our existing budget. That's $30 million that's going to be going out to Nova Scotians, the most vulnerable Nova Scotians, Madam Speaker. We also know that there have been a number of other initiatives that government has done, Madam Speaker, when again I can reference the tax measures that are going to save thousands of dollars to Nova Scotian households, Madam Speaker. This is all important work, and I would encourage all of us to make sure that our constituents know about all the measures that government is doing to make sure that the affordability piece is being addressed. So, Madam Speaker, again, HARP is one program. It's an important program, and we want Nova Scotians to know that it is there to support their heating costs, especially as we're moving into the colder months. But, Madam Speaker, we are going to be focusing on affordability measures and continue to...
Order. I recognize the Honourable Member for Dartmouth North.
Madam Speaker, any way you look at it, this is a cut to a program. By slashing the heating assistance rebate program, this government is letting down seniors. My office spends a lot of time helping seniors apply for the program. They live on a fixed income, so even though their expenses are growing, their income doesn't. Why is this government leaving seniors in the cold this winter?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Service, Nova Scotia.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And again, we know that HARP is one rebate program that is available to Nova Scotians. The Senior Care Grant, too, is another one, Madam Speaker. We're making significant investments in affordable housing, Madam Speaker. We're going to continue to look at all the ways in which we can support the most vulnerable Nova Scotians, the elderly, Madam Speaker, and everyone in Nova Scotia there, Madam Speaker. We want to make sure that they recognize the efforts that government has made. So again, the tax-saving measures is going to support thousands of, or save Nova Scotian households thousands of dollars, Madam Speaker. That's significant work. So we will focus on the affordability measures that we need to, Madam Speaker, to make sure that Nova Scotians know that we will be responsive to their needs. But again, I would make sure that all Nova Scotians know what programs are available to them and they can apply.
I recognize the Honourable Leader for the Official Opposition.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, it is now more expensive to live in Nova Scotia than it is to live in Toronto. The average Nova Scotian's rent has gone up by nearly $4,400 per year since this government was elected. Homelessness has nearly doubled in the city of Halifax and nearly tripled in the western region of this province. And this is the context in which this government is cutting HARP and stripping back what few rights renters have. So I have another question. Will this government close the fixed-term lease loophole that is letting landlords ignore the rent cap, forcing rents up, and making people move year after year?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Service, Nova Scotia.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Speaker, and I want to emphasize, of course, the investments that we have been making in housing, Madam Speaker. And so recognizing the work of the Department of Growth and Development and the Minister's hard work in making sure that Nova Scotians see the growth that's happening. I can even speak to my own constituency there, Madam Speaker, the changes that have happened and knowing that public housing units are going there in my constituency of Digby-Annapolis, Madam Speaker. It is significant, but that is in conjunction with all the other efforts and measures that government is doing. We're continuing to focus on growing the province that has been referenced many times in this particular session there, Madam Speaker. So I look to my colleagues in multiple departments to make sure that Nova Scotians know all the efforts that we're taking to see this province move ahead. But Madam Speaker, again, we want Nova Scotians to have safe, affordable places to live, and we'll continue to make...
I recognize the Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, over 1/3 of Nova Scotians rent. And the public housing that has been announced is a fraction of the need and a long way away. The average increase for any new lease in this province is 28%, and that's way above the 5% rent cap that government has in place. It's not working. Renters across the province are asking for real rent control. That means allowable increases tied to CPI and tied to the unit, not the tenant. When someone moves out, the cost of that space shouldn't go up by hundreds of dollars for the next person, but that's what's happening. So my question is, if this government is serious about addressing sky-high housing costs, when can Nova Scotians expect real rent control?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Growth and Development.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I want to reassure Nova Scotians that we are taking the housing situation in this province very seriously. The first and the only government to table and present a housing action plan, Madam Speaker. $1.7 billion, Madam Speaker. We're 167% of our 5-year completion, Madam Speaker. We're seeing housing starts going up. We see vacancy going up, Madam Speaker. There are over 11,000 units just in HRM alone that are under construction, Madam Speaker. Unprecedented work that if only the NDP would have done. All these initiatives, Madam Speaker, the NDP shamefully voted against, Madam Speaker. So on one sense they say do more, but the other way they're saying no, 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 we don't support that, Madam Speaker. We're going to continue to do what's best for Nova Scotians.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Halifax Needham.
Madam Speaker, a resident of the Scotian has been sleeping on a couch since August because her unit was destroyed by water damage. Instead of getting support, Templeton Properties told her she must sign a new fixed-term lease by the end of the month or face eviction. She hasn't even had a chance to see her restored home. Madam Speaker, why is this government allowing landlords to pressure renters into signing leases on homes they can't even access?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Service Nova Scotia.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank the member opposite for the important question. So, Madam Speaker, going back to the tenants of the Scotian, and I've said this in this question period before, of making sure that if they have any questions, of course, to come forward to the residential tenancy program where we can address those concerns and see a positive mediation through our program, Madam Speaker. But, Madam Speaker, a lease is a contract between a landlord and a tenant, and if there is any part of that contract that is not being seen through in the right way or the appropriate way, then that is exactly why someone should come through to or come forward to the residential tenancy program, Madam Speaker. So for any Nova Scotian who has any questions about their lease, regardless of if it's a fixed-term lease or a periodic lease, the program is here to help, and I would encourage anyone to come forward with the questions that they have.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Halifax Needham.
Madam Speaker, this is the same residential tenancies program that the minister says works, yet this resident has had no updates from her landlord, no clear repair timeline, and yet is being pressured to make a decision about her housing without even seeing her new unit. She's lost her home because of negligence, and now she's being threatened with eviction because this government refuses to take action on fixed-term leases. Madam Speaker, why won't this government act to protect renters like her from being exploited through fixed-term leases?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Service Nova Scotia.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. And again, I thank the member opposite for the important question. So, Madam Speaker, again, for any tenant from the Scotian or any tenant in Nova Scotia who continues or has questions in regards to their lease to come forward to the residential tenancy program. Madam Speaker, I know the folks who work in the department work very, very hard, and the residential tenancy officers that exist or working across the province are also working very hard for Nova Scotians. So, Madam Speaker, I do believe in the program, and we have seen changes to the program, and we will always be listening to Nova Scotians and our community partners on improvements that can be made. But, Madam Speaker, again, a lease is a contract between a landlord and a tenant, and if there is a breach or a breaking of that contract, to come forward so that the residential tenancy team can support in the best way that they can.
Order. I recognize the honourable member for Timberley Prospect.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Today we're hearing a lot about the heating assistance rebate cuts. Meanwhile, the government is saying they're doing everything they can for Nova Scotians to afford their power bills. I've recently heard from a constituent who makes just a little bit over the threshold for the oil to heat pump affordability grant. When you compare us to all the other maritime provinces, we have the lowest income threshold, Madam Speaker, with inflation eating away at what used to be a nation-leading program. Will the Minister of Energy consider raising the income so that more families can benefit and reduce their power bills? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Energy.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. And thank you to the member opposite for the question. And we recognize affordability is top of mind for Nova Scotians and for many people across Canada, and it's top of mind for this government, Madam Speaker. And I will take an opportunity to talk about kind of the programming on the efficiency side, Madam Speaker. This province has invested over $250 million in efficiency programming, Madam Speaker, and with that has secured another $250 million in federal funding. Madam Speaker, our home warming program supports Nova Scotians with a household income up to the federal low-income cutoff threshold, plus an additional 35%, Madam Speaker. We know Nova Scotians are feeling the pinch. We'll continue to do what we can to support them, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Timberley Prospect.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And surely we can invest more like Prince Edward Island, New Brunswick is being a larger province with higher cost of living. We're seeing slow phase out of other energy retrofitting programs, and now is the time to be investing more in these programs, which help low and middle income families lower their power bills and make their homes more energy efficient. They can't get a rebate for solar anymore, and oil to heat is more out of touch. Can the minister commit to strengthening and expanding support for retrofitting programs instead of them slowly being cut by not moving the thresholds based on the increase of cost of living in the province? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable Minister of Energy.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the member opposite for the question. And Madam Speaker, just in the last year alone, over 18,000 homes received upgrades through that funded off-oil program, Madam Speaker. And low and moderate income families can access up to $30,000 to move away from oil, Madam Speaker. And these households can save up to $1,500 a year when doing that, Madam Speaker. Because of our program, Madam Speaker, over half of Nova Scotian homes now have heat pumps. And Madam Speaker, on top of that, this has been an economic driver, Madam Speaker. Over 5,000 new good-paying jobs have been developed in Nova Scotia because of this programming. We'll continue to look for what we can do, Madam Speaker, for Nova Scotians, and we recognize that cost of living is a challenge, and we'll be there for them. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax-Armdale.
Madam Speaker, before I ask my question to the Minister of Health, I have to say, as an MLA and new in this legislature, today I'm ashamed to be an MLA. I'm ashamed that this government chooses to cut rates in a province with the highest poverty rate. However, I move on. In the spring sitting in the legislature, the Minister announced the creation of a menopause clinics. I welcome an update on that clinic today. Also, my question to the Minister is, given the large number of women who are on the clinic or the unknown amount, can women without family doctors self-refer to this clinic, and when should we expect access to this clinic occur?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank the member opposite for the question. So certainly it was a promise that was in the platform. We've been working with clinicians, not only in Central Zone, but across the province, working with experts in menopause care to understand, working with IWK, work with Nova Scotia Health, as well as Department of Health. So there will be more information that will be coming soon. It's not something that I can share today, but there is progress, and I would just assure the member that there will be more information coming soon.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax-Armdale.
Thank you, Minister, for what I believe to be a sincere answer. Access to primary care is lacking across Nova Scotia, particularly for women in rural areas. Women in these areas have to travel long distances, but we all know often the reality is that women don't. They put themselves last and they just don't travel. Can the Minister tell us how many women over the age of 50 are on the Family Practice Registry and when they should expect access to primary care in rural Nova Scotia?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So, of course, the Native Family Practice Registry is a registry that allows us to understand how all Nova Scotians are seeking services. Those individuals who require primary care, as I've said before, have access to virtual care, and they're able to be seen in primary care clinics 15 across this province that enable them to be seen in person. In addition to that, people are able to use the app, the Your Health NS app, in order to navigate and get really good information so that they're not left to Google. There's information there from IWK and Nova Scotia Health. So we're looking at a multitude of ways to support women who are experiencing a variety of health issues, not only menopause. We need to empower women to take care of their health and not pathologize a normal part of life.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax-Sable Island.
Today on Treaty Day, my question is for the Premier. Last June, the Assembly of Nova Scotia Mi'kmaq Chiefs put out a public call for this government to meaningfully consult with them before decisions that fall under the peace and friendship treaties are made. At that time, Chief Tamara Young said, "The Mi'kmaq are not opposed to ethical and sustainable development, but we will not accept processes that disregard our Aboriginal and treaty rights. Nova Scotia must engage with us meaningfully instead of taking steps backwards in our nation-to-nation relationship." Why is this government continuing to push through changes before consulting with Mi'kmaq leaders?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Lanou Affairs.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the member opposite for the question. So just a couple points of clarity that I think it's really helpful for everybody to understand. The first one is that we respect the treaties, and here on Treaty Day, I think it's important to double down on that message. The second part is that we highly honor our duty to consult. It is of the utmost importance, and we actually have an entire department to ensure that that actually happens properly. Now, as we move forward, there's going to be difficult conversations that happen, and we do those all the time. But we do them together with the Mi'kmaq Chiefs of the Assembly. In fact, actually, portfolio leads had come together with chief leads in the portfolios to have meaningful conversations, to wage a path forward together, where it's very upfront and very honest in talking about these difficult and challenging times. Thank you.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Halifax-Sable Island.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I think that the Mi'kmaq have made clear that conversations after the fact are not fulfilling the duty to consult. And recently, as recently as last week, on September 26th, the Assembly released another public notice highlighting how, despite repeated assurances, the provincial government continues to make significant legislative and policy announcements on natural resource development without advance notice to or discussion with the Mi'kmaq. This should be a time for greater trust building with the Mi'kmaq, not escalating tensions and aggressive enforcement action. When will this government, in fact, honor their treaty responsibilities?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Lanou Affairs.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the member opposite for the question. When there is a duty to consult, we will absolutely honor that duty and do the duty to consult. So I want to make sure that that's abundantly clear. Conversations that we're having are actually happening in real time. Nobody expected what happened south of the border to impact us in such a exacerbated rate, but here we are. And I'm really honored to hold the position and the relationships with the chiefs, with the Assembly, to be able to navigate these challenging times and maybe not always get it right, but talk to them through it and hear from them and hear from all people in all of Nova Scotia about how we wage a pathway forward. Thank you.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Fairview-Clayton Park.
Nova Scotia has the highest poverty rate in the country. Since this government was elected, the number of Nova Scotians living in poverty has increased by 59%, and I will table that. The food bank use is up by 62%. I'll table that as well. And yet Nova Scotia hasn't had a poverty reduction strategy since 2009. Why is this government leaving low-income Nova Scotians to fall further behind instead of taking real action to address poverty?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Opportunities and Social Development.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. I find the hypocrisy of the question. On the day that the minimum wage in Nova Scotia has gone up to its highest level ever, and that was a wage increase that the NDP voted against. We are standing for people of low incomes in this province. We are raising minimum wage. We've cut $500 million in taxes. We've reduced CHST. We're making moves, strong moves, in supporting low-income Nova Scotians. We are there for them every day. It's one measure after another, and every one of those measures was voted against by the opposition, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Fairview Clayton Park.
And yet, the fact is Nova Scotia still has the highest poverty rate in the country. Homelessness has nearly doubled in Halifax and nearly tripled in Western Nova Scotia since this government was elected. At the same time, the poverty reduction credit hasn't been adjusted for inflation since 2018, and the affordable living tax credit hasn't been touched since 2011. When will the minister admit that by refusing to update these basic supports, this government is failing the people who need it the most?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Opportunities and Social Development.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. I mean, we've increased income assistance levels twice. We've actually indexed it for inflation. We are standing behind low-income Nova Scotians. But, Madam Speaker, the best social program is a job. And that's why we're investing in natural resources. We're expanding the economy of this province. We're going to create jobs. We're going to create income. And we're going to be there for people of low income. We stand for them, Madam Speaker. We stand behind them, and we're going to give them a hand up.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My question is for the Minister of Health and Wellness. Earlier this year, we learned about a physician who had practiced at Cumberland Regional Emergency Room who was charged with sexual assault. CBC reporting reveals that before coming to Nova Scotia, the Quebec College of Physicians had already received sexual complaints about this doctor in 2019 and 2020. In 2022, the Quebec College revoked his license after finding he falsified his academic background and withheld past misconduct history. Despite this history, he was hired to practice here in Nova Scotia. So, Madam Speaker, my question to the minister is, how did this doctor with this record be granted privileges to practice in a Nova Scotia hospital?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I certainly can't speak to individual cases, but we do have a rigorous process in Nova Scotia where, first of all, credentials are reviewed and, where appropriate, given by the College of Physicians and Surgeons of Nova Scotia. And after that, certainly there is a process in place with the employers across this province to do due diligence wherever possible that happens. I am not in a position that I'm able to speak to this case directly, but I do have faith in those processes. We trust the College of Physicians and Surgeons, and we do trust our HR hiring policies. Maybe at times there are things that happen, but it certainly is not. It is not something that I'm able to comment directly on the individual case.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I'm really surprised to hear the minister say that she has full confidence in the processes. My assistant found information about this physician within 10 minutes. So how can the minister, in my opinion, deserves to give the people of Cumberland County, the women who are victims of this doctor, they deserve an apology and they deserve an explanation of how this doctor got his bloody license in this province. My assistant, it took him 10 minutes to get information from Miami, from Quebec, and other areas. So Obviously, Nova Scotia Health did not do their due diligence. So will the minister commit to do a full review of physician hiring and credentialing processes here in this province?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And certainly the operators throughout the province have a process there that when something goes awry through patient care, that there is a quality review process. I, again, have faith in that process. I will not speak on individual cases.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Pier.
Halifax Water is proposing a 36% rate hike over 2 years, and they admitted they didn't consider how this would impact low-income residents. Families are already struggling to keep up with food, power, and rent. Why won't the Minister of Municipal Affairs intervene to prevent the Nova Scotians from taking yet another financial hit?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Municipal Affairs.
So, Madam Speaker, I appreciate the question from the member. The reality is this government has invested over $250 million over the last 5 years in municipal infrastructure. We will continue to invest in water, sewer, sidewalks across the province and in HRM. The other reality is we are an intervener in this. We recognize the burden of increased water costs for Nova Scotians, for residents of HRM. So we've intervened. We'll see what the RAB says, Madam Speaker, but we do recognize affordability issues for Nova Scotians for sure.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Pier.
Water is a basic necessity, not a luxury. There's federal money available to help cover water infrastructure costs, but instead, families are facing a huge potential rate shock. Will the minister use federal money available and commit to working with all levels of government to prevent this unaffordable rate hike?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Municipal Affairs.
So, Madam Speaker, the reality is we've been waiting for 2 or 3 years for a replacement program to the federal program that was their ICIP. So we've made that request to the federal government a number of times. My question is, we're working hard for affordability for Nova Scotians, like, for example, the school food lunch program, which I'll remind the member, is helping Nova Scotians. 104,000 students in Nova Scotia got a meal today because of our school food lunch program. And I will ask, why didn't her party vote in favour of that program?
I recognize the Honourable Member for Sackville-Cobequid.
Thank you, Speaker. This past Monday was Medic Monday, and it was good to see all parties express their support for paramedics doing incredible work on the front lines in Nova Scotia. But here in Nova Scotia, many frontline emergency response workers, including firefighters, police officers, and hospital employees, are excluded from receiving the minimum 3-hour call-in pay when they are called into work during an emergency. Why is this government disrespecting emergency response workers by excluding them from receiving the minimum 3-hour call-in pay?
Could you, I asked the member to repeat the question, please.
The question is to the Minister of Labour.
Order.
This past Monday was Medic.
Order. No, order. Thank you. The minister's figured it out. I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank the member opposite for the question. So certainly, you know, we're very proud of our record of negotiating a contract in this province. And certainly, you know, this is an issue that's between the union and the employer, and unions should bring those things to the negotiating table. So, you know, we're very proud of our track record. We work very hard to support healthcare workers and first responders across this province, and we will continue to do so.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Sackville-Cobequid.
Thank you, Speaker. The fact is this government has a track record of excluding emergency workers from the 3-hour call-in pay rule. All workers in Nova Scotia are currently entitled to only 3 hours of pay at the minimum wage, not their actual wage. In fact, many workers in Nova Scotia are paid overtime in general based on the minimum wage rather than their regular wage, including shipbuilders, IT workers, and truck drivers. All of these workers help build up our province. Will the Minister of Labour explain why his government believes overtime hours worked by people doing important jobs should be paid at the minimum wage rather than at their actual rates of pay?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Labour, Skills and Immigration.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank the member for the question. Our department is neutral. We remain neutral in this. Government respects the perspectives of unions, employees and employers, and we provide conciliation and mediation services. Thank you.
No, I recognize the Honourable Member for Halifax-Chebucto.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Last year, Nova Scotia's farming industry lost $41 million. It was the 8th consecutive year. All the Minister of Agriculture had to say in this response was that he didn't know why the farms of the province were losing money. How can farmers trust this government when the minister doesn't even know where the losses are coming from?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Agriculture.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the member for the question. I would go back to the President of the Nova Scotia Federation of Agriculture's comments, Leisha King, who said it's a very complex situation. There's no one single issue or one single answer to this question. There's a number of things at play here. It could be the weather, it could be labor, it could be rising costs, a number of things. But industry should know that we are working directly with them, with the Federation, and working on a strategic plan to move forward, to move this industry forward, and we're supporting them through various forms of funding, whether that's outside the budget process or included in the budget process. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Halifax-Chebucto.
Well, it's clear that the minister doesn't understand what farmers need. There was a strategy. There was a draft food and beverage strategy prepared by the minister's department that was ready for launch in 2023. This strategy would have increased local production and put more healthy food on the plates of Nova Scotians across the province. But instead of it being implemented, it was quietly abandoned. Why is fresh local food not a priority for this government?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Agriculture.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It certainly is a priority of this government. We're supporting industry through season extension programs, increasing funding in that realm. We want to put more food in our local institutions. We implemented the school lunch program, Madam Speaker. These are all things that were listed in the input that we received from stakeholders. 1,900 submissions we received, and these were some of the things that came back: institutional procurement, school lunch program. These are all things that were in the strategy. We listened, Madam Speaker. We don't need a strategy to do the right thing. We implemented these things, Madam Speaker, and you know what? School lunch program, those members voted against it.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Timberley Prospect.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Nova Scotia has some of the best renewable energy opportunities in the country, and wind is an enormous opportunity for jobs, investment, and stabilizing power bills. But this government has a track record of opening up access to our power market without competition. Now we see a hard cap on new clean energy projects. We agree with the government that protecting ratepayers is critically important. Can the Minister of Energy clarify what risks it sees to ratepayers from clean, designated energy projects? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Energy.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and
And Madam Speaker, I'm very pleased to talk about our Clean Power Plan, Madam Speaker, getting to 80% renewables by 2030 and off coal, Madam Speaker. And we are working very hard to achieve that, and we have everything in place that we need to do that, Madam Speaker. When we're talking about the curtailment, it's on projects that aren't done through our procurement, Madam Speaker. And what we're saying is we cap in order to make sure that we don't have curtailment or wastes, Madam Speaker. So it's about making sure that ratepayers are taken care of. And Madam Speaker, this province, this government, we are focused on making sure that we are doing what we can for ratepayers, and we'll continue to do that, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Timberley Prospect.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We support new renewable energy in Nova Scotia, but it needs to be matched to load, like the Goose Harbour project for Port Hawkesbury paper or export sale opportunities. What I don't support is special regulations for businesses the Premier is friendly with, and I'll table that. The reason this government is introducing this change is to protect ratepayers from a sweetheart deal, their own creation. Why has a special carve-out been given to Everwind, and how does the minister propose to protect Nova Scotians from the Premier's friends if the hydrogen project never materializes in the province? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Energy.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the member opposite for the question. And what we're talking about here is an opportunity with the hydrogen sector, Madam Speaker. And we had 3 proponents, Madam Speaker, including Everwind and Bearhead, Madam Speaker, and Simply Blue, or now Octopus, Madam Speaker. And these are all opportunities to grow our economy, to put jobs in Nova Scotia, to keep Nova Scotians at home, Madam Speaker. This isn't about looking at friends, Madam Speaker. These are all opportunities where we see the opportunities to grow our economy, to keep people at home. And Madam Speaker, we won't apologize for trying to keep Nova Scotians and jobs right here in Nova Scotia.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Pier.
Cape Bretoners are struggling with strained healthcare system, roads that are falling apart, and social services that don't provide support people deserve. Why? Because the regional municipality is shamefully not getting their fair share of equalization payments. To the Minister of Municipal Affairs, how much longer is the government going to shortchange CBRM?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Municipal Affairs.
Madam Speaker, I disagree with the position of the member, her question completely. We're investing an unprecedented amount of money in Cape Breton, in hospitals, in schools, in seniors and long-term care, and roads. We will continue to invest in the people of Cape Breton.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Pier.
And yet this government is cutting CBRM's municipal capacity grant, Madam Speaker. Over the summer, the Premier sent letters to a few municipalities. The message was clear. Let uranium projects move forward or risk losing provincial funding for housing, roads, bridges, and more. Why is this government treating municipal funding like a political game?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Municipal Affairs.
Madam Speaker, the reality is we've invested unprecedented amounts of money in municipalities. We will continue to do that. We've strongly supported our municipalities. We've renegotiated an MOU. We're working hard to make all our municipalities successful. I disagree with the premise of the member's question entirely.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Dartmouth North.
Madam Speaker, arts, culture, and heritage spaces are important gathering places for Nova Scotians to witness performances, exchange ideas, and share cultural traditions. Some spaces, like the Bus Stop Theatre or the Ross Creek Centre for the Arts, have been supported by government at the building or the renovation stage. But when these spaces need capital improvements, there's little available to help. The Recreation Facility Development Grant Program is largely used for community centres and recreation facilities, and the money runs out pretty quickly. Will the government commit today to creating an Arts and Cultural Spaces Improvement Fund to maintain these important spaces?
Boy, I don't even have to say your name. I recognize the Honourable Minister of Community Culture, Tourism and Heritage.
What a great department I have. Wonderful staff, wonderful communities, infrastructure investments that we've made over the past number of years, including my most recent years, in recent months. So, you know what, I'll take the member's request back to the department for consideration.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Dartmouth North.
Well, I thank the Minister very much for that answer. I look forward to spreading the news of that program happening. The Turret Art Space, in the Khyber building on Barrington Street has been an arts venue, a queer space, and a cultural hub in downtown Halifax for decades. Now, this piece of Halifax history is ready for its next chapter as an accessible arts, community and cultural center. However, this beautiful building and art space risks being lost forever without government support. So my question for the minister is, will the government commit to saving the Khyber building and fund the Turret Art Space?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Community Culture, Tourism and Heritage. Order, please. The time allotted for oral questions to ministers has expired. Opposition business. Oh, I recognize the Honourable Member for Sackville-Uniacke.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Speaker, I beg leave to make a quick introduction.
Oh, please do.
I'd like to direct the members of the House to the Speaker's Gallery, where there's someone, of course, many people here know. He's no stranger to the House. My constituency coordinator, Regan Oliver, is with us today. And with Regan are two very special young women from the constituency. One who was one of my summer students in our constituency office, Addison Nipper, who, there's Addison. And I'd point out for members of the House, Addison's not only been assisting the residents of the constituency, she's also one of the past graduates of Camp Courage who was recognized here earlier in the House. So, additionally with them is our new O2 student, our Opportunities and Options student, Ava Bonnell. I'd ask Ava to stand. Ava's a grade 11 student at Millwood High School, and she's helping out as well. So with that, I want to welcome Addison, Ava, and of course Regan back to the House, and I'd ask all the members to join me in giving them a warm welcome, please.
Well, welcome to the House. We hope you enjoy your time here. I recognize the Honourable House Leader for the Official Opposition.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Would you please call private members' public bills for second reading?
Public bills for second reading. I recognize the Honourable House Leader for the Official Opposition.
Would you please call Bill 131, Privacy and Credit Protection Act?
Bill 131, the Privacy and Protection Act. I recognize the Honourable Member for Dartmouth North.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I would like to move the reading of Bill 131, the Privacy and Credit Protection Act. Madam Speaker, I rise today to talk about our Privacy and Credit Protection Act. This act does several important things that will help protect the privacy and sensitive personal information of Nova Scotians. Following this year's data breach at Nova Scotia Power, Nova Scotians have told us that they are frustrated and want to see change from Nova Scotia Power as a result. This bill, 131, would establish standards for how companies hold onto private information, putting limits on how they store social insurance numbers and personal banking information. This act would also help Nova Scotians avoid identity fraud by freezing their credit without impacting their credit score. And it would also lower barriers to people coming together in a class action lawsuit against Nova Scotia Power to seek damages related to this year's data breach. People want their privacy to be protected. They want Nova Scotia Power to feel real consequences. And they want to be able to afford their power, too. And we think Nova Scotians deserve all of this. In fact, we think that they should get a rebate of 10% on their power bills immediately. That's something we've been pushing for as a caucus. It's real relief that could take effect now, and it would make a big difference to all Nova Scotians. Mr. Speaker, this is no more than people need and deserve in the face of the massive data breach this year. When we heard that hundreds of thousands of Nova Scotians were affected by the breach, we were shocked. How could this happen? How could Nova Scotia Power allow this to happen? Why were they holding on to the social insurance numbers of so many Nova Scotians? And then last month, we heard that even more Nova Scotians could be impacted by the breach, and that we'll never really know how many people are affected. We now understand that all customers, past and present, could be affected. Tens of thousands more may have had their private information exposed to the world. Virtually all Nova Scotians are at risk here, since everyone who has ever had an account with Nova Scotia Power could have had their data stolen. People are feeling scared, frustrated, betrayed. And let's face it, they were already frustrated with Nova Scotia Power because of the high power bills we in Nova Scotia experience. The rates keep increasing, and people honestly don't feel like they're getting their money's worth. The grid is unreliable, leaving people without power with little explanation, and sometimes, as we've heard, on beautiful sunny days. The grid is also not very green. We still burn coal to generate power, and we are increasingly worried about missing our clean energy targets and deadlines. The frustration surrounding this and other issues with Nova Scotia Power has grown following the cyber attack, the cyber breach. People find it incredible that the company's CEO has little explanation about what happened, who exactly is impacted, and what information was taken. And Mr. Speaker, people deserve answers. And now, Nova Scotia Power is requesting another rate hike. Mr. Speaker, this is unacceptable. Nova Scotians deserve clean, reliable, affordable energy, and they also deserve to have their data, personal data, protected. The fact is that too many Nova Scotians are struggling with high power bills. Since 2021, when this government took power, the average family has seen their power bill go up by $400 a year. We are living in a cost of living crisis. People can't afford these increasing bills, including power bills. I heard from one constituent who told me that they're frustrated by the constant rate hikes. They said that, in their view, Nova Scotia Power is just interested in profits, which makes things very difficult for low-income, working-class Nova Scotians to pay bills like their rent or their groceries. They felt that this isn't right and that something should be done to stop it. And I agree with my constituent, Mr. Speaker. It's not right that Nova Scotia Power it's not right that Nova Scotia Power hikes rates over and over. They line shareholders' pockets and meanwhile face no repercussions for massive data breaches like the one we've just seen. Another person who is a constituent of my colleague from Fairview Clayton Park said that power bills already make their life difficult for their family. They said that the impact of a further rate increase would have severe consequences on their family's quality of life. They're facing very tough choices, worried they won't be able to pay for heat and keep the lights on, as well as food. They're very worried about a rate hike. This, Mr. Speaker, is exactly what I worry about for all Nova Scotians. With costs rising across the board, people are stretched so thin. I see this firsthand in Dartmouth North, but the issue goes far beyond my district. Nova Scotians are paying 30% more on their power bills compared with other Canadians. No wonder so many people feel they just can't get ahead. They can't keep up with the costs they already have. We also keep hearing from Nova Scotians that they just can't trust Nova Scotia Power. They can't trust them to keep the rates down. They can't trust them to keep their private data safe. They can't trust them to keep the lights on. One person wrote to us about their experience this winter with no power. They said, "Our family was without power for nearly a whole week this past winter. We have no backup generator because we are forced to rent, and there is no wood stove. The entirety of our family and pets were huddled into one small room to try to keep warm. We weren't able to cook food or heat up water or work. Shivering that hard felt inhumane, and the pain from it in our muscles lasted days after the heat was turned back on. Nova Scotia Power refused to compensate us for any of this and had zero compassion. This company is dangerous to Nova Scotians, and we deserve better. We deserve safety and reliability." Speaker, I simply must agree. Nova Scotia Power should be working for Nova Scotians, period. People need power to live their lives. Just like the person in that story, they pay high power rates for power, and they deserve to have that power on when they need it. And when the power goes out in the dark and cold of winter, it can be a dangerous situation. I will add that the person is right now facing down another winter with another rate hike coming. And to top it off, it's possible their private information could have been stolen. This data breach is no small matter. People are facing repercussions that could affect them for the rest of their lives. With sensitive information like social insurance numbers out there, they face having their identities stolen. Right now, Nova Scotia Power is saying they'll pay for 5 years of credit monitoring, but that threat will continue after those 5 years. The bill on this bill on that table, lays important groundwork to give people the power to bring class action suits against Nova Scotia Power. People deserve to have this option to seek damages. It's important to break down barriers that right now are preventing them from doing that. It's not even clear why Nova Scotia Power was holding on to social insurance numbers. We heard from one person, Sean Purdy, who moved back to Nova Scotia after a decade of living in BC. When he got here, he called Nova Scotia Power to set up an account. When he did, they asked for his social insurance number and used it to find his old account. That means his social insurance number was on file for 18 years. That's not good data management, Mr. Speaker. People deserve answers from Nova Scotia Power, and we haven't heard them, and they need this government to get those answers for them. Mr. Speaker, Nova Scotians can't wait any longer for the changes they need. They need lower power bills, not a rate hike. They need the 10% power bill rebate that we're proposing. They need the $400 back, the amount the average family's bill has increased since 2021. We all deserve a Nova Scotia Power that works for us, one with clean, reliable energy and a power bill that is affordable. And we need answers from Nova Scotia Power. They must face real consequences for the data breach. And that's what this bill on the table is about. Mr. Speaker, I look forward to hearing from my colleagues, and I look forward to them supporting the bill. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Timberley Prospect.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So our caucus supports this bill. It addresses critical issues around privacy and cybersecurity that all Nova Scotians require. We've also tabled a couple pieces of legislation in the House this session. So the Private Data Protection Act would give Nova Scotians the ability to take legal action if their privacy is willfully violated through surveillance or misuse of data. And then we also proposed amendments to the Consumer Reporting Act, which would allow Nova Scotians to place a security alert or freeze on their credit files free of charge, which would help protect against identity theft. We also think the addition of alerts in this bill, in addition to credit freezes, is a good tool for Nova Scotians to have. So we propose that would be addition to this bill. So once this bill passes through the House, maybe the NDP would entertain some amendments. In a digital age, privacy breaches and cyber attacks are only going to happen more and more companies collect our personal data. And I've heard this somewhere before, that if it's good for other provinces, then it's good for Nova Scotians. I heard that from the Premier and several ministers, and provinces like Quebec and British Columbia have already implemented these protections. Quebec has free credit freezes, and British Columbia also allows for class action lawsuits in case of privacy breaches. This bill would go further to strengthen the protections, and it would complement other legislation that our caucus table, which would require Nova Scotia Power to publicly report on the cybersecurity investments, breaches, and risks every year, with oversight from the Standing Committee on Natural Resources and Economic Development. Importantly, our bill ensures that any fines imposed for failing to meet cybersecurity standards cannot be passed on to its customers, protecting Nova Scotians from paying for corporate mismanagement. So I'd also urge the government to consider this measure, which would be complementary to the suggestions in this bill. If the government takes these ideas from both opposition parties, they can create a stronger framework to protect privacy, prevent identity theft, and increase transparency and accountability in cybersecurity across the province. So across all parties, we know that we must do more to hold Nova Scotia Power responsible for the cybersecurity breach that happened this summer. One of the largest breaches in our province's history, alongside the government itself's breach that happened recently. We've received lots of emails from constituents looking for help and looking for assurances that this wouldn't happen again. So I recall all parties getting fired up about this, about protecting Nova Scotians' privacy and ensuring Nova Scotia Power can't continue to raise rates while offering some of the least reliable power in Canada. Government members had a lot to say when Nova Scotia Power was at committee. But this is their opportunity to act as we are in I would say, maybe the final days of the House session. Our party, as well as the NDP, have introduced legislation to hold Nova Scotia Power accountable and protect Nova Scotians. This bill is a good one, and it would go in the right direction to hold them more accountable and protect Nova Scotians. It remains to be seen what this government will do in this House session or after, and we strongly encourage them to take actions that Nova Scotians expect beyond the rhetoric that we've heard from the Premier and other government officials. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Bedford South.
Thank you, Speaker. Protecting Nova Scotians' privacy and guarding against credit fraud is top of mind of this government. We have spent a great deal of time working with financial institutions, Nova Scotia credit unions, and consumer reporting agencies to make sure we do everything we can to protect Nova Scotians, and this work continues. This is not about appeasing industries. This is about protecting Nova Scotians from possible negative effects to the way they interact with the system they rely on. It is important to make clear to everyone that the financial industry in Nova Scotia also includes over 220 small lenders and 20 credit unions in communities across our province. We need to ensure any new changes are effective, enforceable, and provide real protection without unintended consequences to Nova Scotian consumers. In Quebec, as an example, credit freezes took over 2 years to implement, and in Ontario, where legislation was originally passed in 2018, credit freezes are still not available today. In direct response to Nova Scotia Power's data breach, we have brought forward new legislation, the Sin Protection Act, that will prohibit the collection of social insurance numbers by companies unless under specific circumstances and regulate retention timelines. Under the federal privacy legislation, the Personal Protection and Electronic Documents Act, PETA, it is legal for businesses to ask consumers to voluntarily provide social insurance numbers in many situations. Our new legislation will go beyond what currently exists federally to provide Nova Scotians with the protections they deserve. For public entities, the Government Records Act sets out policies and regulation to protect the records in the custody of public bodies from unauthorized access, disposition, or alienation. The Government Records Committee oversees the comprehensive records management programs of each department to ensure that public bodies can meet their obligations under this act. We take data protection and security seriously, especially in today's rapidly evolving digital world. That is why this government created a dedicated Department of Cybersecurity and Digital Solutions, the first province in Canada to do so. Technology and cyber threats are constantly changing, which means rigid one-size-fits-all protocols can quickly become outdated. That's why existing provincial and federal legislation focuses on ensuring safeguard protocols, not fixed methods. A flexible approach allows organizations to adapt their security measures as new risks emerge, ensuring personal data remains protected at all times, not fixed methods. We diligently continue to do the hard work needed to keep Nova Scotians' information secure and build our resistance to ever-present threats. This work includes the following: improving breach protocols and incident response to ensure there is enhanced capacity to respond to larger scale breaches, improving how data is classified and managed, continually reviewing, adapting, and evolving to the overall cybersecurity strategy to strengthen abilities to respond to large-scale events, introducing recurring mandatory cybersecurity awareness and training for all staff, working closely with the Canadian and international jurisdictions to ensure shared learnings and build capacity in Nova Scotia. We will continue to do that going forward. We care about the security of all Nova Scotians. Thank you, Speaker.
Sorry. I recognize the member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I stand in support of this bill that the NDP have brought forward and thank them for doing so. We all know the cybersecurity concerns and the breach that has happened from Nova Scotia Power. And although other speakers have discussed it, I'll just give a couple of the highlights. In early 2025, Nova Scotia Power experienced a ransomware cyber attack, resulting in unauthorized access to customer data. And initially, the company estimated around 280,000 customers might be impacted. Of those, it later disclosed that roughly 1,400 social insurance numbers and records were affected. In later disclosures, Nova Scotia Power expanded the scope, acknowledging that former customer data was also impacted and opened the offer of 5 years of free credit monitoring to all customers. And Mr. Speaker, my husband was one of those customers because our home Nova Scotia Power bill is in my husband's name. And he received the letter and he went online to register, but he couldn't because he actually already had an account. And the reason that he already had an account is because of the 2 cybersecurity breaches that have happened under this government. And I find it, as an independent member, I watch a lot and listen. And through all of this that's happened with Nova Scotia Power, I'm not condoning any of it, but there's been so much criticism, yet under this government, there's been 2 cybersecurity breaches. And the member, our good friend that just spoke, he did share that there is now a department, which is great, that is looking at this, and hopefully measures will be put in place to protect for future. But I remember it wasn't that long ago when this government was in opposition, and they took it so seriously then that the interim leader of the opposition party for the PCs actually called for the resignation of the minister who was responsible for that department when there was a cyber breach under the Liberals. And I remember how upsetting it was for the minister. She was very upset. She was, I have a lot of respect for her. And it was very upsetting time for her. And later when she was in opposition, I had an opportunity to talk to her about how that all went down and how she felt about that and how her leader had her back. That was really something, the respect that they had in that caucus. But I remember just how how much of a big deal that was when this government was in opposition, yet we have had two breaches. We've had the breach in May of 2023, a global vulnerability exploited in the MOVE-IT file transfer system affecting many organizations, including the government of Nova Scotia. The breach impacted some employees, members of the public, Nova Scotia Health, IWK, and public service records, and that's why my husband was impacted. The government had posted breach alerts, including a post-incident response plan and privacy impact assessment summary. And then, of course, in January of this year, not that long ago, the government of Nova Scotia announced that PowerSchool, a system used in K-12 education, had experienced a cyber breach. So although this system didn't include financial data, it did include personal information, such as identifiers, student data, and staff data. So I do think there's a role for all of us to play. We do know that cybersecurity is top of mind. A few years ago, I had the honor of going to a CPA conference out in Vancouver. Actually, it was Victoria. And those of us in attendance got to go to an RCMP briefing. And actually, it was a military briefing. And that would have been probably in 2018 or 2019. And I remember the captain at the time said the biggest threat in all of Canada is cyber, the threat of cyber breaches. And that that was where their number one focus was for our country. So this is the reality is a threat for all organizations, as the former MLA spoke and shared, whether it's a small business, whether it's government, whether it's Nova Scotia Power. So I do again applaud my colleagues in opposition and the NDP, the official opposition, for bringing this bill forward, and do hope that the government will work with them and pass this bill. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Mr. Speaker.
I recognize the Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to just say a few words about this legislation, which we began working on shortly after the breach. And a few people have referenced, many people, I think ourselves included, have expressed dismay, upset, anger at the fact that this happened, at the way that the utility has dealt with this. But that's not really our job. Our job is to make sure it doesn't happen again. And so we set to work trying to establish a framework that would prevent this from happening again, because that is the job of government. And of course, we came into this session hopeful that it would be redundant and that we would see legislation come forth from this government that would meet the need, particularly because we have a new department. And we, our hope was piqued when we saw the very first bill entitled the Protecting Nova Scotians Act. But then our hopes were dashed. The provision that the government has put forward around regulating the collection of social insurance numbers is, of course, a good idea, an idea that should have been actioned a very long time ago. But contrary to some statements I've seen from members in the media, our understanding is that this is not retroactive. And so we have a situation where companies are not, to my knowledge, compelled to dispose of the data they already have. And that means that we are open to more breaches. And further, the reason for this legislation, as has been said, is because we are not regulating nor giving Nova Scotians the ability to hold responsible private companies that hold our sensitive personal information. And we know, it is incontrovertible, that the biggest threat facing us right now are those cyber threats. Those are the threats. My colleague spoke of that, the member for Cumberland North. But we've spoken of that in the House. This is what happens. We have these horrible data breaches. We've had many under this government's watch, although it may be under any government's watch, truly. I mean, this is what's happening, is that that universe, and particularly the more kind of nefarious actors in that universe, are moving more quickly than we are. They're moving more quickly than we are. And so what do we need to do? We need to catch up. We need to catch up, Mr. Speaker. And the way we catch up is by regulating properly, by legislating properly, not at 10 o'clock at night, not for 3 weeks a year, not with omnibus legislation that does 7 different things, but by actually relating to the threat in front of us and addressing it. And this legislation aims to do just that. This legislation aims to protect Nova Scotians. And so in addition to what the government has brought forward, protecting people, the collection of social insurance numbers, we would also ensure that there are lower barriers to a class action lawsuit. Now, you know, for those people who don't speak and think legal, that is a sentence that might go in one ear and out the other. Well, what does it mean? What it means right now is that in the eyes of the law, the body that suffered harm when that data breach occurred, that massive data breach where almost all of our private information was compromised in some way, well, who was harmed legally? I get to live being a law professor, something I never did. Nova Scotia Power. They are the aggrieved body. They are the ones who have suffered harm. And so the only people that can be held liable legally for the data breach that just happened is Nova Scotia Power. And I mean, maybe they should be, but they are the only ones who have been hurt. Nova Scotians themselves are not seen to be people that have been hurt. And so if you are a Nova Scotian whose data was stolen, who suffers from identity theft, who has money stolen from their bank account, who has any of the numerous problems that come out of these kind of breaches, you cannot pursue legal action against the company because you weren't hurt, the company was. That's what this bill aims to change. And it's different, and in other provinces, this is possible. You can sue a company that is a custodian of your data if they do not protect that data. That's common sense, folks. That's what people in Nova Scotia probably think they can already do. But if you talk to the lawyers who handle these kind of actions, they'll tell you, well, no, people in Nova Scotia cannot do that. They should be able to. We're not trying to facilitate a bunch of class action lawsuits, but we still don't know what the full impact of this breach will be. And we need to make sure Nova Scotians are protected. And so I don't hold out a great deal of hope, given the tenor of the House recently for this bill going forward, but I would implore the members of the government to look at the provisions in this bill and to take them seriously. So one is enabling action against the company for Nova Scotians whose data has been stolen. Another is credit freezes. We heard the government members say that it's hard and it takes time. That's okay. Better late than never. It took 2 years in Quebec. Maybe it'll take 2 years in Nova Scotia. Let's get the ball rolling. If people are concerned enough about the breach of their personal information that they would like to request a credit freeze, they should be able to. Right now, they can't. In Quebec, they can. In Nova Scotia, they can't. That's another thing that this bill would allow. They could request that credit freeze. Will it happen overnight? No. Should it? Probably not. But that's okay. We don't do anything very quickly. So we can wait, but let's start the ball rolling. Let's have that conversation. And so, you know, I think I've spoken and my colleagues have spoken to many of the provisions in this bill, but I want to end by just zooming out a little bit and reminding people of the context in which this bill is coming forward. And the context is, we have a utility that is not meeting the moment. They are charging too much money for unreliable power that is still coming from sources like coal, and maybe it'll be bunker C oil. It's not renewable, it's not reliable, it's not affordable. And they're not protecting our information. And we've seen nothing come forward aside from a single provision in an omnibus bill that actually addresses that. We have the power, folks. We in this room have the capacity to regulate this company. And we must. And that is why we have put this forward. And that is why we hope that this government will take seriously the provisions we have put forward and will actually act to protect Nova Scotians. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I move to close second reading. Madam Speaker, my apologies.
The motion is to adjourn debate on Bill 131. Would all those in favor of the motion please say aye? Contrary-minded, nay. The motion is carried. I recognize the Honourable House Leader for the official opposition.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I ask that you call a notice of submotion under Rule 32 other than government notices of motion.
Notice of motion other than, hold on a second. Notices of motion under Rule 32, other than government notice of motions. I recognize the Honourable Government House Leader for the official opposition.
I ask that you call Resolution 219, Housing Crisis Tenant Affordability.
Resolution 219, Housing Crisis Tenant Affordability. I recognize the Honourable Member for Dartmouth South.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We have filed this resolution with the House, and now I'd like to move it and read it for the benefit of the members. I hereby give notice that on a future day I shall move the adoption of the following resolution. Whereas Nova Scotia is in the midst of a housing crisis that has left people struggling with rising rents, unaffordable homes, growing homelessness, and deepening housing insecurity, and whereas under this government's watch, average rents across Nova Scotia have increased by an average of $4,400 per year, homelessness has nearly doubled in Halifax and has nearly tripled in the western region of the province, and the cost relative to income of buying a home has nearly doubled. And whereas rather than take action to address housing insecurity by removing the financial incentive for fixed-term leases, this government has consistently shown that their first priority is to put the interests of landlords first by failing to establish a residential tenancies enforcement unit and actively stripping tenants who live in shared accommodations with their landlords from their rights. Therefore, be it resolved that on a future date, the House shall debate the housing crisis in Nova Scotia to allow all members the opportunity to speak on this urgent need for stronger protections for tenants and meaningful action on housing affordability. So I wanted to just read that for the benefit of members because it wasn't read on the floor of the House. And I think it kind of speaks for itself, but I will say a few things. And, you know, we have gotten into a bit of a rhythm on the floor of this House where we ask questions about renter protections and we're told that the residential tenancy enforcement system works and that people just need to know about it. And it's like a tiny bit crazy making as the person asking the question because we're really trying to get answers. And so our purpose in putting this resolution forward is to try to understand and conversely to try to help the members on the government side understand the reality for renters in this province. And the reality for renters in this province is bleak. Rent hikes are outpacing paychecks, period. Rents are going up an astronomical amount. I'm not sure why we have a rent cap anymore because it doesn't work. And I should say, it doesn't work for anyone. The rent cap doesn't work for tenants, but it doesn't work for landlords either. And that's why they're not using it. If it worked, then landlords would be signing long-term leases for tenants, and tenants would be able to stay in units that were affordable, but that's not the case. And so we need something that works. And what we need are protections for renters. And so What we also hear when we talk about closing the fixed-term lease loophole is that there are lots of organizations that use fixed-term leases. There are lots of nonprofits and folks who provide housing for more vulnerable Nova Scotians or people who don't have a rental history who might use those fixed-term leases, or students or professionals. Sure, that makes sense. I've had to rent an apartment for 9 months, but when I wanted to. Not when that was the only choice. And so we actually don't need to get rid of fixed-term leases. We need to remove the financial incentive for fixed-term leases. So the reason that we have so many fixed-term leases is because it is the only way that the government can get around the rent cap. The rent cap is 5% if you have a long-term lease, but there is no rent cap if you don't. So if the rent control or rent cap or rent stabilizing measures were tied to units and not people, you could have any duration of lease that you wanted because you wouldn't have a financial incentive to get rid of people. And now there is a financial incentive, and that we don't pretend that that's not real. It is. And so we hear this government talk a lot about balance. We're balancing the needs of landlords and tenants, but it's not balanced. It's not balanced because the landlords can raise the rents as high as they want and the tenants need to try to pay it. There is no agency. The Residential Tenancies Enforcement Unit, it is overburdened, under-equipped. The residential tenancy system is overburdened and under-equipped, and we don't have an enforcement unit. We don't have an enforcement unit, notwithstanding this government commissioned a report that advised establishing a unit for the cost of $1 million. $1 million, a rounding error on the $1.2 billion deficit we just heard about. And yet, we don't have it. And so we have tenants in my colleague's constituency who were out of power for a week, who are being forced into new leases for units they haven't even seen. We have abuse of the system. And again, this is an opportunity for this government to do its job. Yes, the agreement between a landlord and a tenant is a private agreement, but we regulate some of that, and we should do it well. We should do it better. We should do it in a way that ensures that at the bare minimum, Nova Scotians can have a roof over their heads. And we have this conversation more in the fall session than we do in the spring session. Why? Because it's going to get cold. And it's going to start snowing. And people are still going to be living outside. And now, with a push from our municipal units to get people inside, maybe they're living in substandard housing or shelter space. Maybe they're moving into the woods. Who knows? But what we need is housing. And we are able to provide that. And instead, while we have, and I will say, we have seen programs. I am certain that my government colleagues will stand up and talk about the programs. And I'll remind them they didn't need our vote for those programs. And if they weren't in an omnibus bill, we certainly would have supported them. But they're not enough. They're not enough. They're not enough because rents are rising 28% year over year, because people are paying $4,400 more a year for rent now than they were when this government took office. They weren't because there is no real path to home ownership in this province anymore, and it is as expensive to live and commute in Nova Scotia as it is to live and commute in Toronto or Montreal. And what does that mean for our kids? What does that mean for our businesses? What does it mean for the economic development projects that we hear about from this government? Where are people going to live? It's hard. I am sure you have all heard about this. And so what we're asking for is action. Close the fixed-term lease loophole. Cap rents at inflation and make it make sense for landlords and for tenants. Build more homes that people can actually afford. Look at some innovative solutions like rent-to-own starter homes and shared equity that folks like United Way have been piloting. There are so many options. There are so many good things happening in little pockets of this province and in little corners of this country. Take them and run with them. You will have our support. And in the meantime, please let us know what is being done for the many tens of thousands of Nova Scotians who are struggling to afford a place to live. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Timberley Prospect.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Our caucus is in support of the spirit of this resolution, which calls attention to the urgent housing challenges that are facing Nova Scotians. From skyrocketing rents to increasing unaffordability of homes and a troubling rise in homelessness, it's clear that the current trajectory is not sustainable. In Halifax, where we have an average rent of an apartment increasing by 18% in just the last year alone, reaching $2,373 a month, and province-wide rents have risen by hundreds of dollars a month as well. Homelessness in Halifax has nearly doubled, and in the western part of the province, it's nearly tripled since 2022. As we travel across the province, we hear about this, and people mention that they've never seen so many Nova Scotians struggling with homelessness, and we hear about child poverty rates, and we hear about energy poverty. And affording a home seems completely out of reach. In Halifax, the average home is now $580,000 and more than double what it was a decade ago. In that same time frame, household income has barely kept up with inflation. Home ownership is now a distant dream for many young people in our province. And these alarming trends underscore the urgent need for action. Not necessarily spending action, and while this government likes to brag about just how much money they are spending, it's not just about the amount you spend. If it was, this government would have fixed everything, with virtually all of their departments overspending, coming in at budget and then overspending on top of that. This resolution talks about stronger tenant protections and meaningful support for nonprofit housing partners. I'll just mention a couple spending things that the government has worked on. Happy Pad, which demonstrates the problem with poorly targeted spending. Over $1 million spent on this initiative, yet it resulted in 60 leases in 2 years, costing the government over $20,000 per lease. This clearly raises questions about the efficacy and efficiency of government programs, but the government doesn't care about that. They've yet to actually review any of their programs since they came into government. Imagine what that money could have done if directed towards more effective and impactful initiatives such as supporting nonprofit housing providers or providing direct assistance to tenants that are facing eviction. So we've seen this government ignore solutions like a residential tenancy enforcement unit, an initiative supported by landlords, tenants, and this government's own study into improving the residential tenancy system. I'm glad the resolution calls for stronger protections for tenants, which are absolutely needed. We need strong tenant protections to prevent unfair practices like the abuse of the fixed-term lease to circumvent the rent cap. This crisis requires practical solutions that actually does get homes built. Our party believes strongly in building more houses for all types, so non-market housing, but also driving market-oriented housing. We believe in ensuring fairness for tenants, but also ensuring builders, landlords, and nonprofits are willing and able to add supply. Nova Scotians need a comprehensive approach to the housing crisis that increases supply, strengthens tenant protections, supports nonprofits, and addresses affordability in a meaningful way. We need investment in public and nonprofit housing for vulnerable populations. We need incentives and partnerships with the private sector to accelerate the construction of new rental units, affordable homes, and diverse housing types, transit-oriented housing, never talked about by the government. We also need a huge investment in infrastructure to unlock new opportunities for housing. This speaks to new roads, new transit, actually being a real partner with municipalities to build transit. Water infrastructure. We've suggested how to tap into available infrastructure funds to offset costs with water and actually really invest in what's needed, the basics. But without modernizing our permitting systems and investing more in things like trades training. I understand there are many different wait lists still at the Nova Scotia Community College for trades that we need, and fixing bottlenecks in planning. So government money just throwing it around at different programs will not solve the problem. This resolution is a clear call for government to recognize the depth of the crisis and take urgent action. I urge all members to support it and help Nova Scotians truly find a safe, affordable housing and a roof above their head. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Glace Bay Dominion.
Hey. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I really am happy to get up on this topic because I don't know if any government has done anything as much as we have to address housing. I'll address some of the things that were said along the way. I've been taking notes as we went here to try and address specifically what was said, but there's a lot of comments over there in my notes. My notes include a lot of numbers, and if you're anything like me, I glaze over when there's too many numbers, so I'll try to take my time at that point just so you can let it sink in. But anyway, Madam Speaker, when it comes to an enforcement unit, an assessment has been done on an enforcement unit, and it showed that it wouldn't be what Nova Scotians are looking for. It wouldn't give us the bite that it wanted. It would add bureaucracy to the system and potentially cause delays in the program, which is something that other provinces have experienced with such a unit. The report did not recommend whether an enforcement unit should be implemented. However, guiding principles that resulted from the report were incorporated and modernized in the residential tenancy program. So we took the good parts that we could deal with out of it, Madam Speaker. These actions include introducing initiatives to reduce hearing wait times, which are now among the shortest in the country at less than 5 weeks. Wait times can be as long as 6 months in provinces that have complied with the enforcement units. 5 weeks, Madam Speaker, compared to 6 months. Creating a scheduling process for hearings that is responsive to high priority cases, and enforcing options for resolving disputes without a hearing in emergency situations. Offering more accessible online information and service to the program, and increasing education and awareness outreach. Mr. Speaker. Strengthening tenants' rights. Under this government, Mr. Speaker, several amendments have been made to the Residential Tenancy Act. Over the last 4 years, we have taken steps that have strengthened tenants' rights in Nova Scotia, including we've extended the temporary rent cap until December 31st, 2027. We protected tenants against renovation evictions by implementing minimum notice timelines and compensation model that includes 3 months rent, moving expenses, and possible rent differences in the new rental unit. We've made it easier for tenants to get their security deposit back. And we're requiring landlords' contact information to be on the contract. Mr. Speaker, we prohibited tenants from subletting rental rates higher than the original rates to the potential tenants. And we're authorizing the publication of directors' orders or summaries to increase transparency. Mr. Speaker, as I said, it gives me great pleasure to stand here and speak about the actions taken by this government to help protect tenants' affordability. As the Leader of the Opposition has said, we need more housing. And we'll agree, government's response to housing affordability is to create more supply. I've heard a member from the Liberal caucus over there talking about $20,000 per contract for the Happy Pad. Happy Pad has been made, in my opinion, it's been made a bit of a joke in this House by the opposition. And Mr. Speaker, I would like to ask any one of those members opposite to ask the 60,000 people that signed a contract within the Happy Pad if they think it's a joke. We cannot build a house for $20,000. But Mr. Speaker, it gets better than that. 60,000 contracts were signed within the platform. Outside of that, Mr. Speaker, 400 units. 400 units. I don't think that's a joking matter, and I don't think housing is a joking matter. So I don't know, maybe the opposition member would like to ask somebody who's accessed housing that way. And Mr. Speaker, I tell you, Glace Bay has been fortunate enough to get some public housing already. It's only been approximately 30 to 40 years since we had some built. We've got 8 two-bedroom units completed, fully accessible ground floors. And Mr. Speaker, I got to tell you, the heartfelt thank you that I'm receiving on that is absolutely incredible. Incredible. And I am so proud to be part of a government that takes housing as serious as it is to invest the kind of money that we're investing in this, and a 5-year plan that we're 2 years into, and are already 167% complete. Mr. Speaker, I think this government is doing fabulous when it comes to housing. I know we have lots of need out there. I know there's lots more to do, but by no means can a member stand over there on the opposite side and say that we're not acting and we're not getting things done. Mr. Speaker, when I talk about government response to housing, over 60,000 Nova Scotians, 60,000, and their families are closer to accessing housing, with thousands more to come as our first of its kind housing plan continues to show exceptional results. 60,000. Mr. Speaker, you've heard the minister quote many times, 167% of a 5-year plan. Those 60,000 families are pretty grateful that we're moving at breakneck speed, I would say. In the plan's first 24 months, we've invested hundreds of millions of dollars, cut miles of red tape, supported the workforce, and reduced costs. And we're just getting started. We remain focused on helping all Nova Scotians in need of housing. The work we're doing is making it easier to build and is getting more Nova Scotians in homes much faster. Progress of our Action for Housing Plan from April 1st, 2023 to July 31st, 2025 is pretty substantial. Through a partnership with the Community Housing Transformation Centre, 10 Indigenous and African Nova Scotian organizations received 21.6% of the seed funding awarded through the Community Housing Growth Fund, which helps to strengthen the sector and lay groundwork for development in 2024 and 2025. New housing supply programs, whether it's building hundreds of new public housing units for the first time since the 1990s, protecting and preserving affordable housing stock, quadrupling our investment in rent supplements, or working alongside our community housing partners to create or preserve over 3,000 affordable units. This government has been working tirelessly to ensure as many Nova Scotians have access to safe, affordable housing as possible. And isn't that what we're here talking about? Mr. Speaker, I had the luxury of attending a housing announcement in Digby not long ago. And that was absolutely incredible because we got to speak to tenants who were going into the units. And those tenants were just glowing at the thought of a new home, a safe place to live. Mr. Speaker, to suggest that this government is not working to help supply housing is simply not looking at the facts. It's not looking at numbers at all. The department administers several programs designed to increase the availability and affordability of housing, including the Land for Housing Program, the Affordable Housing Development Program, Secondary and Backyard Suite Incentive Program, the Student Housing Development Program, and an initiative designed to increase housing availability for healthcare workers. I would say that's a pretty serious government to address housing, Mr. Speaker. In the past 3 years, through these programs and initiatives, a total of 2,794 new units have been committed to or built, of which 1,184 are affordable units. Mr. Speaker, that's 42.4%. This includes 475 units for students and healthcare workers. Support for renters, rent supplements, and public housing. Rent supplements help make life more affordable for Nova Scotians, and we are focused on making sure as many people and families as possible have access to this program. Through rent supplements and public housing, currently 21,207 households across Nova Scotia are supported. 21,000. Over 12,023 households with 20,905 tenants are occupants of public housing units across Nova Scotia. Mr. Speaker, 69% of those are seniors, a vulnerable sector of society. Applicants may be prioritized to access to public housing if they are experiencing homelessness, if they're survivors of family violence, if they're living in inadequate housing, or need affordable housing located near life-sustaining supports. We announced the largest investment in new public housing in the province's history. The first major investment in over 30 years. Mr. Speaker, if the two parties opposite of us did anything on housing when they were in government, perhaps there wouldn't be such an urgent need right now. Nonetheless, we'll continue to forge forward. Since 2023, a total of $251.2 million has been committed to build 515 new public housing units. 51 of those units are modular and 464 new builds. That will house up to 1,300 Nova Scotians. The Executive Panel on Housing in the HRM is working to remove barriers and to speed up development so that people can access homes faster. The work of the panel has been successful in creating the conditions to build over 60,000 units in the HRM. Mr. Speaker, without the panel, thousands of units would have been delayed for years, possibly stalling housing access for tens of thousands of Nova Scotians and their families. The minister has designated 16 specialty planning areas, and that would result in 60,000 housing units being brought to market between 3 years and 24 months earlier than would have otherwise have been the case. Again, Mr. Speaker, if we had had any movement on this file from the previous government, perhaps the urgency wouldn't be so felt by Nova Scotians today. Through community housing preservation programs, we've increased our investment in the community housing sector by 10 times since taking office, to the tune of $283 million. This has helped over 3,000 people and families access affordable housing faster. I think that's what we're trying to do. That should be all members of the House. I think that's all of our goal. And I would dare say that this government is moving on exactly that. Multiple programs, big numbers. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the NDP for bringing this resolution forward, asking for stronger protections for tenants and meaningful action on housing affordability. And I can only speak to what I know in Cumberland North, Mr. Speaker, and I can say that while this government has invested in housing, and we're grateful for what they have done, there is still an enormous need, greater than ever before seen. In fact, last weekend I was at a memorial service for first responders, and I was telling our chief of police a little story, was something that had happened the day before, and he said, Elizabeth, he said, in the last 2-3 weeks, he said, with the weather starting to cool, he said the greatest issue facing our area is the lack of housing and the lack of places for people to lay their head safely. He said that he's never seen before people that have full-time jobs but can't afford a place to live, and they're sleeping in their cars or otherwise. And the story that I had shared with them the day before, I had gone out to the Linden Community Center around 9:30. I had organized a workshop on healthy well waters, and I told my staff, take the weekend off, I'm fine, I'll do it. So I didn't take anyone with me. And I was a little nervous because the day before, sadly, there was somebody who was mentally unstable had come to my pugwash office and took a note that was a little scary, and we had to report to police. So I was nervous going by myself, but I thought, it'll be fine. I'm going to Linden, which is where I grew up. I'll be safe. And half an hour before the workshop was to start, I'm there by myself, and a man just appeared. He's walking towards the building, clearly disheveled, backpack on, and I thought, oh my goodness. Anyway, thankfully, he turned out to be very friendly, kind-hearted man, but he was unsheltered. And he was coming because he saw my vehicle there, and he wanted to know if there was any chance I had anything for him to eat. So I shared with him some of the food that I had brought for the workshop, and then he asked me if I had a cigarette. I said, I don't have a cigarette, but I have caffeine, and he was so grateful. But I asked him, Mr. Speaker, I said, where did you sleep last night? And he said, just up there in the ditch. Whew. It's very, very sad to see some of the circumstances that people are living in these days. And I wish I had millions of dollars and I'd just build a place so that everybody had a place to go, because no one should have to sleep in a ditch. Just last week, someone my age who has worked her whole life, who I know, who's struggling with mental illness, is discharged and has no place to go. Woman my age, she's worked her whole bloody life, and where does she have to go? The local shelter. It's unbelievable, actually. Like these circumstances are happening. And I just wanted to share a few of these stories, a few of these examples, Mr. Speaker, just to emphasize that while there has been money spent on public housing, and while there's been money spent on supporting some of the nonprofit initiatives, of which I'm very grateful that have happened in Cumberland North, there's still such a need, Mr. Speaker. And I hope that the government sees sees the need and doesn't just see all the good work that has been done, but the need that still needs to be done. And I'm getting daily emails and phone calls from my office on housing and the need for housing, and they're for people of all ages, including seniors. And I'm going to finish up quickly because I want to make sure there's time for my other colleagues to share as well. But I do want to just finish my comments on housing, Mr. Speaker, by asking the government to please reconsider the cutbacks to the HARP program, because the people that are struggling right now are these very people that need those programs. And it's the hardest thing to be in my office, and I'm sure other MLAs sitting here are experiencing the same thing. When you have somebody come to your office at 75 that's worked their entire life, that look you in the eye and say, what am I supposed to do? I don't have enough money to put heat in my or oil in my oil tank. And they're going to be cold all winter. So I'll just end with those few comments, Mr. Speaker. I implore the government to reverse the decision on cutting back who's eligible in the HARP program and increase it back to what it was last year. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member from Dartmouth North.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the folks in the House that have spoken to this resolution thus far. I just want to make a couple of quick comments. Hearing my colleague from Cumberland North speak, it's clear now, and I know that everyone in this room knows this, that the housing crisis is not just an HRM problem. There was a time when it was mostly an HRM issue. And we who represent ridings in the HRM have been very familiar with it and have been proposing solutions and a calling for government action for many, many years. And now we're hearing people who represent more rural areas, towns instead of cities, who are experiencing they're witnessing the trauma of homelessness and the housing crisis. And I want to say that when we talk about such things, Mr. Speaker, to rattle off statistics and numbers about how much money has been invested here and how much money has been invested there, and all of the things that we've done, and all of the things, and why would we, no one else has done anything, but we've done it all. Well, that all of those numbers could be true, and yet it doesn't actually show up in what people are experiencing right now. Because as people get housed, there are more people becoming unhoused, because we are not addressing the systemic issues that cause homelessness, Mr. Speaker. So we can build all the affordable housing we want. We can make sure that people have, access to shelters. We can do all kinds of things to make sure people aren't sleeping outside, which, by the way, aren't enough, because there's an awful lot of people sleeping outside right now. Homelessness has doubled in the last year in HRM, Mr. Speaker. Okay, there are people living in tents all over the place, even with shelters open. And we all know that shelters are not a solution for everybody. But even with that, if we do not address the reasons why people are being rendered homeless, then we are just spinning our wheels. We're like hamsters on the wheel. We are putting Band-Aids on cuts, and then the cuts are happening in other places. So I will give you one simple solution, Mr. Speaker. One thing that could not end homelessness, but it could certainly slow it down, and that is ending the fixed-term lease loophole in the Residential Tenancies Act. And when I hear the Minister of Service Nova Scotia talk about how the Residential Tenancies Act works for people and how everyone just needs to get educated about how well it works, well, it's just not the case, Mr. Speaker. It's not the case. And the fixed-term lease loophole is just that. It's a loophole. And I understand that not-for-profit housing organizations use it. I understand that people who rent to students use it. I understand all of that. I get it, and I see that those are important uses for that type of lease. However, Mr. Speaker, if we had rent control or a rent cap tied to a unit instead of a person, then there would be no way to exploit or reason to exploit the fixed-term lease loophole. These are things that we have been saying for several years, and they are falling on the shoulders of this government who refuses to listen to us. We need a rent cap tied to a unit. The rent goes up 5%. If someone new moves in, it's at the same place. And if someone moves in, you don't get to adjust the rent. You just keep it at the 5%, boom, 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 every time, whether there's a new person or not. That way, a fixed-term lease loophole or a fixed-term lease is not helpful to a landlord who's trying to evade the rent cap. It's as simple as that, Mr. Speaker. We asked for this change to be made, and we asked for it to be made today. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Needham.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm standing up to speak on this motion because, as we all know, housing is an issue, and it's affecting every single community across this province. And there's no way that we can deny it because each and every one of us see it on our emails, in our offices, on our phone calls. You can't pick up the paper, scroll social media, or talk to your neighbors without hearing about housing. Every day, my office tries to help people find their homes that they can afford, apply for rent supplements, and navigate the overburdened residential tenancy system. And I know that the minister likes to talk about, things are working and the tenancy system works. Well, spend a day in my office, and I'll tell you that that is not the truth. But my office can only do so much in a system that isn't working the way that it should. People are struggling to find a place to live, struggling to afford the rent once they find an apartment, and struggling to stay in the homes they already have. There's no way around it, and we've heard from folks, our colleagues across the aisle and on this side, talk about the rising rents, talk about how homes are unattainable, and there's no way around it. Nova Scotia is in the middle of a housing crisis. So let's start with rents. They're skyrocketing. And if people think, oh, that's not true, that's, you don't know what you're talking about. Well, on average, Nova Scotians are paying about $4,400 more per year for rent. That's a lot of money per year than they were before this government was elected. So think about that. That's $360 more $360 more every single month. That's not like pennies. That's not, $1 extra or, something that you can kind of cut. That's $360 more every single month for a renter. This money could pay for an extra grocery run. It could pay for school supplies and extracurricular activities. This money could go towards paying for inflated power bills or water bills or phone bills. And I know each and every one of us have water bills and power bill emails, so I know you understand that that is an issue. This is money that families just don't have to spare. Meanwhile, homelessness has doubled in Halifax and nearly tripled in the western part of the province, which has been spoken here today. The point-in-time count as of September, not even a couple days ago, was 1,028. It's tripled in the western part of the province. These are people forced to sleep in cars, tents, shelters, or couches with nowhere safe that they can afford. We also aren't building nearly enough housing. In HRM over the last 4 years, only 19 new housing units were built for every 100 persons added to the population. Think about that. 19 new housing units for every 100 people. And what housing is built, very few can afford. And I can tell you that in Halifax Needham, we got lots of housing. It's very unaffordable. Because we have no real rent cap and very little real investment in non-market housing that's actually affordable. This means more Nova Scotians are forgetting about the dream of home ownership. The cost of buying a home has far surpassed how much people are making. And for entire generations, that dream is slipping out of reach. Over 60% of Nova Scotians say they worry they will never get ahead financially. Madam Speaker, none of this is inevitable. These outcomes are a result of the choices that this government is making. But with better choices, we can change direction. This government has had opportunities to act. They could have closed the fixed-term lease loophole, as my colleague had spoken about, to give renters real security. They could have created a residential tenancies enforcement unit to prevent renters from being abused. Instead, we saw different priorities. And I want to be very clear. This government has raised the rent cap to 5%, the highest in the country, making it easier and faster for landlords to evict renters, and investing in boondoggles like Happy Pad that promised big results but delivered very little. And yes, those 60 people that have got a room in someone's house, I bet they are super happy because they now have a roof over their head. But what about the thousands of people that are on wait lists? What about the thousands of people that are out on the street right now, in tents, in their cars, in the forest? Because of that investment, at that enormous cost of $22,500 per lease, you know, that could have built a secondary home, or one of the, what are they, the grandfather suite or the grandma suites or whatever they call it. That could have. It could have made a one-room tiny house. Now there are even efforts to remove rights from renters in shared accommodations. So under a bill ironically titled the Protecting Nova Scotians Act, you know, sitting after sitting, I've been watching and waiting for a housing bill that helps Nova Scotians. Instead, sitting after sitting, announcement after announcement, we see things that strips rights from Nova Scotians, from renters in Nova Scotia, from homeowners in Nova Scotia. So, Madam Speaker, the impact of these choices are clear. Here's what that impact looks like. It looks like seniors on fixed incomes who are seeing their rent jump hundreds of dollars overnight. It looks like young people working 2 jobs but still getting forced out of the communities that they grew up in. It looks like renters at the Scotian who paid their full rent this month after not having power for over 2 weeks. It looks like families sitting in shelters and kids doing their homework in motel rooms because that's their only option. And it looks like service workers, healthcare workers, construction workers, and teachers, the very people this province depends on, saying that they can't afford to live here anymore. I'm not sharing these stories, you know, out of frustration. These are facts. I share it because I know that we as a collective can do better. We have the solutions from renters, from housing advocates, from experts at Dalhousie Legal Aid, and across the province. We hear from folks all the time giving us suggestions. We bring them forward here on the floor to discuss and debate. These are ideas that are on the table. We just need the political will to act. And that political will can happen in this House. People don't want excuses. They don't want studies. They want action that will make real differences in their lives. The NDP has put forward solutions that will help people now. We want to protect renters by creating real rent control. Let's cap rent increases at the rate of inflation and close the fixed-term lease loophole so that the rent control actually works. Let's increase the supply of housing by expanding pre-approved home designs and investing in infrastructure municipalities need to support our housing. Let's invest in more non-market housing where renters pay no more than 30% of their income on rent. And let's finally build a path to home ownership with rent-to-own starter homes. These are practical, doable ideas that will actually make a difference for people right now. So, Madam Speaker, housing is not a luxury. It's the foundation of everything else. If you don't have a safe, stable home you can afford, everything else in life is harder, and we all know that. That's why our motion matters. This motion is simple. Let's debate the housing crisis. Let's put it on the floor. Let's let Nova Scotians know that we care about housing in Nova Scotia. Folks talk to us all the time and they tell us, why aren't we discussing housing? Why aren't we changing the rules and the regulations and putting forward legislation that helps renters in Nova Scotia? Let's put it on the floor of this House and have this government stand up and say where they stand. Do they stand with renters who need protection, or with landlords who have been allowed to take advantage of loopholes and weak enforcement? Do they stand with Nova Scotians who want a fair shot at home ownership? Or do they shrug while this dream drifts further and further out of reach? Listen, this should not be a partisan issue. Every single one of us in here hear from our constituents that tell us about this housing crisis, whether it be a neighbor, whether it be someone that they see that they want to help on the street, similar to my colleague who has seen someone and they felt for them. We all have a heart. We understand this. Every single one of us has heard from the people we represent who are hurting. Every single one of us knows families who have been pushed to the brink, who have had to spend and borrow and loan all of these things just to pay rent because they had to, put back their children's milk, or couldn't buy eggs, or couldn't buy bread to feed their children, or couldn't pay for their full medication. We know this from seniors because we hear from this all the time. These are the people that we represent. These are the people that are telling us, what are we doing about this housing crisis? These are our neighbors, our friends, our constituents. And yet we have not heard a debate at all on this floor about housing and how important it is for it to be a human right for people. So let's have this debate. And I think it's valid for us to have this debate. Let's listen to the voices of Nova Scotians who are saying loud and clear that what this government is doing right now is not enough. Let's stop pretending that trickle-down housing policy is going to solve this. So, Madam Speaker, we heard about all of the many investments that are happening with this government, but I want to set the record straight, because I have just a touch of time left. I want and the member mentioned let this sink in. Enforcement assessment was not what Nova Scotians was looking for. I challenged Nova Scotians to actually talk to your MLA about what enforcement really means for you. Because we hear from folks every single day about how their homes are unlivable, how they can't even open up a window, how there's mold growing in their bathroom. And these are all small little things that they take to residential tenancy, and guess what? They have to suck it up because it doesn't go through the same way that we feel it should happen here in residential tenancy. And I just want to say, it wouldn't delay anything. When we talk about enforcement, that's not a delay, that's actually a help. More hands make light work. You know what I'm saying? So if you have more people doing the work, you have less people hearing from people that have issues. And wait times would still be there, but there'll be less of that extra, having to figure out those processes in order to help people. So I also want to say rent supplement program has been broken. The calculations aren't accurate, and we have heard from multiple people, and it's also been looked into. So when we talk about rent subs and people are using those rent subs, yes, because it's a necessity, because cost of living is skyrocketing, and we also know that rents are high. And it's based on amounts that are not realistic. So when we think about, the amount for a one-bedroom, it's not realistic in the actual rental price of a unit that you would be purchased or renting in Halifax or in HRM. And I want to say there needs to be changes to the RTA. It needs to be strengthened. I will say I haven't heard anything about, rent control. I hear about all these things being stripped from housing renters. We see it, we've heard it, and instead of seeing a bill that comes across this table to help renters, we haven't seen that. So, Speaker, this motion is about cutting through the excuses and forcing this government to reckon with the reality Nova Scotians are facing every day. We need to open our ears and our eyes, and let's have this discussion, and then let's work toward making sure every Nova Scotian can afford their home. I want to thank you, Madam Speaker, for your time, and I move to adjourn debate on Resolution 219.
The motion is to adjourn debate on Resolution 219. Would all those in favor of the motion please say aye? Aye. 220. No, it's 219. Would all those in favor of the motion please say aye? Aye. Contrary-minded, nay. The motion is carried. I recognize the Honourable Government House Leader. The Honourable House Leader for the official opposition.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I ask that you call a notice of motion under Rule 32 other than government notices of motion.
Motions other than government motions. I recognize the Honourable House Leader for the official opposition.
Madam Speaker, will you please call Resolution 220?
Resolution 220. I recognize the Honourable Member for Dartmouth South.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I am honored to rise today on Treaty Day to speak to this resolution, and I will read it for the benefit of members because it was tabled earlier. I hereby give notice that on a future day I shall move the adoption of the following resolution. Whereas the duty to consult Indigenous peoples is a constitutional obligation grounded in Section 35 of the Constitution Act 1982 and has been affirmed by the Supreme Court of Canada in Haida Nation v. British Columbia 2004 and subsequent decisions. Whereas the Mi'kmaq are the original inhabitants of Mi'kma'ki, which includes the lands and waters of Nova Scotia, and hold constitutionally protected Aboriginal and treaty rights. Whereas significant natural resource projects in Nova Scotia may affect those rights and interests, requiring meaningful consultation and, where appropriate, accommodation, therefore be it resolved that on a future date, the House shall debate the importance of upholding the legal duty to consult Indigenous communities on significant natural resource projects and the importance of ensuring that consultation processes are timely, transparent, respectful, and consistent with the honor of the Crown. Madam Speaker, I hope we can have a good conversation as we move this final resolution on our opposition day around consultation. This is something that has come up a fair bit. Yesterday we had our national holiday for Truth and Reconciliation. Today, October 1st is Treaty Day, and we are celebrating the 300th anniversary of the signing of the first Treaty of Peace and Friendship in 1725. And those 300 years have been a bit rocky, I would say. But in many ways, the spirit of those treaties have persevered. And so I think it's incredibly important that to mark that day and to show respect for the Mi'kmaq of this land and beyond, that we have a conversation about consultation, because this is an issue that has come up again and again since this government, subsequent to the last election, made some very major changes in policy and surprise announcements around their intention to exploit the natural resources of Nova Scotia, namely lifting the ban on uranium mining and fracking that had been in place for a long time. So we haven't, I would be remiss if I didn't point out that unlike what has been the tradition for decades, there were no commemorations marking Treaty Day in this House. There was nothing marking Treaty Day from this government. And I hope that that's something that will be remedied in the years to come. This is a very important day. And to sit on this day, to, as we anticipate, bring controversial legislation for debate late at night on the day that we signed a treaty 300 years ago is, I think, disrespectful to the spirit of those treaties. And that is why we have brought this resolution, because what we have heard both through official channels of the Assembly, and my colleague will get into this more, through unofficial channels, members of the Grand Council, and in communities, is that the Mi'kmaq feel that this change to our natural resource policy triggers that duty to consult. And consultation happens prior to action. It's not an either or. It's not we do it and then we talk about it. Consultation means we talk about it and then we do it. That's the definition. And in this case, that's not how it happened. And there's still time for meaningful engagement, and I think some bit of that is happening. But we need to discuss not just our constitutional requirement, but more. I mean, what the constitutional requirement does is codify what is in the treaties and peace and friendship. And when we were at Government House earlier today, and many of my colleagues from all sides of this House were there for the flag raising, the Chief of the Grand Council spoke, and there were many people there representing the Mi'kmaq who have direct lineage to the Mi'kmaq leaders who signed those treaties, who were a party to those treaties. These are grandfathers and great-grandfathers and great-great-grandfathers, strong patriarchs and matriarchs in the Mi'kmaq community who signed those treaties with probably the great-grandfathers of some of the people in this chamber. And so we are called upon to respect those, and we have not respected those, Madam Speaker. And so, you know, as we move forward and we think about the ways in which we are legislating on behalf of all Nova Scotians, we need to have at the front of our mind the spirit of those treaties and our constitutional requirement. So we are not doing that, I would submit. We heard very compellingly related to legislation that I think we'll be discussing later. Presenters at public bills recently saying that they feel disrespected, that they feel insulted. This is not how they should be made to feel, and in fact, it is a violation of the treaties that we have signed. So it is imperative that we take that responsibility seriously, and we bring this resolution today to give the government an opportunity to do that. To give this government an opportunity to stand, to reaffirm the commitment to the treaties, to engage in a systematic way with the First Nations leadership in our province, to hold back on introducing or debating further legislation that is on the order paper that also is in need of prior consultation before it moves forward. And we certainly hope that government will listen to us. We want to know that this government will engage with First Nations in a meaningful way in good faith. And we want the leadership of the Mi'kmaq to know that we are capable of taking a different approach, where we can consult, listen, engage, and deliver real economic prosperity for all Nova Scotians, for First Nations, for communities, for cities and towns and villages, and for people all across our province. And so with those few words, I'll look forward to the comments of my colleagues. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Sydney, member 2.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, honored to get on my place to support this resolution. Our caucus supports this resolution. Just take a few minutes to talk about our thoughts as a caucus, but also some experience I've had in the consultation process when it came to natural resource projects over the years. And as my colleague from the NDP pointed out, you know, today marks the beginning of Mi'kmaq History Month, and also Treaty Day, making this topic especially important to talk about. The duty to consult, as we know, is enshrined in Constitution, which we always respect. But ultimately, in my experience, to consult is really at the will of the government. And I go back to a time when I was involved in the mining and energy side, where we were heavy into conversations around bringing natural gas across the country to ship from Guysborough. At the time, we were speaking with members of the European Union. There was a big conversation, which is happening again, around the dependence of natural gas coming from Russia. So we were into all of this, and there was a lot of headway that was made. And one of the key elements of that, Madam Speaker, was the fact that we were consulting at the time. And there were agreements in place with First Nation leadership around what a potential project would look like, the employment that would come from it after the project was built and constructed, who would be responsible for it, and it was done very collaboratively. I use that as one example. I use the example of, I'm very fortunate to be the MLA and represent the community of Membertou. Membertou was really one of the saviors of our community when it was our darkest times, when out-migration was at its highest. The vision of Chief Paul and Council and Dan Christmas and all the people who were involved back then, who I've had the fortune of learning from my entire career, really stepped up, and the motto was simple, is that what was good for Membertou was good for the community, and what was good for the CBRM was good for Membertou. There was always a respect for their government. It was a self-government. They direct their own future, but as an elected representative, whether it was with the city or with the province, we always worked in collaboration. We've seen huge success at a local level because of that. We've also seen that collaboration that Membertou has now expanded really across Nova Scotia and the world, for that matter. And their reputation speaks for themselves when it comes to a community that was really bankrupt at one point, and how they were able to turn their fortunes around, and not only for the people of their community, but for people right across communities of this province. So that is very important for me in this. And I, as I said, Madam Speaker, I'm very lucky that I've had the ability to learn from Chief Terry, and that they've given me a lot of knowledge and a lot of support since I was really in my early 20s, finishing college and getting into being involved in the community. And I reiterate with this government why this resolution is important. Let's not forget, it wasn't that long ago that this government was really talking about uranium mining and fracking. And the big message was, we're building and we're going to develop resources, and it's going to happen overnight, and everybody's going to be prosperous. So, interesting enough, though, Madam Speaker, I haven't heard the Premier or the government talk about uranium mining in a long time. And I would argue probably the Premier's office told the departments to not talk about it anymore, because it was not done correctly. I say that as the former mining minister who still supports that we're not prepared to be mining uranium in this province. There are a whole number of reasons why we put that in place when we were there. I'm happy to stand in my place to do that, as I think there's lots of great opportunities across this province when it comes to resource development. We've tabled bills around actually doing the real science to make sure that you can map this province and you can see where your opportunities are, but there are still too many conversations around uranium mining, and there's too many conversations to be had around hydraulic fracturing. There is. That's why the bans were put, that's why the moratoriums were put in place. People were supposed to be consulted on, they weren't consulted, period. I'll leave it there. So the point is, the government stopped talking about that, as I said, because they were probably told to stop talking about it. But if you recall, letters immediately came out from First Nations leadership saying that they weren't consulted. It was like immediate. They were, and these are stewards of the land. These are the original peoples of this land, and you're going to start hydraulic fracturing and uranium mining and not having a conversation with First Nations leadership, and you got called out. The government got called out, Madam Speaker. Rightfully so. Rightfully so. So that's how quick it can happen if you don't consult. But in all of my experience that I've been fortunate to have with this, is that consultation can be very healthy. It can be very productive. You can go into projects together with mutual respect, mutual economic benefit, and social benefit for everybody in this province, and a mutual understanding that we all want the same thing. We want to develop the resources that we have. we want to do it safely, we want to do it environmentally sound, and we want to ensure that everybody benefits from it. Period. That's it. I've been in situations where I use the example of trying to bring natural gas from out west. We went out to Calgary, flew the flag, did the Imagine Liberals say, believe it or not. We all went out, we flew the flag. We saw the transition from coal, natural gas was part of that. You know, when we were talking about wind projects, you see a lot of the partnerships that are happening. So there's lots of examples I can provide. But this government came right out of the gate, said we're going to frack, we're going to take the ban off uranium mining, we're not going to tell anybody, and rightfully so, we're called out by First Nations leadership. Rightfully so. So you got off on a bad foot right away. So hopefully the government now is taking a step back. Obviously, they are from uranium mining for two reasons. Number one, there was no bids, which we predicted, because there has been some science done around it. And they're not talking about it anymore because it was so, communities all over the province were like, wait a second, we're supposed to be consulted on this. We weren't consulted at all. That was the whole point of taking the ban off, is that we're going to be consulted first. It was said on the floor of the legislature here. We'll consult first, and then we'll go out and do the science. And all of a sudden, people started realizing that the activity was happening. Nobody had any information. The bids never came in, and I'm sure the Premier's office told everybody to stop talking about uranium mining, because it was a hot button topic. Every riding or constituency has them. I had lots of them over the years myself when I was in government. So I kind of end off with I've seen in my experience when consultation really works, and it's building relationships. There's no science to it. It's a government respecting the rights of our First Nations leaders in their communities to be part of what success can come for everyone in this province. It is. It starts with the mutual respect. It starts with a handshake, and it starts with sitting down and saying, we're in this together. We want the best for our communities. We want the best for all of our kids. Period. I was very fortunate to see that. I had a front row seat to it with the leadership at home in Member 2. It's been a privilege to represent the community, and as I said, I learned a lot along the way. So with that, Madam Speaker, we support this resolution. The government's really got off to, I would argue, a difficult path when it comes to the resource development, because they actually started announcing stuff and not consulting with anyone. So they have some trust to build back, in my opinion. And for us, as I said, I've seen it firsthand. Good collaboration. We want everyone to succeed. The First Nations of this province are there. The original peoples of this province, they deserve every right to be consulted and be part of the success. We have so many great examples from Member 2 and beyond. So very happy to get on my feet and support my colleagues.
I recognize the honourable member for Pictou West.
Madam Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity to rise and speak on this important topic, one that affects all Nova Scotians and one that must be approached with sincerity, with respect, and with purpose. We recognize the fundamental importance of consultation with Nova Scotia's 13 Mi'kmaq communities. This is not just a checkbox in our decision-making. It is a constitutional duty rooted in Section 35 of the Constitution Act 1982 and guided by decades of Canadian common law. It's also simply the right thing to do. Madam Speaker, the province of Nova Scotia takes this responsibility seriously. We understand that when government considers a decision, particularly those related to land, resources, or development, and when that decision may adversely impact established or credibly asserted Mi'kmaq rights, the duty to consult is triggered. And this duty is not optional. It is a legal and moral obligation, one we are committed to fulfilling with transparency, respect, and above all, good faith. This process is always case by case, never cookie cutter. We ensure that consultation is meaningful, not performative. It must be transparent and responsive to the rights and interests at stake. Madam Speaker, we also understand that consultation is not about one party getting everything it wants, nor is it about government acting unilaterally. It's about finding a fair and principled balance between Mi'kmaq rights and the broader interests of Nova Scotians. Interests that include public safety, environmental protection, and economic growth. I'll offer a recent example, Madam Speaker, one that illustrates how this can work in practice. Before extending the forest use license for Port Hawkesbury paper, the province consulted with the Mi'kmaq for over 2 years. That process showed that it is indeed possible to respect Mi'kmaq rights while also supporting critical industries and the communities that rely on them. This is a success story and a model we intend to build on. Consultation, when done properly, often leads to better outcomes for everyone. We've seen this firsthand, whether it's in resource management, community development, or environmental stewardship. Working in partnership doesn't just fulfill a legal requirement, it creates solutions that are sustainable, widely supported, and far more effective in practice. It strengthens relationships. It builds trust. It creates resilience, economic, social, and environmental, across all of our communities. Madam Speaker, we value the contributions of the Mi'kmaq, and we want to work with Mi'kmaq communities as we harness Nova Scotia's resource wealth. From wind west to critical minerals, these projects represent once-in-a-generation opportunities. Opportunities that will create jobs, spark local investment, and help communities thrive, not just economically, but holistically. But we're not only talking about opportunity for individuals. We're talking about entire communities participating, benefiting, and leading in these initiatives. Because we believe, as the saying goes, that a bigger pie makes for a better feast. Economic reconciliation is a vital part of reconciliation. In unlocking our natural resource potential with full Mi'kmaq participation is a key step forward in achieving economic justice for all Nova Scotians. Madam Speaker, the dedicated public servants who review these projects and the government members who make decisions are Nova Scotians too. They care deeply about the air, the land, and the water. We have tremendous respect for the Mi'kmaq tradition of thinking 7 generations ahead. That principle, long-term stewardship, is not only wise, it's essential. And we share that value. We too care deeply about those who come behind us, about the Nova Scotia that our children and their children will inherit. In many ways, Madam Speaker, the Mi'kmaq are uniquely positioned to help shape today's opportunities. And we have examples of that working very well. Take moose management. The province has worked closely with Mi'kmaq partners on this issue for years. In fact, we've paused the mainland moose hunt in recent years to give the population time to recover. That was a joint decision and the right one. It's important that all Nova Scotians understand the Mi'kmaq and the province have been working together on moose management for nearly 20 years through the Collaborative Moose Management Working Group. That includes KMK and the Unama'ki Institute of Natural Resources, who continue to work with us on population surveys, habitat protection, and more. These are real partnerships built on real trust, and they are working. Another important point, Madam Speaker, is the Made in Nova Scotia process, the formal negotiating table involving the Mi'kmaq, the province, and the Government of Canada. And when it does, we will listen carefully, engage earnestly, and work towards solutions that benefit everyone. Madam Speaker, we recognize that some individuals feel their chiefs do not speak for them, and we acknowledge those concerns. That said, we continue to operate in good faith under the existing agreements signed with the duly elected chiefs. We are bound by those agreements, and we honor them. We will not act outside the processes that have guided our relationship for nearly 2 decades. Madam Speaker, the bottom line is this. Since 2007, the Mi'kmaq of Nova Scotia, represented by the 13 Saginaw, have been engaged in structured negotiations with the province and Canada to address co-management requests, wildlife harvesting, land issues, and broader rights-related questions. Let's be clear, this is the table where these issues are meant to be discussed. The Mi'kmaq can raise issues at the main table at any time. We've seen concerns raised in the media recently, but to date, nothing has been flagged to the main table. We encourage that to happen. We want to work with Mi'kmaq communities, not around them. Now, more than ever, resource projects like Wind West represent a massive opportunity. And we want to see more prosperity shared by all Nova Scotians. And Madam Speaker, let me reinstate this so that it is clear. We recognize the fundamental importance of consultation with Nova Scotia's 13 Mi'kmaq communities. This is not just a checkbox in our decision-making, it is a constitutional duty rooted in Section 35 of the Constitution Act, 1982, and guided by decades of Canadian common law. Madam Speaker, the province of Nova Scotia takes this responsibility seriously. We understand that when government considers a decision, particularly those related to land, resources, or development, and when that decision may adversely impact established or credibly asserted Mi'kmaq rights, the duty to consult is triggered. And this duty is not optional. It is a legal and moral obligation, one we are committed to fulfilling with transparency, respect, and, above all, good faith. This process is always case by case, never cookie cutter. We ensure that consultation is meaningful, not performative. It must be transparent and responsive to the rights and interests at stake. Madam Speaker, we also understand that consultation is not about one party getting everything it wants, nor is it about government acting unilaterally. It's about finding a fair and principled balance between Mi'kmaq rights and the broader interests of Nova Scotians. Interests that include public safety, environmental protection, and economic growth. I'll offer a recent example, Madam Speaker, one that illustrates how this can work in practice. Before extending the forest use license for Port Hawkesbury paper, the province consulted with the Mi'kmaq for over 2 years. That process showed that it is indeed possible to respect Mi'kmaq rights while also supporting critical industries and the communities that rely on them. This is a success story and a model we intend to build on. Consultation, when done properly, often leads to better outcomes for everyone. We've seen this firsthand, whether it's in resource management, community development, or environmental stewardship. Working in partnership doesn't just fulfill a legal requirement, it creates solutions that are sustainable, widely supported, and far more effective in practice. It strengthens relationships, it builds trust, it creates resilience, economic, social, and environmental, across all of our communities. Madam Speaker, we value the contributions of the Mi'kmaq, and we want to work with Mi'kmaq communities as we harness Nova Scotia's resource wealth. From wind west to critical minerals, these projects represent once-in-a-generation opportunities. Opportunities that will create jobs, spark local investment, and help communities thrive, not just economically, but holistically. And we're not only talking about opportunities for individuals, we're talking about entire communities participating, benefiting, and leading in these initiatives. Because we believe, as the saying goes, that a bigger pie makes for a better feast. Economic reconciliation is a vital part of reconciliation, and unlocking our natural resource potential with full Mi'kmaq participation is a key step forward in achieving economic justice for all Nova Scotians. Now, in closing, this government believes that consultation is not a hurdle. It is an opportunity to get it right, to build lasting relationships, to create economic and environmental solutions that stand the test of time. Madam Speaker, we are committed to this path. We believe in respect and in reconciliation that is both meaningful and measurable. And we believe that when we work together, all Nova Scotians, Mi'kmaq or non-Mi'kmaq alike, benefit. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Dartmouth North.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I'm pleased to speak to this resolution. Madam Speaker, what we have just witnessed in this chamber with my honourable colleague from Pictou West speaking is exactly why we need to have this discussion. That member just read, if all of us in the future go back and look at what Hansard prints out for us, that member just read his speech almost in its entirety twice. There was no need for that, Madam Speaker. The member is playing politics with the seriousness of this debate. This is Treaty Day in Nova Scotia. This is the day that we recognize the 300th anniversary of the first treaty between the Mi'kmaq people and the British Crown. And we in the NDP have brought this resolution forward because we know that consultation is not taking place properly in this province. And that member has decided to chew up the opposition time by saying his speech twice. Give me a break, Madam Speaker. It is shameful, and I hope every one of the members' caucus feels a little bit of shame. It's honestly embarrassing. His closing remarks are about how this government wants to work collaboratively with Mi'kmaq and non-Mi'kmaq people. That's the way he finished his speech. Well, if there's anything less collaborative, I would say, well, that doesn't make sense. What he just did was the epitome of non-collaboration, Madam Speaker. So I am just going to take a couple of minutes to speak, because really there are people who can speak on this a lot more intelligently than me. But I will say a couple of things. Today is Treaty Day. We have heard from the government that they do nothing but the proper type of consulting with the Mi'kmaq people. Well, that doesn't explain the letter that all the Mi'kmaq chiefs signed last year when Bill 1 was introduced, lifting the uranium ban and the fracking ban. They weren't consulted when that happened. Oh, but they'll get consulted case by case, Madam Speaker. Case by case. Well, isn't that great? Well, it's not enough. It's their land. We live on unceded, unsurrendered Mi'kmaq territory. And anybody in this room who is not Indigenous, not Mi'kmaq, we are guests on this land. It is unceded land, and the Mi'kmaq must be consulted first. There is a group of land protectors standing on Hunter Mountain right now in Cape Breton. They are protecting the woods. Some people will call them pesky protesters. And in fact, a bill that we are going to have in front of us tonight, Madam Speaker, has in it a clause that will make it illegal and punishable by jail to block logging roads. That's what those folks on Hunter Mountain are doing. They're protecting the forests. That is what the people who set up the Treaty Truck House at Alton Gas were doing. Thank God they stayed. They have saved that land and that river from pollution by Alton Gas on the behalf of the entire province for future generations. That's what land protection and water protection is. And if they are too much of a nuisance to talk to and consult with, well, I'm sorry, that is not acceptable in this province. The duty to consult is enshrined in law, and the definition of the way this government is acting does not seem to me law-abiding. And I would imagine, I cannot predict the future, but I would imagine if Bill 127 goes through this House unamended without taking out that clause about the Crown Lands Act, that I would imagine this province will be facing some court challenges. And that is just like, why are we doing that? These cases have been fought in courts. There's precedents. It's bad legislation. And I will sit down and let my honourable colleague finish. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my colleagues, my honourable colleagues, for bringing forth this resolution 220 and for all of the comments that have been shared. Certainly, Madam Speaker, I will start off by saying I am not an expert on this topic, but I have learned since I become an MLA about treaty rights and about the duty to consult Indigenous people. And honestly, I wish that it's information and knowledge that I had before I became an MLA. And I do believe that it's something that should be taught in our schools. It's not something that I was ever taught in all my 13 years of education, not something that I learned in university. It's information that I learned as an MLA. And our treaties that have been signed with the Indigenous people should be taught in our schools, Madam Speaker. I also echo my colleague's comments just now about the bill that we will be debating tonight and the constitutional challenges that are going to come. Without a doubt, if that amendment to the Crown Lands Act does go forward. And I just stand in support of this resolution to echo what some of the comments have already been shared, to reaffirm that this is not an optional thing to do, it's not symbolic, but a constitutional duty. The obligation of governments to consult Indigenous peoples whenever decisions may affect rights and lands. And while I have much respect for my colleague in government that spoke today, I feel obligated to say that my experience in opposition, in particular, I'll bring up Bill 6 that we all debated last session, that it's my understanding from the Indigenous peoples that they weren't consulted before Bill 6 was brought to the legislature. And they were quite upset about that. And of course, that bill was to lift the ban on hydraulic fracturing onshore, as well as lift the ban on uranium mining. But I could be wrong, Madam Speaker, but my understanding from the Indigenous peoples is that they were not consulted on Bill 6 before it came here, and it was a surprise to them. So I just remind my member of that. So despite the words in the speech that he shared today, we need to look at actions. Actions do speak louder than words. And if we want to have a respectful relationship with our Indigenous people here in our province, we must speak the truth, and we must be truthful in all of our conversations and show them the respect and follow our constitutional obligations and do what is right. And for these reasons and with these few comments, I want to just end by saying that I support this resolution put forth by my colleagues. Therefore, be it resolved that it is important to uphold the legal duty to consult Indigenous communities on significant natural resource projects and to ensure that consultation processes are timely, transparent, respectful, and consistent with the honor of the Crown. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Citadel Sable Island.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to speak with great humility, really, to speak on Treaty Day about our need to recognize the current harm that is being done in Mi'kma'ki and in our relationship as treaty people. And I really wish that we were doing something different on Treaty Day. I wish that we weren't talking about our failure to uphold our treaty and constitutional responsibilities. I wish that I wasn't about to read the words of the Assembly of Mi'kmaq Chiefs, who have time and time again this year talked about their concern and anger and lack of consultation. I wish this was a different story. And I think actually I will just start quickly with this story, is that this can be a different story. Our Made in Nova Scotia tripartite forum, when it started in 1997, was actually groundbreaking. And I began working at the Nova Scotia Department of Finance a handful of months before the PC Minister of Finance of the day, Michael Baker, passed away. He had been at the forefront of those discussions about establishing the tripartite. And I will tell you, it was absolutely incredible and meaningful to see all of the chiefs from across Nova Scotia come to his funeral. And they came because they knew they had worked with someone who respected them, and that they had worked with him to establish a process that was meaningful, that was implementing our constitutional duties. And so as we go into what I do think are going to be some constitutional challenges, you know, I would encourage folks on the outside of the table to remember that, in fact, their legacy is better than this. Mm-hmm. Your legacy is the tripartite. That's your government's legacy, and we're not seeing it upheld. And, you know, and I think also to be up here on, you know, the day after Truth and Reconciliation Day, and as my colleague from Cumberland North talked about, it's true. Like, there's lots that we didn't know. The truth part of that name of that day is really important. And the Truth and Reconciliation Commission. I didn't grow up knowing about residential schools. I don't know how many people did. We didn't understand what policies were put forward to essentially enable the genocide of peoples. And I think it's really important to note that when we think about truth and reconciliation, a lot of times we focus on language and culture, and that's very important. But, you know, and we focus on the narrative around this idea of Christianizing Indigenous peoples in Canada, and that was sort of the background of the residential schools. But the residential schools, I mean, that whole approach was also to destroy the culture and language so that we could have Europeans could have access to the land without hindrance. So people knew that if you destroyed family units, if you took people away from their language, if you destroy an entire culture, that the ability to resist and respond to essentially a European takeover of their territory would be much diminished. And so I think it's really important that we talk about that truth, because until we as Canadians can really accept that truth behind our country, it's going to be very hard to work forward to the reconciliation piece. I was in Sebago-Negaty yesterday to join the public event to mark Truth and Reconciliation Day, and I think one of the things that was really important is that so many elders are there, and more elders actually come every year to that ceremony, even though, in fact, also, sadly, more elders, of course, are passing as per age. But more and more elders come because they see the community showing up and being ready to receive the truth. For so long, their history and experience of sexual, emotional, physical, mental abuse was such a heavy load to carry, and it had worked, right? So the residential schools actually did work. They actually destroyed a whole bunch of languages. They actually made people really ashamed. They actually destroyed family units. I mean, it fundamentally worked. But it's meaningful to see that more and more elders are able to come forward and be part of community gatherings because they feel the support growing in our communities. But that brings us now to Treaty Day, where we're here, and we have been faced, especially since last January, with a raft of advocacy from the Assembly of Nova Scotia Mi'kmaq Chiefs, pointing out where we're falling down, where this government is falling down and its responsibilities. So I think it is absolutely disgraceful that because there has been no real contact or consultation, that the Assembly has to constantly go in a public forum and make this known publicly. Like, there's no other forum for them. So, I mean, there were public letters in January of 2025 and March of 2025. In June of 2025, and I'll table all these when I'm done with them, they noted that months have passed since the Assembly publicly called for engagement with the provincial government on changes they are making to natural resources legislation in Nova Scotia. And Chief Tamara Young is quoted as saying, "Our voices must be heard before decisions are made. True collaboration is not merely a formality, but a constitutional duty that honors our rights and roles of owners of the land and resources." So on Treaty Day, if you've not had the chance to read the Peace and Friendship Treaties, I strongly encourage you to read them. They have nothing to do with the land. We stand on unceded territory. And the constitutional right has been established for consultation, but it's, I would say when you're standing on unceded territory, that responsibility is even deeper. So this is Mi'kmaq land. This is Mi'kma'ki. I will also say, I'll just also finish from the June 13th letter, this quote, "There's a feeling of disappointment that the Assembly has not seen any progress or commitment to transparency from this Nova Scotia government." The United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, which Canada adopted into its legislation, further emphasizes the importance of free, prior, and informed consent, which the Assembly wants Nova Scotia to take seriously. So far, Nova Scotia has not been adhering to UNDRIP's principles. So that was in June. I have another public release that actually I think is quite interesting because I think it gives us a sense of what it looks like actually when there is a more collaborative approach. So this is from August 18th, 2025. It says clarification on the MOU with Nova Copper. And it says, to be clear, the Assembly has signed a memorandum of understanding with Nova Copper. This is not an approval for any mining project, so they're just clarifying. And what they say at the end is, this MOU with Nova Copper allows us to learn more about the project firsthand, involve our communities in the discussion, and protect our inherent rights and title. When projects happen in our territory, economic opportunities for our Mi'kmaq communities are important, but they will never come at the cost of the environment. For far too long, the Mi'kmaq have been left out of projects and the economic potential in Nova Scotia. And I think this is a really important example of when it's working. It's not working with this government, but it's clear that the Mi'kmaq are ready to be part of the discussion about sustainable development, and that they want to be. Someone referenced the protests on Hunter's Mountain. And again, really, as I understand it, the Mi'kmaq were involved in the moose study that was undertaken on Unama'ki. They were partners in that. There's information about the moose population and the health of the moose population that is now being kept by the departments and not being shared. And again, this whole idea around having a trusting relationship, if you want people to understand what's happening and you've partnered with them to gather scientific information, why would you not share that as part of community consultation? And so I'll just quote from September 3rd. We are supposed to be co-managers of these lands, waters, and resources, yet decisions continue to be made that are impacting our position and our rights. Our concerns are often overlooked and dismissed, and it is clear that community members are frustrated with the position that puts us in as a nation. And I think the most recent quote that I talked about earlier today from September 26th really summarizes that we're still in a situation where the Mi'kmaq are not being meaningfully engaged in conversations about the unceded Mi'kmaq territory. And that is absolutely shameful. One of the other parts of this of the responsibility of the Crown. So, we're sitting here in this legislature as lawmakers. Ideally, we're making laws that can stand the test of time. We should be really interested in making laws that follow our constitutional structure and responsibility, that don't leave us open for a constitutional challenge, for instance. But it's also about each one of us in this room carries the honor of the Crown in that relationship. So I'm just going to read a couple things about the honor of the Crown. So, just 1 second. Further, the honor of the Crown involves a connection to and respect for Indigenous sovereignty in the sense of upholding a degree of control over the political decisions that affect their interests, lands, and livelihoods. So I guess I would invite you, as we're all sitting here in this house, to sit back and think, what am I doing? What am I doing as a member for a certain riding, as a minister, to ensure that I'm upholding the Crown's honor in the relationship with the Mi'kmaq? And this author goes on further to say, the Crown's failure to act per its honor is also a failure to move towards reconciliation. And so don't talk to me about your commitment to reconciliation when you're not doing the work. And not only are you not doing the work, but the people in Nova Scotia, the Assembly of Mi'kmaq Chiefs, have told you time and time again that you're not doing the work. Right. So, and then we also heard from land protectors at public bills. It's, I think it's very hard to take seriously any commitment to consultation when the people who are supposed to be on the other side of that are telling you very clearly that it's not working right now. The Supreme Court has issued a raft of rulings on the duty to consult. We haven't made this very easy for Indigenous people to assert their rights. In fact, there has been decades of legal work where people have had to fight to have their rights under treaties or their non-specific rights recognized. And the Supreme Court of Canada has made it clear that Crown agents, in accordance with promises made by the Crown, even if the conduct is imperfect, must not become a persistent pattern of errors and indifference that substantially frustrates the purposes of a solemn promise. And what I would say here, that 2025 has been a shameful year in Nova Scotia's path towards reconciliation with a government that continually ignores its responsibilities under duty to consult, that is actually undertaking a very persistent pattern of indifference. We'll be considering again tonight a law that arrived without consultation, without any input. And I think more broadly, I just wanted to say too that, I think this is such a critical issue, but at the same time, the treatment of the Mi'kmaq and their constitutional rights on unceded territory is very consistent with how this government has been treating lots of other Nova Scotians. So we saw this government start off with a speech from the throne, which is just so shameful. The speech from the throne is supposed to be a vision of your government, and this government's speech from the throne talked about all the special interests that you didn't like. And so in many ways, I guess this is very consistent behavior, but this government is feeding increased polarization and hate within our province. This government is casting anyone with questions or concerns as blockers rather than citizens with rights, people with lived experience who can and should shape government policy. It seems consistent then to actually ignore the Mi'kmaq people and leadership as a way to imply that they are collectively part of these special interests. This government, all governments, should be encouraging social cohesion amongst its population, not driving division. This government should be enthusiastically engaged in making truth and reconciliation real with every decision and action taken. On this side of the House, on the official opposition, we recommit ourselves to being treaty people every day. And Treaty Day is an opportunity for all of us here in this House who sit in this place of honor to make sure that we are listening to the voices of Mi'kmaq people and to understand the mistakes that are being made right now, the mistakes that are likely to be made later on this evening and in this week. But it's not too late to stop, and it's not too late to really fully embody the spirit of being treaty people. Mr.
Order. I recognize the Honourable Minister of Lanou Affairs.
So thank you for the opportunity to deliver a few thoughts and remarks and hopefully clarifications about some of the things that I've just heard and things that I've witnessed firsthand. So as everybody knows, I am a proud member of Millbrook First Nation, and this is where I'm coming from, and obviously the Department of Lanou Affairs. So a few things that the opposition hit on that I think I do deserve some clarification. Number one, I think it's good that we heard the information twice, because I think there is so much confusion and misinformation that's in community. And I think it's good when we can clarify that and hear it 2 times over of the work that we are trying to do every single day. Before I came into government, I felt similarly. I thought, oh my gosh, I've got to do all this work because nothing's happening in the right way. And then I got there and I realized, oh, there's actually a ton of great work happening. Are we all the way there yet? No. But are we making some incredible strides? Absolutely. And I'm going to clarify what some of those strides are, and then I'm just going to use as much time as I can because a lot of it's been eaten up. But I will say, the first one would be around Nduglumik, Etowapnamuk being legislated into our Environmental Climate Change Goals and Reduction Act. I don't have time to go into that in further detail, so I'll keep moving on. Essentially, with 10 seconds left, I would just say, if you'd like to hear more from an actual Indigenous person from Millbrook, you should ask me a question in question period so I have more time to answer you.
Order, please. The time allotted for opposition business has expired. Pursuant to Rule 21.2, the debate is deemed to be adjourned. We have now reached the moment of interruption. The notice of topic for the adjournment debate was submitted by the member for Halifax Citadel Sable Island and reads as follows. Therefore, be it resolved that the government must recognize and put an end to the abuse of fixed-term leases in this province. I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Citadel Sable Island.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I actually will just quickly start off with some context behind this, because the late debate motion actually reads, whereas renters at the Scotia building in Halifax spent more than 2 weeks in the dark without power, too afraid to go to the Residential Tenancies Board for help because they knew their landlord could retaliate by not renewing their fixed-term leases. And whereas we know this is not a one-off and that there are Nova Scotians all the way from Yarmouth to Sydney living in fear of eviction every day. And whereas instead of working to ease the fear of tenants, this government has consistently worked to make tenants more vulnerable by speeding up evictions and letting the cost of rent spiral out of control. And
so order, just so that way everybody kind of knows the rules. I'm to read the last paragraph and not the whole thing. No, I'm just putting that out there. I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Citadel Sable Island.
So therefore, be it resolved that this government recognizes and puts an end to the abuse of fixed-term leases in the province. So, as you know, in early September in my writing, I first became aware of there being a problem in an aging building because I actually got an anonymous email from someone who had created an email account that said nervous tenant and said, I live at the Scotia building and we haven't had power for more than a week. I then heard from somebody's coworker who said their coworker was too scared to reach out for fear of retaliation, but this is what was happening. And so very quickly, my office became involved to understand what was happening. And I always say that there's lots of things that have surprised me about being an MLA and being in this legislature. And this was another time that actually surprised me. So here was an incident, a flood, a fire, something happened in a building. Anyone can imagine that that can happen at any time. We can anticipate these situations. And when something goes wrong, government should be there to help Nova Scotians, not just point them to an already overwhelmed and backlogged residential tenancy system. So when I first became aware of this problem, it seemed to me that we would all want to jump in and help. I did reach out to the landlord, the owner of the property company, who was not interested and it was quite dismissive. But that's okay. I mean, they can do what they want because we have laws in Nova Scotia to protect vulnerable Nova Scotians. And particularly the loss of power for more than a week. I mean, when we have hurricanes, when we have forest fires, when we have things that happen, immediately Nova Scotians want to jump in to help. So I wanted to reach out to the minister responsible for residential tenancies to say, surely this is a violation under residential tenancies. And what I have to tell you is that from the time that I found out about the lack of power on day 8, it actually continued for a whole other week, where folks were left in the dark. They were not able to store or prepare food. There were a number of elderly people who had medical devices that they could not charge, right? They couldn't charge them. And as well, people who had home offices couldn't work from their home office and were losing contracts. So this seemed clearly unjust and clearly why we have laws to protect people. But you know, it didn't work. The system did not work at all for the residents of the Scotian building. So first of all, there were 4 different instances where people contacted the residential tenancies division by phone and were basically dissuaded from launching a complaint. That they couldn't do anything about the lack of power, that they were on fixed-term leases, so they better be careful because the landlord can kick them out. And it was only after contact with the minister's office, that I encouraged a couple of people who were already planning on leaving, frankly, who were sort of done with the situation, to file complaints. And I was assured that once they were filed, they would be dealt with quickly. And as far as I know, no one has had any resolution for that. The property company only signs fixed-term leases. And so as we heard earlier today, one tenant, and I have sort of a direct letter from them, whose apartment was sort of the epicenter of the destruction. Their lease is set to expire on January 1st. And they've been told that if they don't sign a new fixed-term lease by the end of September, that they will be facing eviction. She's been sleeping on a couch at a friend's since August because of this poor maintenance. The property company wanted people to rely on their tenant insurance, but then didn't provide them with the right information to apply for that. Took September 1st rent, took October 1st rent, and again, this. Our rental system is failing renters. It places them in situations of extreme vulnerability. I could not believe that people sat on their power outage for an entire week without contacting me for help. They also hadn't contacted Halifax City or 311 because they were concerned that when the fire inspectors came in that they would close down the building, and then where would they go? So people were very scared. This is very real. There were dozens of people who were too scared to ask for help. I don't think any of us want that. I think that we think of Nova Scotians as, being ready to help. I think we're a province that is unfortunately all too accustomed to having different types of power outages. And we know how we normally respond to those as a community. And this didn't happen. The fixed-term lease loophole is now being used as the primary lease in Nova Scotia. And leaving it open, as it is a major failure by this government. This loophole allows landlords to refuse to renew the lease. They can bring in a new tenant. They can circumvent the rent cap. People lose their homes year after year. And certainly in my riding, I've talked to people who, through like a 4-year undergraduate degree or in other circumstances have moved like dozens of times because they keep ending up in fixed-term leases, and the landlord keeps moving them on because the market was they were still able to charge more rent. You can't put down roots in a community if you're moving constantly. It's not fair to people if they're trying to create a home for their family, and it gets around the rent cap. So if we're really only supposed to have rents increasing by 5%, but the statistics show otherwise. And this is on top of the cost of living crisis. Nova Scotians are struggling to pay for bills, keep getting more expensive. Rent is no difference. And people are really struggling to afford the basic necessities and to make choices about how to live in Nova Scotia. This is why we need real rent control that would protect renters from facing huge rent increases each year. It would be a reasonable approach to supporting the landlord-tenant relationship, and if, along with closing the fixed lease loophole, would begin to give people more security of tenure in their homes. I think, like I said, I really was surprised that, essentially once we found out that we had families living in the building, trying to get kids off to school without power, once we found out that there were elderly folks who, of course, were unable to leave their apartments, especially at night, because the hallways were dark. There was no emergency lighting. There were, debris and cables all through the hallways. I truly thought that this is why we have a government, and was to protect people in this kind of situation. And it was deeply disappointing day after day to have to connect with folks and find out that there was no change, that they were still living in the dark, and that people were not being able to access easily any help. The fixed-term lease loophole is being abused, and I don't. I'm sure you all have stories about people who live in your ridings who are living very tenuous lives as renters, and that's not the way it's supposed to be. You know, this idea of fixing the housing crisis, part of that comes from stabilizing people's living environments and living spaces. And, you know, under the current, we also don't have enforcement. So under the current system, residential tenancies can find landlords in the wrong, but then they can't do anything about it. And I think this was also part of the reason why lots of folks who were living through this in Scotia were like, you know, I don't know what I'm supposed to do here and what's the value of it anyways. The onus is then on the renter to go to small claims court to use their own time and money fighting this injustice. So we need a system that can enforce the Residential Tenancies Act. The government has refused to build that, and we don't know why. And that's something that both renters and landlords want. This government loves to talk about balance, but a great way to bring some balance to the system would be to ending the fixed-term lease loophole, ensuring that there's a residential enforcement unit, and bringing in real rent control.
I recognize the honourable member for Timberley Prospect.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Happy to join the debate as we talk about what is one of the most important things, that people have stable housing and fairness. And I want to start by acknowledging what the residents at the Scotian building have endured, which is obviously very deeply troubling, going over a week in darkness, afraid to seek help, which we view as unacceptable. They were afraid to go to the Residential Tenancy Board because they knew the reality that if they spoke up, their landlord could simply refuse to renew their lease. So the reality is that it's not an isolated incident, as the resolution speaks to. And I hear from constituents in my own riding, when I actually just recently had to go sign a notary, which all of us do, and sometimes I go to apartments or houses to do that, especially if there's mobility issues. And it was brought to me, and obviously I won't say the name, and this resolution kind of speaks to why. That person had a broken window. They couldn't even open the window. And this was in the heat, late summer. And they were afraid to speak out because of ramifications with the landlord. They literally said, when I offered to call the landlord, that no, don't do that because I don't want to have my lease terminated. And this is a tenant that has been there for like 20 years. So sometimes I do call the landlord, but it's a difficult conversation to say, like, you better not remove that person, but it's unacceptable that there's mold in your building. It's unacceptable that there's fire hazards in your building, or that you're not fixing windows of bedrooms. So this is an intentional government policy. And that's why I find it difficult to understand why there's a refusal to act when evidence is clear, and that this is something that both tenants and landlords, at least the good ones, have asked for. So fixed-term leases were never meant to give these loopholes. Originally, they had a narrow purpose. For example, if a landlord was moving back into their own home, or a student is subletting for a few months, but in practice, they've become a loophole, a tool that, for landlords, can sidestep protections that should exist for tenants. This is a policy choice. We heard this when we were talking at committee, and that we see increasing evictions happening. So renters are constantly walking on eggshells, and to speak out about repairs becomes tenuous at best. To discuss your tenancy with your neighbors can all cost you your home. And that's just not an inconvenience. It's destabilizing for families, for seniors, for the most vulnerable among us. At that committee, we had housing advocates come before us and tell us that fixed-term leases are one of the most common tools used to silence tenants and push them out. I can't recall the percentage, but it's the vast majority of evictions now that were tracked by advocates are from fixed-term leases. Rules that leave tenants vulnerable even when they pay on time and follow the law. The testimony confirmed at that committee what renters have been telling us: as long as this loophole exists, tenants will continue to live in fear. So what has the government done in the face of these abuses by landlords? They've actually sped up evictions, and they've let cost of rent get out of control. And there is a bit of a distinction from our party and the official opposition with some policy, and I think it's worth mentioning that we don't believe that rent caps are a permanent solution. that we believe that they should be lifted once there is a healthy vacancy mix on the market, so that market forces are actually supposed to do what they do. We have that unfair supply and demand mix, so we still believe in the rent cap, but not as a permanent rent control that could stifle investment in a lot of these homes that really need a lot of capital put into them to bring them up to standards that I think people want to live under. But until that happens, tenants need this stability, and government has failed to provide it. So I think with government speaking last on this, I'm going to anticipate they will say that fixed-term leases give landlords flexibility. Well, flexibility does exist for landlords, and that should not mean insecurity for tenants. They can end tenancies for valid reasons like non-payment or damage or personal use, and that's fair. But what's not fair is ending someone's housing just because they ask for repairs. We've heard government members believing that increasing housing supply is the silver bullet to solving the crisis. And while yes, it is incredibly important, I mentioned that before, it's not going to fix everything, because building more housing does not protect a tenant whose plumbing has been failing for 6 months because they can't enforce basic maintenance standards. I would say the next member is probably going to speak to how tenants already have protection from the Residential Tenancy Board. But these protections mean nothing if people are afraid to use them. And the Scotian building showed us that. Tenants literally sat in the dark because they feared retaliation. If people are silenced by fear, then so-called protections are paper thin. We'll probably hear, as we heard from some landlords, that tenants like fixed-term leases. But tenants do not prefer instability. They want to know if they pay their rent and follow rules, they'll have a home. And landlords still have every right to rent their units, collect fair rent, and end tenancies for legitimate reasons. What this resolution really speaks to is to stop the abuse. Abuse that tarnishes the reputation of all landlords, including good ones. When people live in fear of losing their home, it affects everything like their mental health, ability to work, children's education, sense of belonging. We believe that Nova Scotians deserve better. Closing the fixed-term lease loophole will restore the original narrow purpose, we brought it in under COVID, for genuine temporary arrangements only. When a term ends, tenants who have met their obligations should have a right to continue just to a month-to-month lease. We need a well-resourced independent residential tenancy enforcement unit to inspect, monitor, and enforce compliance. We were the first to introduce that policy. And we need policies to spur housing development, especially mid-market and affordable housing, for Nova Scotians to have a real choice. And opponents may say that that may be too onerous and governments can't police it. But you can point to other provinces that have done this in BC, and they have taken administrative penalties for failure to repair illegal evictions and non-compliance. Seems to work, and landlords themselves in BC have expressed that they prefer a level playing field. Those who do everything correctly want there to be consequences for those who don't. And tenants want recourse. The enforcement unit gives both a credible mechanism to hold the system to account, and there's no good reason why Nova Scotia can't build that kind of framework. Tenants and landlords have all advised the government to create a stronger enforcement to clamp down on abusive fixed-term leases to ensure tenants are not punished for seeking redress. All Nova Scotians deserve to feel comfortable in their housing and safe. They shouldn't have to choose between demeaning conditions and staying silent. That's a failure of government. And to landlords who play by the rules, who maintain good housing, who follow codes, you too deserve a fair system where you are not undercut by bad actors. A strong regulatory and enforcement regime would protect both sides. So the renters at the Scotian building deserve better, and families from one end of the province deserve better. Good landlords deserve a system that is fair, balanced, and free of abuse. This debate about closing a loophole that destabilizes lives and community is a good one, and the government should be listening. So I'll thank my colleague, the member from Halifax Citadel, Sable Island, for putting forward this resolution, and one that we support. Madam Speaker, I urge this government to take it seriously and recognize that Nova Scotians deserve better. Let's make housing stable, secure, and fair for everyone. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Waverley Fall River Beaver Bay.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, first off, I just want to express my empathy for the folks that were living at the Scotia on Green Street. Living without power is very difficult. My wife and I went 10 days during White Wand, even though it was over 20 years ago. It's still very fresh in my mind, where we were without power, and you had to find to do things very differently, if at all. And especially if you have small children at home, if you're a senior, you don't have access to the same resources. So to have to get up in the morning and try to find warm water even to wash in or to cook in, it's an extreme struggle to wash your clothes, to do any of the normal functions like work, charge your electronics, very, very difficult. So I certainly have a lot of empathy. But at the same time, we need to be careful when we talk about eliminating fixed-term leases or the fixed-term lease loophole. Fixed-term leases have played a role in our housing system for many years. So in making changes to the Residential Tenancies Act, we must be careful to consider the factors every step along the way. Removing or changing fixed-term leases from the Act while a temporary rent cap is in place may have unintended consequences that negatively impact the housing supply. We have heard in the past from people that own rental units that they can't afford to be able to operate their rental units because costs have gone up, but the rent has not. So we have actually lost housing supply even because of a rent cap. So if we add taking away the option of a fixed-term lease, we also run the risk of reducing housing supply. So the answer, of course, lies in increasing our supply of housing. We want more Nova Scotians to have choice. We want more Nova Scotians to have the option to enter a fixed-term lease or not enter a fixed-term lease. There's a lot of different arrangements that one can have when they enter into a rental agreement. As supply improves, tenants get more choice. And as they get more choice, they'll have more options. So our unprecedented investments, Madam Speaker, in housing are showing real results for Nova Scotians. And let me share just a few. Housing permits increased by 9.2% in 2024. 9,112 new units were permitted in Nova Scotia compared to 8,344 units in the same period of 2023. And that was in itself in 2023 unprecedented. Housing starts increased 176% across the province over the last 2 years. Vacancy rates rose to 2% in 2024, up from 1.1% in 2023, and the Canadian vacancy rate in 2024 was at 2.2%. Housing completions in HRM increased by 39% in the first 7 months of 2025 compared to 2024. And Madam Speaker, I can guarantee when I drive around my constituency, around Halifax, around Fall River, I am seeing signs that say vacancy. I'm also seeing signs that say incentive, 3 months first rent, 3 months first 2 months, or first 2 months free rent. So we can see that our work on increasing housing supply is working for the rental market and for the housing market. Madam Speaker, the official opposition thinks that all housing issues, all rental issues can be fixed with fixing the fixed-term lease loophole, so they call it. However, at the same time, the real solution, as my colleague across the aisle has mentioned, is finding good jobs for people, giving them incentives in order to find a better place, a better way for them. If a fixed-term lease is what they're on now, with building more houses, getting a better job, being able to afford better housing, they're going to have more options. How are we going to get people better jobs? By investing in Nova Scotians, by investing in projects like Wind West, by investing in projects like green hydrogen, by investing in projects and looking at the viability of safely extracting natural gas. We will get Nova Scotians better jobs, we will get more housing, we will get more rental options for them, and we'll get people into better housing. Instead of empowering renters with the knowledge of the rules that exist to protect them and the types of leases available under the Act, they're being held to believe that there are no options or protections for them. It's harmful to be misled by our official opposition in thinking that the Residential Tenancies Program is not there to support them. In addition, the Residential Tenancies Act does protect against retribution. That is something that we have tenants believing that they have no options. That if they feel that a landlord is not treating them with respect and not upholding their obligations, that they have no recourse except for fixing the fixed-term loophole, so to speak. So I encourage all members of this House, I encourage everyone, if you have constituents who are having difficulties, having issues with their landlord or tenant, encourage them to call, encourage them to look at the program on the website, encourage them to get help where they can actually get real help. Residential Tenancies has officers that are willing to answer questions, willing to look into issues and resolve problems. Educating landlords and tenants of their rights and responsibilities is already part of the program, and is something that we continue to do with our educational materials and community outreach. It's important for tenants to know that when they are what they are signing and what type of lease is best for their current needs, and for landlords to be clear on what they are providing tenants. Good communication is key to avoid problems in the future, and the Residential Tenancies Program is here to help. We're creating more options for Nova Scotia, Madam Speaker. We're making progress. Progress that is making a difference for tenants right across this province. And Madam Speaker, we're not afraid to try new things. We're not afraid to try to put something else in our toolbox to help Nova Scotia renters. That's why we did introduce HappyPad. We introduced a home sharing program, which is not a new idea anywhere in this world. We've had home sharing programs and they still operate right now. You don't have to be have an official name or an official title like HappyPad. That was something that we tried as a solution. We didn't get any support from the opposition on HappyPad. Even though we spent money on trying to make sure that home sharing is a viable option for people looking for a place to live. As a matter of fact, Madam Speaker, we've heard from not-for-profit housing programs that actually said, you know what, HappyPad was actually a pretty good idea. It's too bad it didn't go the right way. Maybe we didn't have all the right things in place, but I have heard the opposition say, I've heard the Honourable Member from the Liberal Party mention that, you know what, it is a good thing in some instances. If it can work for students, it can work for everyone else. If it can work for our not-for-profit home housing agencies, it can work for other people as well. So we have to continue using fixed-term leases as part of that overall tool. I would encourage everybody to reach out to Residential Tenancies. I have seen the magic that they can do. I have seen them work with community. As a matter of fact, I have a land lease community in my constituency that I have been working a lot with. The Woodbine community has been working hard on making the lives better of Woodbine residents. They've been also doing outreach to other land lease communities. They have reached into Residential Tenancies, pretty well have a direct line in. When there is an issue that comes up, when there is a problem that we can find a solution together with, we continue to do that work. So Residential Tenancies not only is a place for people to call, they also do outreach. One of the great things that happened in order to make it work at the Woodbine community is that they were able to get several people come out and listen to the issues, listen to the problems that that community has had, and they've been able to work with them in order to find solutions. And those solutions has changed the lives of over 600 homes in that community with over 2,000 people that live there. They've been able to take the time, explain to them exactly what is needed. Residential Tenancies has consulted, and they've brought it back to the tenants, and they have done a wonderful job. So thank you to the folks that work in residential tenancies. You guys are awesome. Thank you very much.
Order. I would like to thank all the members who participated in the adjournment debate this evening. I recognize the Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just need 1 minute, please, okay?
Certainly. I recognize the Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, everyone, for participating in our democracy tonight. Madam Speaker, I ask for unanimous consent on private and local bills on the order paper to skip private and local committee and committee of the whole, and bills 156 and 157 to be permitted to proceed to third reading today if they pass second reading. So this was agreed upon by... So I'll repeat it. Okay. So, Madam Speaker, I ask for unanimous consent on private and local bills on the order paper to skip private and local bills committee and committee of the whole, plus bills 156 and 157, which are also private local bills, to be permitted to proceed to third reading today if they pass second reading.
There has been a request. Is it agreed? It is agreed. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Contrary-minded, nay. It's carried. I recognize the Honourable Government House Leader.
1 second, Madam Speaker, please.
Okay. I recognize the Honourable Government House Leader.
Madam Speaker, would you please call private and local bills?
Private and local bills. I recognize the Honourable Government House Leader.
Madam Speaker, would you please call Bill 156?
Bill 156. I recognize the Honourable Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to open debate at second reading for Bill 156, the Bridgewater Museum Commission Dissolution Act. Madam Speaker, I'm bringing this forward at the request of Town of Bridgewater to update and reconcile the legislation with practice. And so those are my brief remarks, and I look forward to debate.
If I am to recognize the Honourable Minister, no. If I am to recognize the Honourable Member for Lunenburg West, it will be to close debate on third reading. I recognize the Honourable Member for Lunenburg West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to close debate on Bill number 156, Bridgewater Museum Commission Dissolution Act, here at second reading.
I recognize the Honourable Government House Leader.
No. Yeah.
My apologies. That was my fault this time. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Contrary-minded, nay. It's carried.
Bill 156, an act to dissolve the Bridgewater Museum Commission.
Ordered that the bill do pass and the title be as read by the clerk. Ordered that the bill be engrossed. I recognize the Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Would you please call Bill 157?
Bill 157. I recognize the Honourable Member for Lunenburg West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to open debate at second reading on Bill number 157, the Lehaven District Fire Department Act, an act to amend. Madam Speaker, this act modernizes and updates the terms of this legislation. I think I don't need to say very much about how important it is to support our fire departments, and I'm glad to be bringing this forward on their behalf. I look forward to debate.
If I am to recognize the Honourable Minister for Lunenburg West, it will be to close debate on third reading. The Honourable Member of second reading, the Honourable Member for Lunenburg West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm pleased to rise to close debate at second reading of Bill number 157, the Lehaven District Fire Department Act, an act to amend.
The motion is for second reading on Bill number 157, Lehaven District Fire Department Act, an act to amend. Would all those in favor of the motion please say aye? Aye. Contrary-minded, nay. The motion is carried.
Bill 157, an act to amend Chapter 108 of the Acts of 1954, the Lehaven District Fire Department Act.
Order that this bill and the previous bill be read a third time forthwith. I recognize the Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Would you please call order of business government motions?
Order of business government motions.
Speaker, I move that you now do leave the chair and that the House resolves itself into the Committee of the Whole House on bills.
The motion is carried. We will have a short recess while the committee sets up.
Order. The committee of the whole House on bills shall come to order. I recognize the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Could you please call Bill 134?
Bill 134, an act respecting the administration of justice. I recognize the Clerk.
Chair, Bill 134 was referred to the House by the Standing Committee on Public Bills on September 29th, 2025, and contains 20 clauses and schedule.
Is there any debate on Clause 1? I recognize the member for Fairview, Clayton Park.
Thank you, Speaker, or Chair. I am pleased to rise today to speak on the Justice Administration Amendment Act. Again, much of this can be described as housekeeping. We did ask some questions in first reading that have not been addressed, and those are if the Justice Minister has an up-to-date estimate on the state of backlogs and how many of those cases are civil versus criminal, if the Minister has an updated estimate on how many cases are in danger of being tossed out because of time limits. So, you know, once again, much of this is housekeeping. There was the one major change that was about the requirement of the Auditor General, or removing the requirement that the Auditor General review annual budget revenue estimates. According to department officials, this change was supported and requested by the Attorney General, and there has been a letter that was provided by department officials, and so we were able to check that and validate that information. But I mean, once again, given the history of this government's dismissal of the Auditor General's advice to update the Finance Act and how budget spending decisions are made, it is striking that this government is so eager to take her advice now. You know, we still think it's important to listen to her expertise, and wondering, does the respect for independent oversight only go so far for this government? And so, you know, while much of this bill seems routine, changes are still important and must be done so carefully. You know, given that the Honorable Minister of Elnu Affairs mentioned that it's, you know, sometimes good to hear information twice, so I'm just going to go over that again. So again, much of this bill seems to be housekeeping measures to improve efficiency of the civil court cases and the legal system. And so for that part or that purpose of the bill, we are in agreement. Now, regarding the Civil Forfeitures Act part, the law enforcement should have the necessary tools to confiscate stolen goods and the proceeds of crime from criminals. We do think that this is important because these funds can be directed towards victim support services. So again, where I didn't mention that the first time, I'll repeat. Law enforcement should have the necessary tools to confiscate stolen goods and the proceeds of crime from criminals. We think this is important because these funds can be directed towards victim support services. We know that we have a significant backlog of civil court cases. We do need to address this and make sure Nova Scotians have access to justice. The biggest change here was, again, that the requirement of the Auditor General to review annual revenue estimates has been removed. We've seen the letter from the Auditor General that's supportive of this change, and we do think it's important to listen to her expertise. But given just a few months ago, this government tried to pass legislation that would have given them the power to fire her and have control over her, it's striking that this government is so eager to take her advice now. And when this government continues to dismiss her advice to update the Finance Act and how out-of-budget spending decisions get made. So does the respect for independent oversight only go so far for this government? And I will say again that we have questions that were submitted in first reading that have not been addressed. And those questions are, does the Minister of Justice have an up-to-date estimate of the state of backlogs today? How many of those cases are civil versus criminal? And does the Minister have an up-to-date estimate on how many cases are in danger of being tossed out because of time limits? The minister also needs to tell us how this bill will actually help address these backlogs. Again, the principle of the changes to the Civil Forfeitures Act is important, but Nova Scotians deserve confidence that these changes will make a real impact, and we will be watching to make sure, see what sort of changes they will have. So, again, in closing, much of this bill, again, does seem to be routine. These changes are important and must be done carefully. Yeah, thank you.
I recognize the member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I'd like to speak to Clause 1 of Bill 134. As we all know, this is an omnibus bill. So many pieces of legislation here that are changed, all in this one piece of legislation. One that I wanted to make a few comments on directly was the Fatality Investigations Act, and I'm wondering if the minister might be able to share with us why this change is needed, or maybe it's the Minister of Justice. What we would suspect is that it's because there's a lack of staff, there's a lack of medical officers here in the province, or medical examiners, pardon me, here in the province, and it would be good for the public to know if that is in fact the case, and that's why a delegate has been assigned. In general, I think that when we look at some of the concerns that are coming to likely all of our email inboxes around some of the fatalities that have happened here in Nova Scotia within our healthcare system, I think this piece of legislation is critically important. To ask some questions, is enough being done to address unexpected deaths in our hospital? Last week we had a family here, the Siobhan Lees, who died tragically 2 years ago in the hospital. Her family are still looking for answers, Mr. Chair. Karen Moxham from Hants, I spoke to the MLA, her MLA today. She's still looking for answers regarding her husband who died 2 years ago from sepsis. Of course, the well-known case up in our area, Allison Holthoff, and her husband never received the answers that he was looking for over her unexpected death in our hospital. So I do think, Mr. Chair, this piece of legislation likely needs more amendments and should be looked at more closely. In general, I think that some of the lack of oversight into some of the deaths in our province may be a direct result of the change in the governance structure within our healthcare system. When I was in opposition with the Premier, who is now, and some of the members that are still here with government, we debated long, hard hours when the Liberals were in power, the fact that they had a board with no healthcare professionals on the board. And there were 5 lawyers, I believe, at the time, and we would ask the question, why are there 5 lawyers on the health board and no doctors or nurses or healthcare professionals? And then after a period of time, the Premier at the time did make some changes and put healthcare professionals on the board, as well as CEO Brendan Carr. And of course, we know now, since then, that our healthcare system doesn't have a board at all. There's no local decision making. The boards that Premier John Hamm had put in place, 9 throughout Nova Scotia, that provided good governance structure, were removed, replaced with one board, and now that's been removed, and there's literally no public input. There's no pathway for good board governance. And the reason I bring that up in relation to the Fatality Investigations Act is there seems to be a real gap. There's a lot of pieces missing. The former board, Nova Scotia Health Board, had committees on it, so board members belonged to certain committees, like an audit committee, but there was also a quality review committee, and that no longer exists. So the question is, who's actually examining unexpected deaths? Where are these going to? And the families that reach out to myself, often not my own constituents, but they're not getting any response from their own MLAs. They want answers. And the question is, who is actually doing investigations into these unexpected fatalities? If there's not enough medical examiners, are proper investigations being done? I recently found out that a standard for all hospitals, I would say in the Western world, has been M&M rounds, morbidity and mortality rounds. It's something that physicians, it's just normal practice for physicians to participate in. It allows them to examine any deaths that's happened in their hospital in the last month, and they discuss it as colleagues. Was there anything that went wrong? They're no longer being done, Mr. Chair, in our hospitals, at least the hospitals in the northern zone. And the question is why? That was always a long-standing practice. I recently became aware of a physician that works with residents. And one of the things on the checklist with residents is that they have to participate in M&M rounds. There are none. So even that's a standard, even though that's a standard for our residents to become family physicians to participate in, it doesn't, that's not the practice that's happening in our hospitals here in Nova Scotia. So, and I would assume that that's just a result of the lack of governance structure that's now in place. And also, with no disrespect, but our CEO is not a healthcare professional, so may not fully understand the importance of M&M rounds and morbidity and mortality rounds. So I do think this Fatality Investigations Act is something that there should be a light shine on this, a very important topic, Mr. Chair. And it's because, I say this because I'm hearing from people across this province who have lost loved ones, who feel that they have questions that are not being answered. And they deserve answers, Mr. Chair. They are still grieving, and they've gone through a lot of pain. So I wanted to make those comments on this bill. There's several other pieces of legislation amended, and the Juries Act, I have no problems with this amendment, but one of the things that I've talked about with the Juries Act before is that the pay for jurors should go up, Mr. Chair, and that's something I believe that the minister should be looking at. The Order of Nova Scotia Act, I think there's real concerns there around partisanship. And it's, although they say it's not been the law, but it's been the practice, the fact that that the decisions and responsibility for administering the Order of Nova Scotia will now be done by the Premier. We're just wondering why is that change happening? And is it for influence, political influence, which certainly we wouldn't want for the Order of Nova Scotia. And my last comments on this bill, on Clause 1 of this bill, is that I fundamentally disagree with this approach to legislation and putting so many pieces of legislation under one act. It doesn't really allow for effective oversight, legislative oversight, and it's not a fundamental, foundational principle, I would say, of parliamentary democracy here in this legislature. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Shall Clause 1 carry? Carried. Carried. Shall the remaining clauses 2 to 20 carry? Carried. Carried. Shall the schedule, the Civil Forfeiture Act, carry? Carried. Carried. Shall the title carry? Carried. Carried. Shall the bill carry? Carried. Carried. The bill is carried. I recognize the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Could you please call Bill number 130, Traffic Safety Act?
Bill 130, an act respecting highways and traffic safety. I recognize the clerk.
Chair, Bill 130 was referred to the House by the Standing Committee on Public Bills on September 29th, 2025, and contains 418 clauses.
Is there any debate on Clause 1?
Sydney versus...
I recognize the member for City Member Toast.
Okay. Oh, that won't go over well at home. They won't go over well at home, Madam Speaker or Mr. Chair. I just want to speak for just a brief few minutes. There's lots in this bill that we support. Our caucus supports the bill. In fact, this is very similar legislation that was passed in 2018, and I do want to recognize he's no longer with us, Lloyd Hines. Lloyd Hines did a lot of work on this. He really did. And I remember we had the opportunity to sit around the table when Lloyd was designing that initial legislation. So the legislation that we're seeing here is very similar to that. What's not clear, I guess, you know what I mean, we're really glad to see the government finally moving it forward again. They indicated that there's some changes needed. Nova Scotians, they'll be following this closely. I just wanted to say, we support the bill, but I did want to get on my place and recognize a guy that put a ton of work into it, Lloyd Hines, who's no longer with us. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the member for Cape Breton Centre and Whitney Pier.
Thank you, Chair. I am pleased to speak to Clause 1 of the updated Traffic Safety Act. Our caucus has long called for municipalities to be allowed to set speed limits. In 2022, we reintroduced legislation to make that change. We have met with families who have lost loved ones to motor vehicle accidents, Chair, and with residents who are scared to walk or drive safely in their own neighborhoods. Community leaders across the province have been clear for the need for safer streets. Many municipal units across the province want to make their own decisions about issues that affect them because they know their communities best and are better equipped to decide if a road speed limit should be changed based on that road. This bill also includes other positive things, such as allowing the government to implement photo radar, photo radar at red lights and intersection cameras. I've heard from many Nova Scotians in my role as critic for public works, including my own riding of Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Pier, from people who have advocated for these changes for years. They've advocated for these changes. For years, they waited for these changes since 2018. These changes will help make our roads safer for two major reasons. One, they can create positive changes in driver behavior, and they will make it easier to identify individuals in violation of traffic laws or in cases of accidents. Although the NDP does support this bill, we do intend to bring forward an amendment later in this process with the hope of strengthening this bill, because we want what is best for Nova Scotians. We want to do it right, and we want to make sure that any amendments that we put forward only will strengthen this traffic safety bill. And with that, Mr. Chair, I will take my seat.
I recognize the member for Dartmouth North.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I just wanted to add a couple of words to this. While the initial new Traffic Safety Act was being worked on by Lloyd Hines and the department at the time, I was the spokesperson / critic for Public Works, or whatever it was called, Transportation and Infrastructure Renewal, for the NDP, and was always impressed by the the attention to the consultation actually that was going on to rewrite that bill. And it was a mammoth bill, and it was this big when it was tabled. But one of the things that I spoke very strongly about at the time and continue to speak strongly about is this idea of the vulnerable road user. That was one of the major changes to the bill. Was that there was a defined, it was no longer called the Motor Vehicle Act, but was rather a more inclusive act called the Traffic Safety Act, which contemplated the fact that there are more users of the road than people in automobiles or buses, motor vehicles. And some of those, the ones that aren't in cars or buses are vulnerable because they are not as protected as those in automobiles. So I'm disappointed that that definition is gone, and we will be speaking to that soon. But I would also like to say that there was a ton of work done, Mr. Chair, by advocacy groups like the Cycling Coalition, Halifax Cycling Coalition, the Ecology Action Centre, to make sure that the bill was truly inclusive. There was stuff that we called for around right hooks and Idaho stops, I think they're called. One of the states, Idaho, Indiana stop. I can't remember which one it's called. Anyway, like lots of stuff that would make it easier for cyclists to move through their streets, that was all going to be set, like the answer to that at the time was that it was going to be all set in regulations. Well, we've been waiting for those regulations for years and years and years until now we've got this new bill. So I guess my other concern with this is how long we're going to wait to actually have this act proclaimed. So we will talk about that more at another time. We are in favor of or supporting this bill, but I'll now take my seat and let my colleague talk about the amendment we're bringing forward. Oh.
I recognize the member for Halifax, Citadel Sable.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And I too would like to stand and just speak for a couple of minutes on Clause 1 and on the importance of this act. So as many of you know, whether it was because we were elected for the first time together or perhaps you were at Public Bills earlier this week, but in March of 2021, my father-in-law was walking in a marked crosswalk with the light and was struck and killed basically automatically in the crosswalk. And so, what was really interesting in the conversations around that time is that, immediately we started to get, people calling or emails sort of saying, like, what's the driver going to get charged with? What's going to be the result of this? And people expressing concern that the penalty for that wasn't enough. But what was also really interesting is that we also started to receive calls, emails, messages from so many folks who had had challenges at that very intersection. So that intersection was quite problematic for a number of reasons. I can tell you them in detail some other time. And issues had been raised time and time again to the municipal councillor, to the MLA about this particular intersection and how it was crafted. What I understood then was that we're waiting for the new Traffic Safety Act. So when that comes out, some of the things that we could change to make things safer are going to be in that. And also, obviously, once you have that experience, you become connected with a whole community of people who have had similar losses, have ideas about how to make our streets safer, our roads safer, and everybody was waiting for the Safety Act, the Traffic Safety Act. So I do think that this is important. I'm happy it's here. I'm desperately disappointed that it's taken so long. I understand that maybe consideration of this was abandoned in 2022. Maybe there was some realization that it was too onerous to try and figure out the regs for the first bill. I'm just really disappointed. So to echo my colleague, there's been a number of high-profile, highly known deaths as pedestrians in Halifax in particular, in my riding in particular. And, my question is, between 2018 and now, if the municipality had been able to make changes, if other changes had been put in place, what lives would have been spared? I will tell you, I don't wish this experience on any family. So what I really hope is that the focus on this is expedited and that we're not back here year after year waiting for a Traffic Safety Act.
Shall Clause 1 carry? Carried. Clause 2. I recognize the member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Pear.
Yes, Speaker, I don't know if the change sheets have been distributed. Have they? Okay. So I ask everybody to turn their attention to Committee of the Whole House on Bills, NDP change sheet 1. Page 11, clause 2, strike out the definition of vulnerable road user and substitute the following definition. Vulnerable road user means A, a pedestrian, B, a cyclist, C, a person under the age of 18 years, D, a person who is pregnant or accompanying a child in a stroller or similar device as prescribed by the regulations. E, a person driving or riding a motorcycle. F, a person using a mobility assisting device such as a wheelchair, electric scooter, walker, or similar device as prescribed by the regulations. G, a person engaged in work on or adjacent to a highway or a utility facilities on or adjacent to a highway. H, a person engaged in the provision of emergency services on or adjacent to a highway. I, a peace officer engaged in the peace officer's regular duties on or adjacent to a highway. J, a person riding an animal or an animal-propelled vehicle. K, a farm tractor or other vehicle designed primarily for farm use. Or L, a person prescribed by the regulations as a vulnerable road user. Chair, as I've said before, we are broadly supportive of this bill and are happy to see the changes regarding allowing cities to set their own speed limits. What our concern has been is regarding the definition around vulnerable road user. So a vulnerable road user was clearly defined in the 2018 Act, or Traffic Safety Act. Under the current Act, the definition will be established in regulation. It is unclear who will be included and who will be excluded. It would be useful to have greater clarity from the government on whether the definition will be the same, broader, or narrower. We are concerned that this government's recent, I don't know how to say it, stance, I guess, against bike lanes. There may be a political bias in who this government decides who is and who isn't a vulnerable road user, as bike lanes are used to ensure cyclist safety. That is why we want to see this defined in the Act and not in regulations, to ensure everyone who needs to be included is included. In my riding, in Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Pier, we have a lot of people who exercise their horses. We have a lot of people who are often seen on our roads on horseback or horse and buggy, as some, including in my own family, are harness racers. So you often see these vulnerable road users in my riding. And for their safety, I think it is imperative that we include people, particularly in our rural areas, where they're not often included. A farm or other vehicle designed primarily for farms, again, You may not often see this in an urban area, but many of us who live in the rural areas understand that there are quite a lot of times that you are going to come across a tractor or two or three, depending on your driving. And it is imperative, again, that we protect those vulnerable road users. We also added in here people with children. There are so many areas in our ridings that do not have sidewalks. And when you think of how many children are often walking in areas where there are no sidewalks and the danger that can create for them, it is important that we include that, as well as people who are pregnant. As you know, as someone who was pregnant, I will say I did not have the mobility that I did when I wasn't pregnant, and possibly the reflexes. It is important that we ensure all people's safety, and we think about those things. We think about the fact that there are areas with no sidewalks, or areas where there's no blue route that many people have. It's just not possible. People need to feel safe on those roads. You've got children getting off of buses on roads with no sidewalks in areas that are, quite frankly, in my riding, quite dangerous. And yet there is no real protections. And so this is bigger than just a pedestrian walking. This is bigger than cyclists. There's a whole array of people who need to be considered. And one of the best definitions I saw was the BC definition for vulnerable road user, because BC really did take into consideration what it meant to be a vulnerable road user. And I offer this amendment to the government, and I hope that the Minister for Public Works will take this under advisement and support this very friendly amendment to make this bill stronger and to make residents safer, because that is what we want to do here in this bill. And I think it is too important to leave it up to regulations. I think we really need to have the definition in the bill. So I, again, ask the Minister to take this under advisement. I really do hope that the government accepts this amendment. Thank you.
Shall NDP Amendment 1 carry? No. There's been a call for a recorded vote. Order. The Committee of the Whole House on Bills will come to order. There's been a request for a recorded vote. I ask members to remain silent until they're called upon, and I ask the clerk to conduct a recorded vote.
Brian Comer.
No.
Nolan Young.
No.
Kim Maslin.
Nope.
John Lohr.
No.
Brendan McGuire.
Nope.
Tim Houston. Barbara Adams. Michelle Thompson.
No.
Fred Tilley.
No.
Dave Ritzie.
No.
Twyla Gross.
No.
Tom Taggart.
No.
Brad Johns.
No.
Marco McLeod.
No.
Adegoke Fadare.
Nope.
Susan Corkum Greek.
No.
Leah Martin.
No.
Chris Palmer. Melissa Sheehy Richard.
No.
Brian Wong.
No.
John A. McDonald.
No.
Danielle Barkhouse. Brad McGowan.
Nope.
Kyle McQuarrie.
No.
Tim Outfit.
No.
Rick Burns.
No.
Julie Van Exen.
No.
Diane Timmons.
No.
David Bowlby.
No.
Nick Hilton.
No.
Becky Druin.
No.
Tim Hallman.
No.
Scott Armstrong.
No.
Jill Balzer.
Nope.
Colton LeBlanc. Claudia Chender.
Yes.
Susan LeBlanc.
Yes.
Lisa Lachance.
Yes.
Derek Mombercat.
No.
Ian Rankin.
No.
Elizabeth Smith McCrossan.
Yes. Sorry.
Paul Wozni.
Yes.
Susie Hansen.
Yes.
Kendra Coombs.
Yes.
Kent Smith.
No.
Tori Rushton.
No.
Trevor Boudreau.
No.
Greg Moreau.
No.
Ryan Robichaud.
No.
Damian Stoylov.
No.
Danny McGilvery. Krista Gallagher.
Yes.
Rod Wilson.
Yes.
Lena Hamid.
Yes.
The results of the recorded vote are as follows. Yeas 10, nays 38.
The amendment is defeated. Shall Clause 2 carry? Carried. Carried. Shall the remaining clauses 3 to 418 carry? Carried. Carried. The title? Carried. The title is carried. Shall the bill carry? Carried. Carried. The bill is carried. Okay. I recognize the member for Halifax, Chebucto.
Thank you, Chair. May I make a very brief introduction?
Yes, you may.
Thank you very much. My two favorite people in the world are here tonight watching me. My husband, Sean, and my son, Maxon, are here.
Hello, Sean and Matt. Welcome to the House Assembly. I hope you have a good evening here. I recognize the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Would you please call Bill number 127, Protecting Nova Scotians Act?
Bill 127, an act to protect Nova Scotians. I recognize the clerk.
Chair, Bill 127 was referred to the House by the Standing Committee on Public Bills on September 29th, 2025, and contains 45 clauses and one schedule.
I understand there are several amendments to this bill, so we'll take a brief pause till we pass out the amendments. Order, please. The Committee of the Whole House on Bills shall come to order. Is there any debate on Clause 1? I recognize the Honourable Leader of Opposition.
Thank you. Well, 7:31, and here we are debating this signature omnibus bill of this session, getting us on track to have maybe the shortest session in the history of this legislature at a time when Nova Scotians are hurting. When Nova Scotians are asking this government to help, to listen to them. But what we're getting is omnibus legislation. And I want to say a few words about what is in this Protecting Nova Scotians Act, because we've been pushing for the protection of Nova Scotians throughout this session, and we feel that there's a lot that's not in here. There are some things that are good in here. They should not all be together. This is a lazy way of legislating. There is no rationale for legislating in this fashion. We have had, let's go through it. So we have the Crown Lands Act, which we will be speaking to in a great amount more detail in a moment. It seems simple. Find protesters who are getting in the way of commercial operations. When I spoke to Regional Chief Andrea Paul this morning at the Treaty Day celebrations, she said to me, please go back into that house and tell them not to criminalize our people. That is what that provision means to the regional chief of the Mi'kmaq. So clearly there's some discussion to be had. But we don't really have time to have that discussion because it's 7:33 at night on a day when, according to the rules of the House, we shouldn't even be sitting. But as with everything, this government will use its majority to move through the business of the House and the business of the people as quickly as they can, and usually in the dark. And so here we are.
Shame, shame.
So we've got a provision about the Crown Lands Act and criminalizing protesters. We've got a provision about the Liquor Control Act. We saw the families who have been pushing for regulation of the Liquor Control Act and the regulation of bouncers. We've seen them come to this House twice, in the last session and in this session. And in the last session, they said, pass the bill. And in this session, they said, your bill's not good enough. And that has fallen on deaf ears. And so we have a nod at something that sort of addresses the issue that these families who have lost loved ones because of the government, all governments, the New Democrats, the Liberals, and the Tories have all failed these families by not regulating bouncers. And we're still not doing it in the Protecting Nova Scotians bill. Personal Information Act. Again, over and over, the families who have lost loved ones to suicide have come to this House to beg this government to make the changes needed so that they are better equipped to care for their loved ones when they're in crisis. And again, they have told us that this is only a part of what they've asked for. This should be its own bill.
Yes.
We should be able to discuss it. We should have more than 24 hours notice for law amendments. When we are talking about legislation that impact people's rights, that impact people's safety, and that in some cases impact people's lives, this government should be eager to hear from the families.
Yes.
They should want to hear from the experts about how this legislation will impact people. But they don't. They want to pass omnibus legislation late at night, as quickly as possible. The social insurance numbers schedule. The biggest data breach we've seen. Most of our social insurance numbers flying around in the, whatever we call it, the multiverse. I don't know where they are. Who knows? Identity theft, credit fraud. Most Nova Scotians are now susceptible to that because of the Nova Scotia Power privacy breach. A privacy breach which in some cases falls at the feet of this chamber. They were not appropriately regulated enough. They should never have had that information. So what are we going to do about it? Not really anything. This bill is going to prevent the forward collection of those social insurance numbers. Great. We should have done that a long time ago. But in the meantime, what about protecting the people whose social insurance numbers have already been stolen? Tens, if not hundreds of thousands of Nova Scotians, this bill does nothing. And there are other provisions in this bill which my colleagues will speak to, and we will, I know that the government's media machine is running about all of the ways in which the NDP is negative and the opposition is never on board and we don't want to protect Nova Scotians. And frankly, that's cheap. It's just cheap. We were all elected for a reason. We're all doing hard work in our constituencies. The members of Executive Council are doing hard work in their portfolios. We don't doubt that. But we're here to serve the people. And when we're legislating on behalf of the people. And so even in the places that this bill has gotten right, by virtue of the way it is moving through this House, I submit it as a failure. Thank you.
I recognize the member for Halifax Needham.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't even know what to say. I mean, I have a lot to say, but I don't even know what to say. The fact that we are here and we have a ton of legislation that we could do. And this is the legislation that we want to put forward after we've just had conversations about duty to consult, Treaty Day. Our Indigenous brothers and sisters came and spoke at law amendments and said how hurtful and harmful and disrespectful this is. So I don't know how the government can sit there and really feel proud about putting forward legislation that says protecting Nova Scotians when it is a contradiction of who they're protecting and what they're doing with Nova Scotians and for Nova Scotians. So I'm going to start off with just touching on a few things because Nova Scotians need to be privy to what's actually happening here. So we know that this is an omnibus bill, and as my colleague behind me has spoken in multiple facets through different concepts about what an omnibus bill, a lot of Nova Scotians have no idea what that is. And so this bill has multiple pieces of legislation which include some kind of good and some really bad or terrible pieces. And some of those things are eliminating tenants' rights, including the rent cap, cause for eviction, for people who rent rooms from landlords in a shared living space. We've talked and debated to extent here in this House about borders and what this is going to look like for those folks. And how folks will have to go through small claims court to get resolved because we know the residential tenancy program does not actually protect those folks because they do not hold a lease. Leases are terminated early due to domestic violence. That's wonderful. It doesn't go further enough, but that's a good start to what we have been pushing for here as the NDP. My colleague just spoke about social insurance protection. It's pretty weak. And it's been spoken to about it being pretty weak on multiple occasions here by a number of my colleagues. Regulating bar bouncers. I mean, my colleague mentioned that as well. I mean, we had parents here pleading to the government to do the right thing and to actually put forward a legislation that that speaks to the harms that are happening, you know, in these clubs and how it affects families. And I just want to say that it's actually like really, really disturbing to see that, you know, here we have a massive omnibus bill called Protecting Nova Scotians, the Protecting Nova Scotians Act. But what is this act? What is actually in this bill? And who does it really protect? You know, this bill makes changes to at least 8 laws, ranging in subject from cremation to SIN number security, to support for abuse victims, to tenants, removing tenants' rights. Like, it just doesn't make any sense. And to me, you know, like when I started here, you know, a minister would stand up and speak on a piece of legislation that was in their area, in their portfolio, and then we would debate with that minister, and then that minister would give us information. In this case, nobody, it seems like, nobody has to get up and talk about any part of this bill that is relevant to Nova Scotians, which is really like disgusting, because when you think about, these are pieces of legislation and amendments to legislation that will affect Nova Scotians for time and time after, and yet no one seems to have an explanation or clarity on why these pieces have been pushed into one piece of legislation, and nobody has to speak to it. So the thing that concerns me the most in this bill is that it amends the Crown Lands Act in ways that can make it easier for the province to criminalize citizens trying to resist bad forestry practices, water protection, and our land defenders. Let that sink in for a moment here. Today is Treaty Day, where we are to honor the treaties of the peoples of this land. We are not the peoples of the land. We are settlers of this land, and we do not have ownership of this land. And here we are trying to criminalize citizens, because even though, you know, you could sugarcoat it in a way that makes it seem like it isn't, it really is. $50,000 is a lot of money for someone who may be living in poverty, for someone who is out there protecting the animals and the herbs and the medicines of our earth. And yet we are here on Treaty Day, after we celebrated and we talked about it, and you know how I feel about being disingenuous and saying the things because we need to say them because it's performative. If we are about the work of Nova Scotians, it is for all Nova Scotians and not a portion of the Nova Scotians. Yes. The people's land, they regard it highly. They have lent it to us. And we can continually disrespect and disregard even just ask for consultation, meet with them, talk with them, check in. Because we also have to remember that, you know, as settlers across this province and as guests on this land, we must all remember that we are treaty people. And that means that we need to respect the rights of the landowners, defenders, and protectors of Mother Earth. We must remember and respect our treaty relationships with the Mi'kmaq people. And on this day, clearly was not thought about or considered, let us not recreate the horrific history, the history of criminalizing our Indigenous brothers and sisters for protecting and defending Mother Earth, for standing up for their inherent sovereignty and treaty rights. So passing laws that harm 7 generations forward without consultation and input is shameful. And as much as we say, oh, we've talked to them, oh, we had a conversation, clearly you did not. I was in a community yesterday, and that's all folks could talk about, was how they were not consulted and nobody came and talked to them, and how dare we do this as a government. That's what I heard. Now, if I'm hearing that in community, in an Indigenous community, is no one else hearing that? Because I know we are. Passing laws, like I said, that harm 7 generations forward without consultation and input will impact our communities and our people. And making rush decisions in this house, the people's house, about land, about using the land without consultation is plain disrespectful. And especially on a day like today, we shouldn't even be having this discussion on this bill. And actually, if the bill was broken up, we probably wouldn't be having this discussion on the bill today.
That's right.
But because we want to jam it all in and put, no, we don't want to actually. Let me rephrase that. Because this government sitting wants to ram everything in at almost 8 o'clock at night. I'm telling you right now, 8 o'clock is not a good hour for me. I'm just letting you know right now. But I'm saying if we're going to do this, we got to do it right. And if we continue to sit here and act like this isn't going to harm folks, everything that we would have had to have learned and understood today, and the things that people have said about how it's important for us to, respect the treaties and understand our Indigenous brothers and sisters and feel the harms and understand what they've gone through, has been for nothing. I understand that. My heart was hurting at public bills when my sister, the mothers came in and they spoke about how, and they were very, very, kept it together. I'm very surprised, but they were very heartfelt and firm about what it is that they were trying to express to people across the floor. Because when you think about what their livelihood is and how this will harm them and how this will harm their generations, they came and said, we will not be peaceful. After all of this, this is peace and friendship. This is what we're supposed to be doing together, as a collaboration, as a working group together. And to hear that no one has even had a conversation with those folks, it's very disappointing. So this also comes at a time when concerned citizens are fighting clear-cutting and glyphosate spraying. And as Mi'kmaq and Mi'kmaq people are standing up for their inherent sovereign and treaty rights at Hunter's Mountain and Unama'ki, Cape Breton. This is just, is this coincidence? Because I don't think it is. And for us to sit here and put forward legislation at a time when there are people fighting for their treaty rights and to really have their voices heard, because we are destroying parts of the earth that is unnecessary to do, and we are not going to listen to them, I think it's really, really, it's not a coincidence. It's not at all. So, as I said, there are a ton of pieces in this omnibus piece of legislation, which I think members who have just arrived here in the last election, they might think that this is normal. This is not normal. No. This is not how we go through legislation. Now, maybe it's normal that, we don't know until the day before or the day of. That shouldn't be normal. But I'm saying my experience has been that, which I think is not a collaborative approach to doing any type of work here in this House. But to be honest with you, on this day, after we all stood here and we talked about how important it is for us to just acknowledge and let sit in what our role is as settlers here on this earth, and to just put forward legislation that hides all of those things. Some are good, some are kind of bad, some are not good. All these things in here without any particular debate on the bill is it's just undemocratic. Like, we really should be in here having these conversations. I should be able to talk to the minister and ask the minister, please explain to me why we haven't had these conversations with folks. Please explain to me, how is this going to affect renters? Please tell me that there's a clause in here about tenants' rights. Like, I can't even have that discussion. And even though some members will say, well, that's what question period's for. Well, we all know that we ask questions and there are folks that choose not to answer. So that in itself is not a productive way to do work. So I say this because here we are, like I said, in the nighttime when people are supposed to be home reading stories to their children. We're here, eliminating protections for people who rent rooms from landlords and live in spaces. We're here, talking about, Crown lands and fining people $50,000 or jail time for protecting the lands that they, or defending the lands and serving the lands in which they have known all of their lives. Here we are, talking about sin numbers that we all know we had breaches multiple times in here. multiple times. And we're talking about protecting Nova Scotians. The bill should not be named Protecting Nova Scotians. It should be named everything but Protecting Nova Scotians. Because at the end of the day, nothing in here is in its entirety. Nothing in here is in fullness. Nothing in here has been consulted. Nothing in here is speaking to what Nova Scotians are asking. And everyone in this room, and I can say this because we hear from folks all the time, there's a lot of things that come forward. We know that we can't do everything, but the least we can do is talk to each other. The least we can do is connect with each other. The least we can do is say, hey, you know what? I heard there's something's going on. I'm gonna, put forward a piece of legislation, and it's gonna do with X, Y, and Z. I know your riding has this, and this in it. Can we chat? I have yet to hear that, and I've been here for 4 years. So for me, I really feel like we could do so much better in this House to protect Nova Scotians instead of putting forward legislation that does the latter. So good legislation should be able to stand on its own. Yes. Ministers should be able to speak to it and be proud of the legislation that you put forward for Nova Scotians. It should be fully debated and given time for amendments and due process, not buried in a giant omnibus bill. Trying to sneak bad policy through this giant bill is yet another example of this government's pattern of undemocratic, authoritarian behavior, and is deeply concerning. So, Mr. Chair, sorry, I just want to say that, here we are on Treaty Day. I want to, and I'm not going to plead, I want to let this sink in. Today is a day where we are supposed to be respecting the treaty rights of our Indigenous brothers and sisters. And yet in a bill, we have something that takes away that and speaks to it in a huge magnitude to criminalize and as well to put them in a place of even more impoverished. So I want folks in this room to think about that when it comes to your time to say your yay or nay, because this falls on all of us. Every single one of us in this room are here to represent our communities and our constituencies. And I wouldn't be remiss if I wasn't going to be standing up here to speak for mine. So I'm just going to tell you, thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time. I just want to, let you know that we will not be, I at least can't approve some of the things that are in the bill. So thank you.
I recognize the member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Pier.
Thank you, Speaker. I come from Unama'ki, also known as Cape Breton, which is unceded territory of the Mi'kmaq and has been since time immemorial. I am a guest on their land, as all or most of us who are settlers here. We are guests on unceded land, and yet we are behaving like very bad guests. Mm-hmm. Terrible guests. I would never ask you to return back to my home. Mm-hmm. This is embarrassing. This bill is an embarrassment. And I don't understand how no one on the other side is embarrassed by it. This is Treaty Day. Yesterday was Truth and Reconciliation Day. Actions mean more than words. And it's time this government starts behaving like that. Your actions mean more than your words. And when you put, Mr. Chair, a bill like this on the table, and you want to debate it on Treaty Day, it's embarrassment. It is shameful that this government is bringing forward a bill that would criminalize land and water defenders who right now are defending on Hunter's Mountain in Cape Breton due to their concerns on the moose population and resource development. This bill is an omnibus piece of legislation that is eliminating tenant rights including rent cap and as cause for evictions for people who rent rooms from landlords in shared living spaces. This living arrangement now falls under contract law and small claims court. To eliminate this part of the residential tenancy clause that strips away tenants' rights from borders. One of the besides those who are living unhoused and living in shelters, this group of people who are boarders live in very precarious housing for several reasons. One, they get less income assistance than those living in housing. And yet, this government is now stripping away more of their rights. They get less income assistance. How on earth is it possible for people who are boarding to find housing, especially if they're on income assistance, when they can't even get enough income assistance for rent? And yet, this government wants to take away more protections from them. And fine, people can laugh and snicker all they want on the other side and roll eyes. But it's affecting real people. Right? It's affecting people's lives. It's affecting people in my riding. Mr. Chair. To eliminate protections from people who rent rooms from landlords, to eliminate those protections, it's just wrong. It's absolutely wrong, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, again, it's an omnibus bill that includes, I believe it is nine acts are included in this bill. 9 acts. The only reason for a government to continuously introduce these omnibus bills is because they don't want to actually debate the bills, and they don't want to actually put the full meat and potatoes into these bills. They want to just give enough to satisfy some people. Just enough. Doesn't always go all the way, because God knows we're going to be back here again to add another thing that the government forgot, because this government has been great at having to continuously amend their own pieces of legislation because they can't get it right the first time. Why? Because you rush them in omnibus bills. Mm-hmm. Yep. And quite frankly, Nova Scotians deserve better. They deserve better than what this government is giving them. They deserve better than just close to 8 o'clock at night for their government to be sitting, passing a bill that is probably going to cause more harm than it is going to help.
Yeah. Shame.
Mr. Speaker, the Premier has already let rents rise for the average Nova Scotian by nearly $4,400 per year. He's already let landlords get around the rent cap with the fixed-term lease loophole. And now he introduces the new loophole when borders are going to be unprotected. The minister or the ministers of this bill, the Premier, could have used our Protecting Renters from Unfair Practices Act which would eliminate the fixed-term leasehold, strengthen the rent cap, and establish residential tenancy enforcement unit and stop landlords from discriminating against pet owners. That's a clear fix for housing. During, I believe it was second reading, the Minister Balzer, the Minister of Service Nova Scotia, and everyone knows how much I do like the Minister for Service Nova Scotia. She really knows that. She's the minister I respect. Okay, the most. So don't get so huffy. The province claimed that the act is protecting borders. That's what she claimed, that this act would protect borders. But I'm telling you, Chair, it does not. The province is creating a new subcategory of borders in cases where the tenant is in a shared living space with the landlord where they share a bathroom and or kitchen. They are exempting them completely from the Residential Tenancy Act, so legally they are no longer considered to be a tenant. So that includes all protections currently afforded to legal tenants, such as the rent cap. This was confirmed by the department's officials and during the bill briefing. So I don't understand how we can say that this is going to protect anybody. We have the Liquor Control Act. And as my colleagues have already said, this bill does go some of the way. It doesn't go all the way. I listened a lot during public bills, and I heard from the families. And what I heard from them was them talk about the Service and Investigative Services Act and how much that the concept of the bouncer bill was needed to protect people, to ensure another loved one doesn't go out for fun at night and not return home. I heard them. I heard them say, this is good, but it needs to go further. I heard that. And I understood why. They explained it in great detail, and I'm sure we're going to be talking about it in a little while. This government has a history, when it comes to omnibus bills, of creating poor legislation. My colleague, the leader of the Nova Scotia NDP and the leader of the official opposition, called it lazy. She's correct. This bill is lazy. It could be better. It could have been done better. We could be talking about 9 pieces of legislation separately, giving them the full weight they deserve. Instead, it's 8:05 at night, and we will not be giving. The government side is not going to give these bills the full weight it deserves. No, they hide all the pieces of legislation in an omnibus bill and expect us to have it shoved down our throats. Shame. Nova Scotians deserve better. I have more to say, and I will say them during the clauses as they come up and during our amendments. But again, this is an embarrassment. This bill is an absolute embarrassment. Thank you.
I recognize the member for Halifax, Citadel, Sable Island.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. So I just want to raise my ongoing concern about the use of this style of bill. And I would invite folks, we are all parliamentarians, we are all here making laws, And I would invite folks to do a little research for themselves about the nature of what we're calling the omnibus bills, and why there's concern about them. So these are actually quite controversial bills. In fact, within the House of Commons, the Speaker has to rule on the admissibility of a bill that addresses more than one act. And others have referred to it, and I'll table this in a minute, as a threat to parliamentary democracy. So that sounds like a big deal. And why is that? So we've reviewed these reasons tonight, but I just wanted to talk about them a bit more. Just, some of us have had a chance to go see other legislators or meet other parliamentarians in different settings. And if you have had that opportunity, you have probably entered into the conversation that they are astounded by the fact that we don't have a set legislative calendar. They don't understand not having a committee system to study bills and laws, and really that our system doesn't look like any other system that I've come across, not in Canada, and not in speaking with others. And so normally, what would happen, I was just at the Quebec National Assembly. They have a nice little display, interactive display, where you can spin some wheels and follow their process. But the law is introduced, and then it goes to committee for study. So unlike here, where our committees are not formally linked to lawmaking and to our current bills under consideration, unlike that, the bills go for consideration. And so the types of questions that we've been asking, that's where everyone would be part of the conversation. So, an example would be the FIA provisions, which we will talk more about in more detail, as my colleagues have said. The Nova Scotia moms, of which one of them is here to watch our proceedings tonight, have done the research. They have looked at all the other provinces and territories, and they have provided recommendations. And for some reason, and we don't know why, because nobody will stand up and tell us. For some reason, this government is proposing only half of what is recommended. And if we had a normal process where this went to study, then we would have a chance, and ministers would be much more compelled to speak to their bills. The fact that ministers don't stand up and defend their bills is greatly concerning. If you're a minister putting your name on a bill or part of a bill, you're changing an act under your provision, you should be willing to stand up. So someone should be able to stand up, in this case, perhaps the Minister of Health, and explain why X was chosen but not Y. And that will make for more healthier lawmaking, because then there might be a good reason. It would be great to understand that reason. But we actually literally speak to these rooms where many ministers aren't present. Most ministers don't speak to their bills. And we ask questions, reasonable questions, questions that reflect what we've heard from stakeholders that never get answered. And so by bundling all these together, absolutely, it gets us out really fast. That should not be our objective. Most legislatures sit for weeks and weeks, if not months and months, because they consider the laws that they are making. Because these laws aren't just for today, they aren't just for tomorrow, they affect people's lives. We should be making sure that we're making enduring laws and that there are no unintended consequences. And the types of discussions that we are expected to undertake in this House simply don't accomplish that. This, the word lazy has been used, but I would describe it as an abuse of power by this government to do business this way. And don't worry, we totally get what I know, and then maybe somebody in the government or on staff thinks that they're super smart, because if you bundle this all together, then you can say, and then the NDP said no to this thing, or they said no to this thing. And what I would really encourage folks to do is to, go back and consider all the things that all the stakeholders' views that we bring forward consistently. The fact that we often come with other different policy proposals, or we say, hey, that's great on this aspect, but why haven't you considered about this other aspect? Or, you know, I have some concerns with what's being proposed. I heard that in another jurisdiction they do it like this. Like, we have done all of that work. And so just as it's lazy to table these bills, it is lazy for people to say up, and then the NDP, they said no to this thing. So we totally get it. We see through it. Yeah. We can see the games that are being played. I actually think that most reasonable Nova Scotians will also be able to see through it. So here we are. And we'll have more to say on the specific sections. This, in my opinion, you know, this shouldn't pass the test for an omnibus bill. So there are tests that are established in the House of Commons where the Speaker would rule on this. I don't think this passes, but I don't think anything's going to change. So, you know, I hope that everybody who has a piece of a law in this bill feels like they have really had a chance to study it, that they've had a chance to understand what other jurisdictions are doing, what the consequences are going to be, what are the positive and negatives, that they can justify this. And should a minister wish to share that with us, we would welcome that information. Thank you.
I recognize the member for Fairview, Clayton Park.
Thank you, Chair. So as someone who is new to this role and new to, you know, being able to witness firsthand how a democracy is supposed to run, seeing the way that this government insists on proceeding to conduct itself and its legislation is beyond disappointing, undemocratic, and authoritative. This is a prime example of their way of discouraging civic engagement. The out-of-control use of omnibus bills must be addressed. Rather than having the confidence in their own legislation to introduce standalone bills for the 9 different ministers who this bill touches on, they just lump it all together in an undigestible jumble. There are, again, I'm going to say it a few times, there are 9 ministers that this bill touches on. We've heard from maybe 1, 9. And I imagine we're not going to be hearing from all 9. This bill has some sort of good parts. You know, the changes the changes to residential tenancy to protect survivors of intimate partner violence. You know, it still doesn't go really quite enough, but it's a positive change. It's a positive change. It's something that I've heard, we've heard in our office several times from constituents who are being impacted directly, and this is going to help them. However, it is appalling that this positive change is being lumped in with something as outrageous as criminalizing Indigenous people's rights to protect their land, to defend their unceded land. This is like colonization all over again, but in a suit. It never ended. Yeah, that's right. It is also great to see that something has sort of been done around the lack of oversight of bouncers. However, this does not even do the bare minimum that those families have asked for. It is embarrassing that people who have been directly impacted by that lack of accountability had to come in front of us twice and still are not being heard. This is absolutely shameful. We're going to be talking further about this in the amendments that we're going to be bringing forward. But again, as somebody who's seeing this firsthand for, you know, the first time in my life, really, it's shameful. It's disappointing. It's completely unexpected. Honestly, I don't know how we can sit here and call this a democracy. But here we are at 8:15 p.m. discussing this outrageous omnibus bill. Thank you.
I recognize the member for Dartmouth North.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. My colleagues have said quite a lot of
quite a lot of debate on Clause 1 already, so I will keep my remarks fairly short. But I will say that I agree with them. I agree that omnibus legislation is bad legislation. I agree that there should be a test for what passes as omnibus legislation, and this wouldn't pass the test if it was in the House of Commons. I agree that it doesn't go far enough in many cases, and it is egregious in other cases. And I would agree that I would agree with my colleague from Halifax Citadel Sable Island when they say that, I mean, essentially, it seems that there's no other reason to pass a bill like this except that they want to, what's the word? Get us. Well, I can't think of the right word without swearing, frankly. But they want to be able to say, listen. The amendment on the Residential Tenancies Act, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chair, that came from my office. That came from a question that I asked in question period. That is based on a person that walked into the office in Dartmouth North and needed help. And so I am very grateful that that change is there. It needs to be improved. But you know what makes me real mad? That I can't vote for that amendment because of all the other egregious stuff that's in this bill. I can't, I mean, this may seem dramatic, but it's like not in my name. I'm not going to let you, I'm not going to be coerced into voting for something that I deeply care about, which is the health and safety of women or people that are experiencing gender-based violence. At the same time as, in the same bill that is removing the right to protest. It's ridiculous. So anyway, I'm going to pass. I'm going to introduce my the First Amendment. So I'll draw the members' attention to see Committee of the Whole House on Bills NDP 1. And this may be the funniest I get tonight, folks. So I know you're disappointed about that, but. The amendment reads as this, page 1, clause 1, delete protecting Nova Scotians and substitute big omnibus bill that really should be different bills that are voted on separately. So very funny, it's 8 o'clock at night, but Mr. Chair, I mean, we can't call it the Protecting Nova Scotians Act. It's a terrible name. We could, maybe what my suggestion is, I'm willing to debate my suggestion. Maybe we could call it the Nice Try But Doesn't Go Far Enough Act. Maybe we could call it the Throwing Treaty Rights Down the Toilet Act. I mean, like, there's lots of options, but for my money tonight, I'm going to propose this one. Big omnibus bill that really should be different bills that are voted on separately. With that, I will take my seat. Look forward to the debate on this.
I recognize the member for Cape Breton, Senator Whitney Pear.
No. Speaker, I just want to come and lend my hand to my colleague and it comes as no surprise, I will be supporting this name change because I am in total agreement that this is a big omnibus bill that should really be different bills that are voted on separately, and I thank her for bringing forward this amendment.
Shall Amendment NDP 1 carry? No. There are several noes. The amendment's defeated. Is there any further debate on Clause 1? I recognize the member for Halifax, Armdale.
Thank you, Speaker. I won't repeat what some of my colleagues said, but I certainly will echo the comments. I can't speak to government's intention for an omnibus bill other than it's been obvious both last sitting and this sitting that it gives the government a chance to say, and the NDP voted against it. There's parts of this bill I like, there's parts I think that need further work. If the government feels that you need to be able to say, and the NDP voted against it, that's okay, fill your boots. We're good with that. And we'll look forward to speaking to the issues that are important to us and wait until the clapping starts. I do want to raise something for members to consider. Given the nature of Clause 33, given the conviction and strength it took for the Nova Scotia mothers to come to public accounts, to speak to members of this legislature, I find it somewhat disturbing, if not appalling, that in this omnibus bill, that issue is lumped in further down with the inspection of fish and vertebrae. I think this should, I ask the members to pause and consider, does the nature of what Nova Scotia mums have been asking not warrant an independent, separate bill and consideration out of respect?
Thanks.
I recognize the member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I can't not make comments after listening to all of this. And I just want to say, you know, I guess I do have a unique position here in the chamber. I've sat with the Progressive Conservatives as the official opposition here. I've sat with the Liberals as the official opposition here in this chamber. And now I sit with the NDP as the official opposition here in this chamber. And I really think that what we have going on here in Nova Scotia is not working. Because it doesn't really seem to matter who's on that side. The culture people just adapt to this culture of we're better than you, we don't need to listen to you, we don't respect you, we don't respect that you represent your constituents that voted for you, and we're going to do whatever we want. And there's a real sense of disrespect, I guess, of those in opposition. And I guess I've watched, Mr. Chair. It doesn't seem to really matter who the governing party is. And not all, because some of the MLAs in government are newer, but some of the MLAs that are in government I sat with, and they were my colleagues. And I know, I'm pretty confident in saying that there's a lot of people in this chamber that don't support what their government is doing right now. And I've been told by some that they just fit in with the culture, keep their head down and their mouth shut. But I'm here to say that that is disrespecting Nova Scotians. People deserve better. People deserve better. And I just wanted to stand and make those comments after, you know, out of respect to hearing the members of the official opposition and just hearing their frustration. And I know their frustration that they share is on behalf of the people that they represent and of all Nova Scotians. And some people will understand this and some people may not. But one of the scriptures that I go to is Ephesians 6. And it says, our battle is not against flesh and blood. And I just share that because I believe that to my core. And our battle doesn't need to be against one another in this chamber. Our battle should be against the wrongs and what needs to be fixed. And we really can share good ideas and create really strong legislation for the people of this province. Just because this is the way things were done when they were in opposition and the government before did things this way doesn't mean we need to continue with this style of governing, because I really don't think it's working for the people of this province, especially when we have bills like this before the order paper. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Shall clause 1 carry? Carried. Shall clauses 2 to 13 carry? Carried. Clause 14. I recognize the member for Halifax, Citadel, Sable Island.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to move the following amendment. On page 2, at the following clause before clause 14. 14. Chapter 114 of the revised statute 1989, the Crown Lands Act, is amended by adding immediately after section 4 the following section. In exercising any power, right, or discretion under this act that may affect the rights, interests, or lands of Indigenous peoples, The minister shall act in a manner consistent with the Crown's duty to consult and, where appropriate, accommodate those Indigenous peoples. Page 2, Clause 14, delete of the revised statutes 1989, the Crown Lands Act, renumber and adjust cross-references accordingly. So I've had the chance to talk at some length today about the importance of duty to consult. And I think there's some other really important things that we need to think about when looking at the Crown Lands Act changes that are proposed in this. It's hard not to see it as criminalizing protests. The minister has assured us that this request came from within the department and not from commercial interests. But again, if we had time to consider more fully what these provisions mean, do these exist in other provinces? I mean, that's a question I have. What do they solve? What other options were considered? I'm not sure that we'll hear from the minister speak to these provisions other than what's been said in the media. And I think that's a real shame because, again, these are important questions. We want to understand more, and stakeholders want to understand more. Instead, the way that this has been introduced, no one can miss the timing. It certainly has launched I'm trying to think of a non-violent way of saying, but like it has certainly created conflict. It has certainly created alarm in communities, and it has done nothing to encourage reconciliation. I do want to assure the Minister of Elderly Affairs I've spoken to a number of Mi'kmaq people over the last few days. I do on a fairly regular basis, but specifically about this, where people came and found me at community events on Truth and Reconciliation Day to express their great concern about this provision. I think, fundamentally, so there's the way that it's been brought forward without consultation, kind of weirdly timed at a time when land protectors are protecting land in Cape Breton. But I think it also, if you listen to the folks at Public Bills talk about their roles as land defenders, as land protectors, it's by criminalizing that, it really gets at an inherent part of the Mi'kmaq worldview, I would say, where they're linked, they feel bound to protect the earth, and in ways that I'm not sure that non-Indigenous Canadians always feel the same way or understand. And so, what we have suggested here is, in some ways, to hopefully help move the conversation forward. So this amendment is intended to be positive. It is intended to consider what I've heard from folks, what we've heard from the Assembly, and try to add something that would, in fact, reaffirm publicly the commitment to duty to consult. Again, when people characterize the NDP as always saying no to things, it's very rare that we haven't suggested an alternative, a way to make things better. This is responding to what we hear at Public Bills. This is responding to what we've heard in community, and I would encourage consideration of this as maybe some hope of this government starting on a better path with the Mi'kmaq people.
I recognize the member for Dartmouth North.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And I have to say, I was at Public Bills the other day when the land protectors came to speak, Michelle Paul, and I was very impressed by Michelle's ability to communicate both all of the technical issues with the bill, but also speak from her heart, as she said. She's on Hunter's Mountain tonight, as far as I understand, and she sent me. I asked because at one point she thought she'd be able to be here for the debate tonight, and I asked her if there was anything that I should say tonight that would be important, and I'd like to read something that she wrote to me. This is what it says. Regarding Bill 127 and the rights of protectors, I must raise deep concern with Bill 127 and its approach. The protectors in the Highlands are not criminals. They are acting within their inherent Mi'kmaq rights and responsibilities under Section 35 of the Constitution Act, affirmed by the Peace and Friendship Treaties to safeguard the land and waters. To impose $50,000 fines or 6-month jail sentences on those who fulfill this duty is not reconciliation. It is a repetition of old patterns of silencing and control. These lands are not a resource to be stripped without consequence. They are a living trust for future generations. I urge you to recognize that these actions are not roadblocks. They are peaceful demonstrations of stewardship. Criminalizing such action erodes trust between government and community and places you on the wrong side of both history and treaty. True reconciliation requires accountability, dialogue, and policy that reflects the spirit of the treaties. Punishment will not heal these divides, but listening and honoring commitments can. You cannot reconcile with one hand while criminalizing with the other. Yeah, and so we will call a recorded vote on this clause, unless there's no more speakers.
I would ask the member to table the message that you read from. I recognize the member, Cape Breton, Senator Whitney Pear.
Thank you, Speaker. There's a, gosh, I can't believe I can't even believe that I have to stand up and do this and talk about the provision that the government has put forward and under this clause, but I want to support my colleague's amendment. And the reason being, Mr. Speaker, is I'm gonna read something from an article I had read back in the summer. It says, Ontario's promise to consult First Nations smoke and mirrors Bill 5 legal action. And it says, a coalition of Ontario First Nations is taking legal action to try and throw out provincial and federal legislation designed to fast-track major projects, saying the two laws threaten their rights and ways of life. 9 First Nation groups announced in a statement on Tuesday that they are bringing the urgent litigation to the Ontario Superior Court of Justice to try and kill Ontario's Bill 5 and the federal government's Bill C5. The Ford government passed Bill 5 in June, which allows it to create special economic zones where municipal and provincial laws can be suspended. The opposition has referred to these areas as no-law zones. Kate Kempton, a senior legal counsel for the group, confirmed to Global News that the litigation was filed Monday evening. It looks to have Bill 5 struck down in its entirety, that parts of Bill C5 that allow for major projects and designations also to be killed. The court documents claim the two laws violate the constitutional obligation of the Crown to advance and not set back or foreclose reconciliation with First Nations. Bill 5, the group writes, is in its court submission, authorizes the Crown to unilaterally ram through projects without meaningful engagement. The document asks the court to strike out Bill 5 and Bill C5 as violating the right of life, liberty, and security of the persons, as well as the equality clauses in the Charter of Rights and Freedoms. It also asks the court for a declaration both governments fail to act honorably, and I'll table that. Nova Scotia, this government is opening us up to court proceedings on violation of treaties and charter. If the Ontario court is any indication of what's ahead of us. The Algonquin community wins part of a court challenge over nuclear waste dump near Ottawa River. Federal judge orders nuclear regulator to renew consultation with First Nations on a contentious project. The Algonquin community in Quebec is declaring victory after a judge upheld part of its court challenge to a proposed radioactive waste dump to be built about 1 kilometer away from the Ottawa River. Again, the court challenge was one of environmental racism, and it was one of lack of duty to consult. Again, opening us up to court challenges. Besides the fact that it is legally wrong, it is morally wrong, this government is continuing on with criminalizing our land and water defenders. And I will be tabling all these. They're right here ready. In CBC, Crown Lands Bill would criminalize peaceful protesters, critics say. Mi'kmaq leaders say they were given no notice before the bill was introduced. That was a subline. The Nova Scotia government proposed move to make it illegal to block forest access roads on Crown lands is being dismissed as heavy-handed and attempt to ignore Mi'kmaq rights. Several presenters spoke out in opposition Monday during an appearance before the legislature's Public Bills Committee hearing on the Protecting Nova Scotians Act. The omnibus bill includes a new piece of legislation that amends 7 other acts, including the Crown lands. The changes to the act would impose a $50,000 fine and/or 6 months in jail for protests or individuals who ignore protest camp removal orders. Michelle Paul, a Mi'kmaq water protector and land defender, told the committee that the bill was written without consultation or consideration of treaty rights and should be withdrawn. And I'll table that. Omnibus bill, this is also on the CBC, tackles Crown land protesters in Nova Scotia. So again, what we see in these articles is, quite frankly, people being unaware of it. The proposed changes come as protesters in Cape Breton are blocking logging operation by Port Hawkesbury Paper on Crown land, citing concerns about the cut's impact on wildlife habitat and the health of the forest. The Mi'kmaq communities are sounding the alarm, and they are saying they were not consulted. And again, we have a duty to consult. I want to read a few submissions. Good afternoon. My name is Frances Anderson. I live in Lunenburg County, and I wish to submit the following comments to the Public Bills Committee about clauses 14 and 15 of Bill 127, Protecting Nova Scotians Act. I'm quite concerned about the inclusion of changes to the Crown Lands Act in such a broad bill with virtually no time for the public to make comments or be consulted. Crown lands belong to all of us, and the proposed changes have been hidden in a bill which purports to protect, but in fact proposes to punish Nova Scotians. The proposed penalties for fairly minor infractions on Crown lands seems unusually harsh and punitive. Who precisely is being protected? The practice of introducing omnibus bills has increased. Lessons from the border, perhaps? Alarming in the recent past. The inclusion of clauses 14 and 15 is a much broader bill slides dangerously close to autocratic rather than democratic as the speed with which it is being ramped through attests. I appeal to the Public Bills Committee to reject those clauses and ask that they be struck from Bill 127. Yours truly, Francis Anderson. To whom it may concern, I'm writing about the issue that I feel threatens our democracy, and that the use of the omnibus bill, those that cram a variety of bills and/or amendments into one bill. These changes appear to be criminalize peaceful protesters by those who wish to protest forests, lands, and water. In addition, it appears that treaty rights and Indigenous sovereignty are being threatened. The timeline for the movement of Bill 127 through the legislature is extremely rushed. Speaker, Chair, this bill also has a deep, or this letter also has a deep concern about this $50,000 fine or the 6 months in jail that protesters would be facing. Or in the case of the Mi'kmaq, land defenders and water protectors. I think it's important for the government to hear from the people. Because if you weren't watching or you weren't attending public bills, you may not have actually heard from them. To whom it may concern, my name is Sadie Beaton, a resident of Kings County, with many generations of settler history on Mi'kmaq lands here in Nova Scotia, and over 2 decades studying and engaging with environmental issues here. I'm deeply concerned for the livable futures for all of our communities, including those of my own children, who would like to provide comments regarding Omnibus Bill 127. In particular, I asked the Public Bills Committee to have clauses 14 and 15 struck from the Omnibus Bill 127, aka the Protecting Nova Scotians Act. The proposed amendments to the Crown Lands Act should be removed on the basis that these amendments are unconstitutional, undemocratic, and economically short-sighted, and an affront to provincial commitments to reconciliation and treaties. As many people are pointing out, these sections will not serve to protect anyone except for those specifically involved in short-term profit from industrial forestry practices, that are, I'll leave that for now. I'm very concerned, it goes on to say, that this attempt to slip in last-minute amendments to the Crown Lands Act bypasses Mi'kmaq rights and responsibilities to use and care for their unceded lands. Land which do not belong to the Crown, but are collectively cared for by the Mi'kmaq as right holders. Changes to this act would further disrespect these well-established and constitutionally protected and Supreme Court affirmed treaty rights. These peace and friendship treaties lay out a sacred and legally binding relationship with the provincial government. We'll presumably be publicly celebrating at an annual Treaty Day ceremonies just 2 days from now. Well, we didn't have those treaty celebrations. In fact, this is how we're celebrating Treaty Day, Chair, by talking about criminalizing the people of this land, the land that is unceded. That's how we're celebrating Treaty Day. The irony is not lost on me. The amendments must also be rejected because of how more generally threatened peaceful use and enjoyment and protection of Nova Scotia's forests. Vague language in the wording of the amendments and the ridiculously high penalties seem designed to intimidate everyday forest users as well. The proposed changes especially threaten further criminalization of Mi'kmaq community members practicing their treaty responsibilities on their own lands and waters, such as those camping and gathering medicine on sacred moose hunting lands at Hunter's Mountain, violating the enshrined rights of Mi'kmaq people to care for their lands and waters is illegal on many fronts, and that would likely trigger expensive legal proceedings, which the province will certainly lose. These amendments could also target important peaceful work of Nova Scotians erecting temporary structures near to logging roads as they work to caretake lands through activities like documenting rare species that may be of interest. That was again from Sadie Beaton, and I will table that. To the Public Bills Committee, I would like to express my strong opposition to Bill 127, the Protecting Nova Scotians Act. The irony of naming this bill that will stomp on the democratic rights of Nova Scotians to protect corporate profits should be noted. The vague and practically meaningless verbiage of this omnibus bill means it can be interpreted however the government wants to interpret it. With reference to the section about blocking, impeding, obstructing logging roads, there's already legislation in place to deal with this kinds of infraction. Changing the act, as 127 does, makes it impossible for citizens to express their democratic right to protect the long-standing environmental destruction of our forests and gives industrial forestry corporations unrestricted freedom to continue clear-cutting and aerial spraying of toxic carcinogenics? Did I say that right? I want to say herbicides. Both of these industrial activities have been strongly opposed by citizens. The Act also attacks the constitutional rights and the peace and friendship treaties of the Indigenous people of Mi'kmaq. It is difficult to believe that this Act is being presented shortly after the Hunter Mountain encampment by the Mi'kmaq to demand their rights to consultation be observed about the ongoing clear-cutting and destruction of the forests on Hunter Mountain, a traditional hunting and medicine-gathering region for the Mi'kmaq in this area. The entire section on obstructing logging roads needs to be removed. Thank you. Robert Bright. And I will table that. Are we seeing a thread? Is the government side seeing a thread here? Are they seeing consistencies here? I'll read more. Dear committee members, I'm writing regarding Section 2 of Bill 127 presented under the claim of protecting Nova Scotians. My first concern is with the undemocratic process by this omnibus bill has been advanced, bundling together a wide range of issues and pushing them forward without meaningful consultation prevents Nova Scotians, including Mi'kmaq right holders, experts, and community members from having our voices heard. A government committed to accountability and respect for its people would take the time to separate these matters and ensure full public input before moving ahead. While some aspects of this bill may be constructive, the amendments to the Crown Act in Section 2 are deeply troubling. These changes do not safeguard our communities. Instead, they expand the powers of the Crown to criminalize those who act to protect the land and water. The effect of Section 2 is to prioritize short-term economic gain over the long-term health and safety of people and ecosystems. We've already seen this government approve the spraying of glyphosate? What's that? Glyphosate. I stand corrected. Thank you, my honorable colleague. A substance known to endanger human health on forests across this province. Under Section 2, those who speak out to stand against such harmful practices could face punishment. The same applies to people resisting destructive forestry operations that threaten species at risk and vital habitats. Most alarming is this legislation could be used further to criminalize Mi'kmaq land defenders acting on unceded lands in direct contradiction to the treaty responsibilities and Indigenous sovereignty. Mi'kmaq land defenders on Hunter's Mountain are not criminals. They are caretakers, stepping in where government mismanagement has endangered the land. They are working for the well-being of generations yet to come. I am grateful for their courage and clarity. I am too, Chair. Section 2 represents both an erosion of democracy and a betrayal of our obligations to the land, to our children, and to reconciliation. I call on the committee to reject Section 2 of Bill 127 and to commit instead to legislation that truly protects communities, honors treaty relationships, and safeguards the living land upon which we all depend on. Sincerely, Riley Olstead. I'm writing both to urge the Bills Committee to remove Section 2 of Bill 127, which does not protect Nova Scotians, and to express my concern for the undemocratic process of this omnibus bill. As a person who grew up in and continues to reside in rural Nova Scotia, I deeply value forests for their ecological benefits and for the sustainable forestry potential. Healthy forests mean a healthier Nova Scotia. However, Section 2 of Bill 127, in fact, prioritizes the economic interest of the Crown over the health and safety of Nova Scotians. The amendments introduced more opportunity to arbitrarily criminalize community citizens committed to protecting the land and water for our present and future health. We owe these citizens much gratitude for monitoring the situation on Crown lands and bringing practice such as glyphosate, I'm never going to get this right, spraying and high-impact forestry in ecological vulnerable areas in the public eye. The amendments threaten public dissent and debate to unsustainable natural resource practices on Crown land. The amendments protect industry profit, not the voice of Nova Scotians. Furthermore, I fear these amendments could be used to criminalize Mi'kmaq land defenders on unceded Mi'kmaq land, a clear violation of Indigenous sovereignty and treaty responsibilities. Recently, Mi'kmaq land defenders are on Hunter's Mountain because the province and the Crown has clearly been mismanaging those lands, and they are trying to protect them for future generations. They are protectors, not criminals, and Nova Scotia should instead be focused on legislation that aligns with reconciliation, consultation, and protection of natural resources. Lastly, I'm alarmed with the undemocratic process surrounding this omnibus bill, which lumps many desperate issues together that has been pushed through with no respect for allowing Nova Scotians the time to have our voices or concerns heard and addressed. We need adequate time for consultation and input and hear from Mi'kmaq right holders, experts, and the public. This also involves separating out many issues within this legislation to allow the public to better understand and engage with this huge variety of issues. In conclusion, while I agree with many parts of Bill 127, I oppose the amendments of the Crown Land Act proposed in Section 2, and I urge the committee to remove and reject them. These amendments do not protect Nova Scotians, but rather criminalize many of whom who are protecting natural resources. I am specifically concerned with the undermining of Mi'kmaq treaty rights and our nation-to-nation responsibilities through the broadening of the opportunities for criminalization presented in this amendments. Finally, I urge the Bills Committee to improve the process to allow for more democratic approach by separating out the issues in this omnibus bill and taking the time to allow input from experts, Mi'kmaq leaders, and the broader public. Sincerely, Julie Stinson. I'm wondering if my fellow colleagues are seeing the common themes here. Themes that I saw before public bills even began. The moment I read the bill, my first thought was, this is a court challenge waiting to happen. Because of this clause, because of this section. I'll go on. Crown land is a type of public land, specifically land owned by the monarch in the Commonwealth realms like Canada and Australia, or by the federal or provincial governments, which holds the land on behalf of the public. This land belongs to all Canadians, not to individuals, and it is managed for the benefit of the public for purposes such as recreation and industry. Your government needs to meet with the Mi'kmaq leadership and find a way of preserving enough wild environment to sustain the Mi'kmaq culture in every way, shape, and form. This is substantiated by UNDRIP and through common sense regarding the 7 sacred teachings: bravery, courage, humility, respect, love, wisdom, honesty, and truth. In my opinion, our Crown Lands Act proposal totally goes against the very definition of Crown land and its use by the public. The Mi'kmaq have been on this land since time immemorial, and they deserve to have their rights to be upheld, and that is not what this bill proposed bill will do if passed. The proposed bill is a disgrace. Please take this bill off the docket, as it is insulting, to say the least. Our environment and the benefits it provides are more important than Port Hawkesbury paper. Adventure on, Paul Strom, Antigonish, Nova Scotia. And I will table all of these. Speaker, this is what the people have said. The common theme here is concern about constitutionality, the concern of court challenges, and the concern that we are harming our relationships with Mi'kmaq communities. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chair, this is serious. To my colleagues, I hope you understand the severity of this section if it is not amended. It is Treaty Day. Please take that into consideration today, because this is, I still can't believe we're talking about this on Treaty Day. Thank you.
I recognize the member for Sydney, member 2.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate the opportunity to get up for a few minutes in support of this amendment. A lot of conversation, not only tonight, a lot of conversation throughout the day around some of the resolutions that my colleagues from the NDP brought forward around Indigenous rights, and you know, we celebrated Treaty Day today. MLAs from all parties attended. You know, a sign of unity, a sign of good faith in supporting the treaties that were signed in peace and friendship, and then understanding also that there will always be a journey ahead as we move towards continued reconciliation, because that conversation to me will never end. But I do want to get on my feet specifically on this, and I want to talk about really what, and I talked a bit about it earlier this afternoon, Mr. Speaker, when I was talking about one of the resolutions, and it's really what I have seen in my experience with this government in the last little while is just really this lack of understanding and lack of respect at times for First Nations leaders and their communities when it comes to, you know, what the government says is they're the builders and we're the blockers and everybody else is the blockers and the special interest groups, and you know, everybody's a special interest group. They spend $10,000 on one letter in the front of the Herald to tell everybody they were an special interest group, and now there's another letter in the paper, and I would suspect they probably gave them $10,000 to as well. So this is all taxpayers' money to tell people that they're special interest groups and they're the builders and everybody's the blockers. The reason why I want to get up on this specifically around our forest, you know, there's a legitimate concern there. You know, I've seen in the past where forestry plans have been put in place. It's not just the people who are in the woods right now that are there and Hunters Bay on other spots. It's people all over the island that have been talking about this. Just the scale of the actual work that's going on. And in regards to this clause, and in regards to what I've seen, the government needs to do a much better job in establishing a strong, healthy relationship with the Mi'kmaq here in Nova Scotia. You know, we've given examples, Mr. Chair, throughout the day. You know, this big, bold talk about developing our resources. You know, I used uranium mining, for example, which there were no bids. We predicted there were no bids. There would be no bids. And now the government does not talk about uranium at all, probably because the Premier's office told people to stop talking about uranium. Because obviously it was a huge concern for people. People weren't consulted correctly. The moratorium was lifted, and the government saw a lot of backlash. One of the biggest pieces of that around removing the moratorium, Mr. Speaker, on fracking and uranium was immediately First Nations leaders came out with a letter saying they were consulted. So, like, this whole foundation has been broken. This relationship has been broken by a government which, you know, they use the word, you know, there's lots of ways you can discuss it. The marketing machine is what I like to call it. You know, the posts go out on Instagram and the posts go out on Facebook about, you know, we're building a new Nova Scotia. All of these things, I know from my experience, have been done before. And, you know, we'll get into those examples, but the marketing machine wants you to think that tomorrow there's going to be offshore oil and gas. Well, I put out the last bid. My colleague put out the last bid. We hope there is. But the point is that what happens when you keep doing this and you keep giving this message and the marketing machine keeps turning all of this stuff out, giving the impression that everything is okay and that the relationships are okay, and they're not okay. They're not okay. Especially with our First Nations leaders, they're not okay. They're not. There's lots of examples that I provided earlier today about building that relationship, that understanding that all of us as, whether we're First Nations communities within Nova Scotians, that we're the first peoples on this land, or we're from other parts of the world, we all want the same thing. We want a healthy province with a healthy environment. We want solid opportunities and supports for our kids. And we want to be able to grow an economy together that can be sustainable in the long run, that appreciates the hard work that everybody wants to put in to build that economy, but also the beauty that is Nova Scotia, and doing it the right way and consulting the right way. And this government doesn't consult. They consult on the front page of the Herald with taxpayers' dollars. That's what they do. $10,000 for a Dear Diary on the front of the Chronicle Herald. Dear Diary, we're breaking down barriers. $10,000.
I think Mark Carney likes it.
Dear Diary, right? Another letter goes out, guaranteed another 10 grand. Dear Diary. So another one will go out. Well, while all of this is going out, you have First Nations leaders today telling us they have huge problems with this bill. Huge problems with the bill. And did people sit down and have a conversation about them? No, they didn't. Just like the government did when they said, we're going to open the moratorium on uranium mining because there's uranium everywhere, and we're going to frack, and there's oil everywhere, there's oil in the offshore. And we're going to do it all, and we're going to put it in the front page of the Herald, and we're going to spend your money telling people that we're doing all this stuff. It's a joke, Mr. Chair. So in this case, I know I need to specifically to this. This whole situation isn't getting any better. As I said, this started when you didn't consult around resource development. This is when this started. And the letters came. And I said it in this House, that this government's going to end up in court because they're going to start digging and they're going to start doing things with what we have tabled in this House by saying, do the science, map the province, work with all of the communities, work with First Nations, find out what your best potential is, and then from there, you may be able to look at opportunities that are less ecologically sensitive, that you can talk to communities about. There's lots of great opportunities for resource development. Mr. Chair, you and I come from those communities. Very proud miners, families. We see great projects all over the province. Community buy-in, community consultation. The government is talking about a new mine in Garsborough, which is great, which was signed off on 8 years ago. For the most part, I remember that. But again, there are opportunities for the government to do it right. Engage. When we started looking at natural gas coming from out west to try to get it to Europe, the first thing we did was talk to the leadership within First Nations to work out what a plan would look like if we built a plant there. Who's responsible for the camp? Who's responsible for the employees? It was all worked out in collaboration, ensuring that everyone could be successful in that endeavor. This government puts a 10,000 Dear Diary page in the Chronicle Herald saying we're going after uranium, doesn't tell anybody. What do you think's going to happen? You get a letter. What are you talking about? Right? Land the taxpayers in court is what ends up happening. That's exactly what happens. So anyway, that's my spiel for tonight, Mr. Chair. But I want to get up specifically on this. I want to get up specifically on this because this didn't just happen with this bill. This started with this whole marketing machine, no science, no background, no research. We're going to build and we're going to tell everybody and we're going to spend your money on doing it in the Chronicle Herald. How many more letters are we going to see? How many more $10,000 checks are we going to write to big newspapers so we can talk to people about stuff that we're pretending that we're doing, but we're not doing the science and we're not doing the process right and we're not engaging the people right to do this in a way that everybody in this province and the communities are consulted and we do it in partnership. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Good job, Larry. Good job, buddy.
Shall Amendment NDP 2? There's been a call for recorded vote. The bell shall ring till the whips are satisfied. Order. The Committee of the Whole House on Bills shall come to order. There's been a request for a recorded vote, but before we do that, I want to remind members to please remain silent while the vote's being carried out. And it is the rules of the House that when you're answering, to please rise to your feet if you can. So please stand up when you answer. I'll ask the clerks to record the vote.
Brian Comer.
No.
Nolan Young.
No.
Kim Maslin.
No.
John Lohr.
No.
Brendan McGuire.
No.
Tim Houston. Barbara Adams. Michelle Thompson.
No.
Fred Tilley.
No.
Dave Ritzie.
No.
Twyla Gross.
No.
Tom Taggart. Brad Johns.
No.
Marco McLeod.
No.
Adegoke Fadare.
No.
Susan Corkum Greek.
No.
Leah Martin.
No.
Chris Palmer.
No.
Melissa Sheehy Richard.
No.
Brian Wong.
No.
John A. McDonald.
No.
Danielle Barkhouse. Brad McGowan.
No.
Kyle McQuarrie.
No.
Tim Outfit.
No.
Rick Burns.
No.
Julie Van Exen.
No.
Diane Timmons.
No.
David Bowlby.
No.
Nick Hilton.
No.
Becky Druin.
No.
Tim Hallman.
No.
Scott Armstrong.
No.
Jill Balzer.
No.
Colton LeBlanc.
No.
Claudia Chender.
Yes.
Susan LeBlanc.
Yes.
Lisa Lachance.
Yes.
Derek Mombercat.
Yes.
Ian Rankin.
Yes.
Elizabeth Smith McCrossan.
Yes.
Paul Wozni.
Yes.
Susie Hansen.
Yes.
Kendra Coombs.
Yes.
Kent Smith.
No.
Tori Rushton.
No.
Trevor Boudreau.
No.
Greg Moreau.
No.
Ryan Robichaud.
No.
Damian Stoylov.
No.
Danny McGilvery. Krista Gallagher.
Yes.
Rod Wilson.
Yes.
Lena Hamid.
Yes.
The results of the recorded vote are as follows. Yeas 12, nays 37.
The amendment is defeated. Shall Clause 14 carry? Carry. I recognize the member for Cumberland North.
Mr. Chair, I move to amend pages 2 and 3, Clause 15. Delete and substitute the following clause. 15, Chapter 114 is further amended by adding immediately after Section 39 the following sections. 39A1. In this section, charter means the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms.
Order, please. Just give us 1 second. Can I ask the member, are you speaking to Clause 15? Thank you.
Too early.
Clause 14 carried. I recognize the member for Cumberland North.
Start over. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll start over. My apologies. I move the following amendment. Pages 2 and 3, Clause 15. Delete and substitute the following clause. 15, Chapter 114 is further amended by adding immediately after Section 39 the following sections. 39A1. In this section, charter means the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms. Immediate and demonstrable Hazard means a condition that presents clear and present and significant danger to life or safety that cannot reasonably be mitigated through lesser means. Structure includes any building, shelter, or enclosed space erected on Crown lands. 2, the minister may cause the removal, demolition, or disposal of a structure together with its contents located on Crown lands without a lease or permit only if the structure A poses an immediate and demonstrable hazard to public health or safety, B is being used for an unlawful purpose, or C has been erected or maintained without lawful authority and continues to be so after within written notice has been provided under subsection 3. 3, except in cases of immediate and demonstrable hazard under clause 2A, the minister shall, before taking action under subsection 2, A, provide written notice to any person reasonably believed to have erected, occupied, or used the structure. B, allow a period of not less than 30 days from the date of the notice for any person notified to make written submissions, remove the structure voluntarily, or apply for a lease, permit, or authorization. And C, consider any submissions received before making a decision. 4, a person who receives a notice under subsection 3 may, within 30 days of the minister's decision, appeal the decision to the Nova Scotia Regulatory and Appeals Board, which may confirm, vary, or set aside the minister's decision. 5, where the minister removes, demolishes, or disposes of a structure under this section, the minister, A, shall, upon written request, return any recoverable personal property, and B, may recover from the person responsible the reasonable costs incurred, less the value of any salvaged property. 6, a person whose structure or property is removed, demolished, or disposed of under this section is entitled to reasonable compensation for any loss or damage resulting from actions taken by the minister that are later determined to have been unlawful or procedurally unfair. 7, nothing in this section authorizes the minister to remove or demolish a structure that is A, used in the exercise of charter-protected freedoms of expression or peaceful assembly, unless the structure presents an immediate and serious risk to public safety, or B, erected pursuant to an Indigenous or treaty right recognized and affirmed under Section 35 of the Constitution Act 1982. 39B1, a person who knowingly and willfully fails to comply with this act or the regulations is guilty of an offense and, except as otherwise prescribed, is liable on summary conviction to a fine of not more than $1,000. No person shall be convicted of an offense under this act if the person acted in good faith and took reasonable steps to comply with a notice issued under Section 39A. 39C, any action taken by the minister under Section 39A or 39B must be carried out in a manner that is procedurally fair and consistent with the Charter, including the rights to liberty, security of person, freedom of expression, and peaceful assembly. Mr. Chair, this amendment changes some things from the original bill, in that it requires 30 days notice, submissions, and an appeal. Whereas the original bill that is in the Crown Lands Act Amendment in Bill 127, the minister may act without any notice. In this amendment, it provides reasonable compensation if actions are unlawful or unfair, whereas the original bill explicitly denies compensation. In this amendment, it limits to immediate hazard or unlawful purpose, and it also reduces penalties and adds good faith defense. In this amendment, it protects freedom of expression, assembly, and Indigenous rights, whereas the original bill makes no mention of rights. And in this amendment, it allows for an appeal to the UARB for independent review, whereas the original bill offers no appeal process. Mr. Speaker, tomorrow, I believe, we're all going to see a bill tabled by the government that's something to do with the veterans, I believe. And I think that it's a bit ironic that the government's going to put forth a bill tomorrow honoring our veterans, at least that's what I'm assuming based on the name of it, where this bill violates the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms quite clearly, and that's the very thing that our veterans fought for. Many sacrificed their lives for. This bill, this amendment to the Crown Lands Act, I believe, and many believe, violates the fundamental rights guaranteed under the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms, the very thing that our veterans fought for. Mr. Chair, I am deeply concerned about this piece of legislation, and I believe the government should withdraw it tonight. There's a dangerous concentration of power under this amendment to the Crown Lands Act that the government has put forth. It provides the Minister of Natural Resources the authority to unilaterally remove, demolish, or dispose of any structure on Crown land without notice, without a hearing, without compensation. No notice, no hearing, no compensation. Mr. Chair, 26 to 29% of the land in Nova Scotia is Crown land, depending on which website you read. So we're talking about a third of our province. This amendment to the Crown Lands Act would appeal to, or would apply to. Now, if you look up some of the protests that have happened, there's a lot of members in this chamber that this bill would have affected their constituents in the past, and it will affect your constituents in the future moving forward. It's not just going to impact the situation that we all know is happening right now in Cape Breton. There are MLAs in this House who have had constituents protest on many things, whether it's in a Digby or Annapolis or other parts of this province. So don't think that this bill is only going to affect what's happening right now in Cape Breton. This bill, in my opinion, is significant overreach by this government. It's authoritarian and is wrong. The fines for this is $50,000 or 6 months in jail. Mr. Chair, this concentration of power in the single minister's responsibility, giving the minister the ability to destroy property, seize belongings, and criminalize people without due process should concern every Nova Scotian and should concern every MLA here in the province. And my advice to the minister that is going to take this on, I'm not sure if this is the minister's idea or not. And my advice to the minister is, if this is the premier's idea, then I would ask for an amendment to this bill that it's the minister that is going to take on the liability and be responsible, not him. Because this, based on what I've learned and what I've read, is a direct violation of the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms. And I'm going to go over some of the sections that I believe violates the Charter. Section 7, liberty and security of the person. Section 7 of the Charter guarantees every person the right to life, liberty, and security of the person, and says that those rights cannot be taken away except in accordance with the principles of fundamental justice. How can it possibly be in accordance with fundamental justice to allow a minister to demolish someone's shelter or remove their possessions without even notifying them? No opportunity to be heard, no opportunity to appeal. No. That is the very definition of procedural unfairness, and it strikes at the heart of what it means to live under the rule of law, not the rule of arbitrary government. Another charter concern is Section 8, protection against unreasonable seizure. Section 8 of the Charter protects every Canadian citizen against unreasonable search and seizure. Yet this amendment explicitly allows government to enter Crown land, remove property, and destroy it without a warrant and without judicial oversight. That is the kind of unchecked authority we would expect to see in an authoritarian state, not in a free and democratic society governed by law. That is the kind of unchecked authority we would expect to see in an authoritarian state, not in a free and democratic society governed by law. The next charter concern is Section 2, freedom of expression and peaceful assembly. Mr. Chair, we need to be honest about how this law could be used. The new powers target any structure that obstructs or impedes lawful use of Crown land. That language is very broad, and it could be used to tear down protest encampments, remove signs, banners, dismantle gatherings by Nova Scotians expressing their views on environmental protection, forestry, Indigenous land rights, and more. These are activities that are protected in the Charter by Section 2B, the freedom of expression, and Section 2C, the freedom of peaceful assembly. It is deeply troubling that this government would table legislation that could be used to silence dissent or criminalize peaceful protest. Across this province, there are Nova Scotians who use Crown land responsibly to camp, to hunt, to fish, to gather, to protest, and in some cases, simply to live. This bill will give the minister the power to demolish structure, seize property from anyone they believe is impeding someone else's use. No process, no hearing, no court, no compensation. This could affect our Indigenous communities exercising treaty rights. This can affect environmental activists raising concerns about forestry or mining, unhoused Nova Scotians seeking refuge when they have nowhere else to go. This is not a solution to complex social or environmental issues. This is something that's being used for convenience, and it sacrifices justice and is a violation of our Charter. Mr. Chair, we are a country of laws, not edicts. Laws that deprive people of their liberty or property must be clear, fair, and subject to independent oversight. That's not just good governance, it's a constitutional requirement here in Canada. The Charter exists to protect individuals from the power of the state. And yet here we have a government trying to give itself the power to destroy property, punish citizens, and silence voices, all without a judicial review. It's un-Canadian, and it has no place in a free and democratic Nova Scotia. The next charter concern is reasonable limits. The government might claim this law is justified under Section 1 of the Charter, which allows reasonable limits on rights. But to pass that test, a limit must be proportionate and minimally impairing. There's nothing minimal about this. There is nothing proportionate about this. A simple notice and hearing requirement could achieve the same goal while respecting due process. And the amendment that I've tabled suggests that, to provide a notice and a hearing requirement. That tells us everything about the mindset behind this legislation. It's not about balance, it's about control. Mr. Chair, Nova Scotians deserve laws that uphold their charter rights, not laws that trample them. Nova Scotians deserve transparency. They deserve fairness. And I call on the government to withdraw or amend the sections of the Crown Lands Act and commit to a public consultation process before granting itself such sweeping powers. If the government is not willing to do that, then I urge every member of this House, government and opposition alike, to vote against this bill in its current form. This is not just a bill against our Indigenous people. This is a bill against all Nova Scotians and our right to freedom, our right to expression. It is a violation of our Canadian Charter, and it is disrespectful to our veterans who have served our country to give us the freedoms that we are supposed to be upheld today. This whole topic is a little sensitive to me. Some of you know that I was removed from my family, my party, after joining my constituents in a peaceful protest 43 kilometers away from the Nova Scotia border. It's something I'll never regret. Because after 17 months of hardship, because of the border restrictions and the hardship on our people, grandmothers, business owners, all people in our area took a stand, and I was proud to stand with them. I believe that if this bill passes, what the Premier is doing is actually empowering anger, and potentially will start a war here in this province between the Indigenous people and the rest of Nova Scotians, creating a divide that is unnecessary. I believe what the Premier needs to do and what the government should do is stop. Do not pass this bill that is only going to make people more angry and dig their heels in, and rather take a different approach. Listen to the people that are protesting. If that approach was taken back on June 23rd, 2021, we would have had a different outcome too. When people are protesting, stop and listen. Hear what they have to say, and then work together with them. Don't table a piece of legislation that is authoritarian. It's un-Canadian, it's undemocratic, and it's not in the best interests of all Nova Scotians. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I recognize the member for Halifax Needham.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I echo that same sentiment as my colleague has said. I think we need to really take a look at this particular amendment, which clarifies some of the information that isn't in the bill or hasn't been clarified by ministers, that would make the bill a bit better and would clarify and protect our land protectors and our water protectors and our land defenders. Peaceful protesting is a right. It's what we're allowed to do, and when it is not clarified in the bill, it is considered a threat, and it's something that we see shouldn't be in that bill. So I will say that my colleague's amendment does. It has the spirit of our amendment, and it also clarifies the violation of the charter rights, which is something that the government, I would, implore the government to add into and use this amendment, because it would make this more clearer. It gives us a clear timeline, and it reduces penalties. It also, does not silence the dissident and peaceful protesters. I think, you've heard from my colleagues who have read letters from across the province and who have read letters that have been written to the Public Bills Committee, and a lot of it was that speaking to that same thing, the proposed punishment for the proposed offenses, such as being able to lay criminal charges. I mean, this lays out clearly what could be done that wouldn't be harmful and harsh, and would also give direction in the bill if amended as such. It also, in the previous bill, it says that, conduct immediate destruction of shelters or structures, confiscate possessions without return or compensation. In this amendment, it speaks to, what we should be doing and how, we have rights and we should utilize those rights. And it's clear, that the minister may cause the removal, demolition, or disposition of a structure together with its contents located on Crown's lands without lease or permit only if the structure, and it's very clear, poses an immediate and demonstrable hazard to the public health or safety. What we have as the bill in front of us without the amendment is very vague, and it's unclear, and it's actually not transparent, and it's actually what's the word I'm trying to think here? It's just not good. It's not good. And so this will clarify that. And it also speaks to the protections of our Indigenous brothers and sisters. And it also speaks to the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms. And it's clear, very clear on what we could do. I will say this amendment, we support this amendment. It is in the spirit of our amendment that we've put forward. And I appreciate the clear timelines. And yes, so I think, if nothing else, we should pass this amendment as the amendment from Clause 15. Thank you.
Shall Amendment Independent 1 carry? Yes. Amendment's defeated. Shall Clause 15 carry? Carried. Shall Clause 16 to 32 carry? Carried. Clause 33. I recognize the member for Halifax, Citadel, Sable Island.
I'm standing, and I just want to acknowledge, as I stand up, that the amendment that I'm going to propose, actually the spirit is shared amongst a lot of us over here, and my amendment proposes to reflect more accurately what the Nova Scotia moms have brought forward, and just to give us the whole picture. So I'll read the amendment. Page 8, Clause 33, delete and substitute 33, Clause 38, subsection 1, subsection D of Chapter 41 of the Acts of 2010, the Personal Health Information Act, is amended by A, striking out an imminent, and substituting A, and B, adding or avert or minimize a risk of serious harm immediately after danger. And I'll just speak briefly to this. So, I think we've heard a lot from stakeholders and a lot from folks who have struggled to help the person they're caring for get the help they need. And I'm sure lots of us in this room have that experience. I've definitely sat in the ER with young people who, need help, and we're having a hard time getting it, especially because, the input of families and the connection to families is somewhat prohibited. And families are a really important part of caring for folks with mental illness, and provide a really important source of support, often provide all the support, and also carry people's history with them, can describe sort of what previous interventions have been done. It's just a really important role. And when we don't allow folks to have access to information to help keep their person well, we often see that people, like, their condition deteriorates, and they're not getting the support they need to be well. As I referenced earlier in an earlier debate, this is one of the areas where the question is, why has this government chosen to only go part of the way with this change? So our amendment and the amendment of my colleagues is really to reflect the research and advocacy that Nova Scotia moms and others have done. And when I look through, across provinces, the risk of significant harm, risk of serious harm, significant risk of serious bodily harm, really, we're the only ones that have the words imminent and significant danger. And, my question, so this is where not being able to have a discussion, not hearing from ministers about the rationale becomes a problem. Mm-hmm. So why not? Why are we not actually following a line with all of the other jurisdictions? In the absence of the background research, in the absence of hearing from ministers to defend the choices that were made for this policy, we can't help but think that maybe there wasn't a rationale, that somebody, so he will just like do this little fix over here, we'll throw this in here, and we're good to go. So, you know, I think we're in a period where suicides in Nova Scotia continue to grow. You know, last year, there were 159 people died due to suicide, and I understand that we're about 90 so far in this calendar year. I know none of us want the suicide crisis in Nova Scotia to persist. I know that. I know we all share a commitment to lessening and ending suicide in Nova Scotia. And you know, what's been brought forward is really important lived experience that's also backed up by information from other jurisdictions. And so I would encourage everyone to give this some consideration. If there is a rationale, again, I beg the minister to stand up and explain why some of this was not accepted and why we continue to be out of line with other provinces.
Shall Amendment NDP 3 carry? No. Amendment's defeated. Debate on Clause 33. I recognize the member for Timberlea Prospect.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I would have spoke to that amendment in support. Of course, I did support the amendment, but we also have a very, very similar, I think it's the same amendment in spirit. So we'll try another round at this. Clause, page 8, Clause 33, delete and substitute Clause 38, subsection 1D of Chapter 41 of the Acts of 2010. The Personal Health Information Act is amended by striking out, quote, an imminent and significant danger, end quote, and substitute, quote, a risk of serious harm to the individual's health or safety or, end quote. And so I think the operative words in these amendments that we're speaking to are specifically the word risk and the word serious harm. We need those words in to actually meet what has become a Canadian standard. And I don't know if the government did do a jurisdictional scan. One could presume that they did. That's usually the first thing you do when you're looking at amending legislation, especially after pressure from advocates and opposition parties, which have happened. Last year, especially, we had advocates down at the House, and especially the moms that have been impacted, known as the Nova Scotia moms, and they actually did their own jurisdictional scan, just in case the government didn't have one, where they tabled at the Public Bills Committee the provinces, the majority of provinces that have both of those words, risk and serious harm, in their legislation in comparable phrases. So in Newfoundland and Labrador, risk of serious harm. New Brunswick, risk of serious harm. Manitoba, risk of serious harm. Northwest Territories, risk of serious harm. Yukon, risk of serious harm. PEI, risk of significant harm. Ontario, significant risk of serious bodily harm. So it seems to me when we're bringing in bills to strengthen them, we need to try our best to get it right. And that is what I think multiple readings on legislation should do. And especially public bills, which used to be law amendments where advocates would have put amendments forward, we would have supported them and had a vote even at that juncture. But this speaks to a lot of the debate on this bill overall tonight, going back to issues that are completely unrelated relative to a Crown's Land Act and some other good things that are in the Act, looking at regulating bouncers at bars and things like that. Multiple different parts of the bill, some of them good, some of them not so good. But I think at the very least, it's fair to say that it's very distasteful to bring something that is so important to families across the province and shove it in an omnibus bill, especially on controversial issues that they know that we won't support. We can't support the amendment to the Crown lands. We can't. But advocates know how much we're behind them to support meaningful change like this. So to be clear, we support the amendment on removing the words imminent. Not to get it twisted in case there is anything that comes out from the government that says we don't support it. We have some of the highest suicide rates in the country here in the province. And it is a crisis, mental health and addictions. And that's why, frankly, I created the Office of Mental Health and Addictions. I know it was renamed to Addictions and Mental Health. They just switched the words around. But I recognized that it was a big problem. We all are touched by it in some form or another. And I want to commend the people that are family members that are working so hard to advocate on behalf of victims, and it's hard work to do this stuff. And the question I asked the Public Bills was, what was the quality of consultation? And unfortunately, Mr. Chair, I didn't get good comfort that there was really a significant level of consultation, which means two-way communication. And the actual amendment before was put forward to the House was not shared with those individuals that really worked hard to make sure that these changes would occur. And again, there is support for the change. It's moving in the positive direction. Let's get rid of the word imminent. But we only sit here so often, the least in the country, so let's make sure we get it right. I want to recognize the moms. One of them is in the crowd. If Nancy Saunders wants to stand up, I would hope they... And yeah, thank you to my colleagues. She's been waiting here while we were debating other clauses of this bill that were completely unrelated to this very serious issue of how we can prevent suicides. Like, what can get more serious than that in our province? Because we know that suicide's not inevitable. As government, we have means to prevent suicide. We do. Some of it's physical, and government has worked in the past on those things. This is more about privacy and how the balance of protecting one's privacy can be a challenge when you share information with family members. But I think we all know that we should be doing our best to prevent that from happening. So members that drive across the bridge a lot, I just want to bring up this example because I thought of it when both Nancy and Heather Spadell were at Public Bills Committee, and they had a list of Nova Scotians that some of them I knew. And it's important we bring the human element to this. It's part of our job, I think, as representatives for various constituencies. And I think it was 16 years ago today, Adam Cashin. I don't know if Bill Estabrook's mentioned him in the House. He probably did, but about 2007, he jumped over that bridge, the McDonald Bridge, and the family was very, very adamant that if there was a barrier along that bridge, that he would not have taken that choice, spur of the moment, late at night, 4 o'clock in the morning, and he made that decision. And now I think members would note the barriers that go along both sides of that McDonald Bridge. That was his mom that fought hard to get those up. And that was something that was a means to prevent, and it's called means restriction, to prevent someone from making that choice in the spur of a moment. He was my shared reading partner, actually, when I was very young. And that guy, Adam, was like the life of the party. His nickname was Elmo, and he was just always happy, and it shocked a lot of people. but nobody knows what's going on behind the scenes in the mind, especially. Same thing with the other Adams. So if I would just say this amendment I'm passing, I want to do it on behalf of both Adams I know. Adam McLean was someone I worked with, and that's Heather Spadel's nephew, who was also someone that seemed to be, you know, he had it all. Every time I saw the guy, he was so happy, and beautiful family, young children around the age of my children, very young, and was doing great things. He was working with the development company I was working with right before I was elected, and we stayed in contact, and just was an all-around great guy that had it all together, or seemingly did. But this is an illness that impacts the mind that nobody can see, I think is my point on this. And I think the government should just understand. I'm not saying pause it and go back and look at language, to be clear. Make sure that imminent is gone. We need that gone. But in 2018, there was a review. There was a review by the government. We were in government. And you can look it up. It actually points to the to our province being offside with Canadian legislation across the country. So I named the provinces that have it. It's pretty consistent. We can do that tonight. We can remove and put in the words risk to remove the barrier. If you don't have that, if you don't have risk in there, you have a barrier for healthcare workers to inform. So think about barriers when you're crossing that bridge. And my colleague spoke about the increasing numbers. I think it's important that we listen to advocates on this, and I don't think that they were meaningfully consulted to the extent that they were in the know when something came forward as legislation. And when it's packaged in an omnibus bill, we don't have the opportunity to really have that exchange on a topic that should be a standalone topic. So I'd ask if the government does not support this this amendment for a second time. I think another one of my colleagues has one coming, and maybe third time's the charm. But if you don't, take a look at what your bureaucrats, that were our bureaucrats, looked at in 2018 in their 3-year review that found that Nova Scotia should align with other Canadian legislation. And yes, of course, I'm drawing from my knowledge of my 2 Adam buddies and their families. And I know a lot of you can draw from your experiences on this, but I honestly believe if you insert those words, risk and serious harm, you will prevent instances of suicide. So I would ask you to consider that. Thank you.
Well done, man.
I recognize the Honourable Leader, official opposition.
Thank you, and I want to thank my colleagues in opposition for all speaking to this issue, and to the Nova Scotia moms who have brought this to us again and again. And I just want to make one little point, because we've talked a lot about, I think my colleague, the MLA for Timberley Prospect, just spoke very clearly about that barrier that it sets up. But barrier to what? We talk a lot about healthcare in this chamber, and the former premier set up an office dedicated to mental health. Some version of that office has continued under that government, and work is happening. But I think we would all agree that there's still work to be done. And the reality is, and I certainly know this as an MLA and as a parent, and as a friend, as a daughter, that often when people need mental health care in this province, it's not as available as it could be. we're just not there yet. Hopefully we'll get there, but we're not there yet. And so who is it that is there to deal with it? It's family and friends, but in particular, family, particularly when you're talking about a young person or a minor. And so what this does is it actually enables healthcare. It enables the people who are closest to someone experiencing at serious risk of suicide, to use everything in their power to take care of them, to understand where they are. And so I think it's really important to bring those families into this. Many people in this chamber have talked about their own experiences with children or with close friends who suffer from addiction or who suffer from serious mental health issues. And we do that because we want to help them, and we feel powerless. And the amendment that we are suggesting, that the Liberal caucus is suggesting, that I believe the independent member will bring, gives families more power, gives families more possibility to address challenges, to know about challenges. And so I would echo my colleague, and I would ask the government members to consider this amendment, to bring us in line with other provinces. This is the furthest thing from a partisan issue. This is an issue that, I've run into the Minister for Mental Health and Addictions several times in the last few months, opening spaces and making important announcements. And that's good. And here's another good thing. And so, again, we don't want to delay the good change that is being suggested here. But we believe with a very simple change, it could be better. This is a change that is consistent in other jurisdictions. And so I would join with my colleagues in asking government to consider passing this amendment tonight. Thank you.
Shall Amendment Liberal 1 carry? Yes. Amendment's defeated. I recognize the member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move the following amendment, page 8, clause 33, delete and substitute 33, clause 38(1)(d) of Chapter 41 of the Acts of 2010. The Personal Health Information Act is amended by striking out avert or minimize an imminent and significant danger to the health or safety of any person or class of persons, and substitute with prevent or lessen a risk of serious harm to the patient's health or safety or that of another person. Mr. Chair, I want to echo some of the remarks that my colleagues have already shared and why we believe this amendment should be passed to this bill. I also want to recognize Nancy Saunders, that's here with us today, as well as Heather Spidell, that I believe is home watching, as well as all the other moms who have worked so tirelessly for legislative change to make improvements for psychiatric and mental health care here in the province of Nova Scotia. Their work is truly democratic. Their work is grassroots democracy. And in a democratic government, Mr. Chair, legislation is supposed to reflect the will of the people. And every bill that I bring here in this House, including one that I tabled on behalf of them last year, are bills that come from solutions and ideas from Nova Scotians. That's true democracy. That's true grassroots. And the reality is we sometimes pass bills here in the legislature that we think are really good and we think will do the job. And then down the road, we find out that maybe they're not as good as we thought they were, and there needs to be amendments. And that's the case, we all believe, on this side of the House with the Personal Health Information, with this bill, Personal Health Information Act. We believe it needs to be amended, Mr. Chair, to make improvements for something that is probably the most important thing we could do on the floor of this legislature, and that is to save a life. I want to acknowledge Nancy and acknowledge that she is a mom who has suffered what we would all consider to be the worst thing that any of us as a parent would ever have to endure. Nancy lost her son, Ben. And I want to read, and I will table this document, Mr. Chair. I want to just read a few things that Nancy had shared in Public Bills Committee. Nancy shared that her son asked for help and the system failed him. The assessment for urgency of services missed several vital pieces of information. He needed my help and the system would not let me help. He died by suicide at age 29, a very preventable suicide. The privacy laws created barriers to my providing vital information that would have given my son a much better chance for a better outcome and prevented the health professionals from providing information that would have helped me to keep him safe, preventing the escalation that took his life. And I live with the unbearable guilt every waking second of not being able to help my son, and I will until I take my last breath. And I'm so glad that our colleague here is able to sit with Nancy right now as I read that. But I feel, as a mom, I have 4 children, they're all adults now, and I just have so much respect for her and all the other moms, because I don't know if there's anything more powerful than mothers fighting for their children that they've lost and trying to help other mothers and parents to have to go through what they have had to suffer and endure. Really, is there anything more powerful that we could do in this House than listen to mothers? I think all of us feel like mothers know best, right? Mothers could run this province way better than all of us in here. If it were all filled with mothers, mothers could run this country way better. And I don't know the underlying reason why the government have come forward with the amendment that they have, which is they did take into consideration a part of the recommendation that the moms had made, but not all of it. And unfortunately, the ministers haven't shared any information about any of the bills. It seems to be the theme this session, but we don't understand. We don't know why only part of the what the moms have asked for is in this bill. It would be respectful not only to us, but for the moms to know why. I can make what happens, and anyone that's a parent in here, what happens when you're not given information and then you make stuff up, right? You're just like, well, maybe it's because of A, B, C, or D. So Mr. Chair, what I would propose is maybe the reason behind this is because of legal advice. Possibly, I'm assuming that maybe there's someone in the department that has given the minister legal advice that it shouldn't be changed. And I have respect for lawyers. They're important, they play an important role, but lawyers aren't always right. And a lot of the times mothers are. That's just fact. And I'm going to give you a little example. It's not related to this main topic, but I'm going to give you a little example where lawyers gave the wrong advice, and it was in government. Back in 2004, I had 2 women come to me that worked for me, who had previously worked for a physician. And even though one had signed an NDA, they disclosed to me that they had been sexually assaulted by this physician. And they went on to tell me that 12 staff had been sexually assaulted by this physician over a period of 2 years. 12. So I immediately called the chief of staff. He came to my office and we met, and I disclosed this to him. And I said, someone in the government that has allowed this doctor to have privileges in our hospital needs to do something about this to protect the women and the people of our area. And he agreed. He was also very upset. And he came back to me about 48 hours later and said, Elizabeth, I'm very disappointed to tell you that the lawyers in the department have advised that they don't think they can take this forward. And there's nothing that they can do. And I'm going to tell you, Mr. Chair, that person went on to harm so many more people, and that never needed to happen. And it was all because someone in the department, the legal team, told the medical chief of staff that that didn't, that they weren't willing to do anything about it. And I'm not sure if it's the legal team that's advising the minister about this bill, bringing it back here to the Personal Health Information Act amendment that we're debating. It would be good to know what's the reason behind it. But in my opinion, we should be listening to the mothers that have brought this forward. That is democracy. That is true grassroots democracy. And Nova Scotia is a democratic province. We should be listening to our citizens, especially moms who have suffered the worst and have such incredible courage. I couldn't have more respect than what I have for these women, for these moms. Lastly, I just want to say probably every single one of us here in this chamber have constituents or family members of constituents that have come to us and said, either someone in their family or someone they love was contemplating ending their life, and they went to the hospital and they were sent home the same day with no help, no supports, and that's just not right. So we all know, I believe, we all know in this chamber that changes are needed, that doctors and nurses that are in these positions of power, when somebody comes in looking for that care and they're in that mental state where they want to end their life, we should be allowing and giving them the power and the ability to contact a family member when needed, to ensure that the supports are there when the person is discharged. I'm going to table these documents, these comments that Nancy had shared during Public Bills Committee. And I also wanted to just share a couple comments that Heather Speidel had also shared. And this is something that all of us would have read. We would have received it a few weeks ago. The Child Death Review Committee, led by Dr. Robert Strang and Dr. Matthew Bowes, it reviewed 911 deaths of individuals under the age of 25 between 2009 and 2023. And their first annual report, released on September the 19th, is when we received it, highlights an increase in death by suicide and the urgent need for stronger collaboration, data transparency, and openness across government departments and community supports. In 2024, 159 Nova Scotians died by suicide, the highest number ever recorded by the Medical Examiner's Office. Mr. Chair, now is the time to make these changes. Let's do what we can in this chamber to save another life. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I recognize the member for Halifax-Armdale.
Speaker, I wish to speak and support my colleague's request for amendment and tell you why. As a physician, I've had physicians' worst nightmares when our patients die by suicide. It happens way too often, and we're stuck for days thinking, what could I have done differently? Sometimes there's nothing you could have done differently, but often there is regret. And what's the regret? Currently, the way legislation is situated is we're stuck in a position where we're handcuffed. We see somebody, we're worried about them, but they don't meet the very clear criteria to be restrained against their will, which is also in itself a difficult decision because you're taking away their civil liberties. They're actually, in essence, being put, we call them a Form 1, and they're held against their will. That's an extreme decision, but so often in between being well and needing immediate protection, there's this gray zone. And I can't tell you how many times I've seen people sent them home and thought, oh my God, I wish I could have called the families and said, look, I'm really worried about your son. Can you check on them, or can you spend this evening with them? Current legislation and current culture among physicians, it's all or nothing. And that puts us in a handcuffed position. It puts us in a position of dread. And sometimes I've had patients say, if you tell my family, I'm going to sue you. That's rare. But again, the parameters and the handcuffs put on physicians, mental health nurses are real. I've struggled with the sacred cow of confidentiality at all costs, and listen to the Nova Scotia mothers. I think this will be liberating to some physicians and healthcare providers. It's going to take some education. But again, it would allow us to call a family member and say, I am really worried about your child, your partner. Can you please come and get them, or can you check on them, or can they spend the night with you? Because tonight I'm really concerned. Right now we can't do that. And that is a position that no one in this room wants to be in with, because you have to live with the consequences of that. And families live with the consequences of that. So I cannot argue strong enough. Listen to the Nova Scotia moms. Relax some of the handcuffs. And my other concern is the language as it currently stands is going to be either overinterpreted, or physicians are going to be reticent or scared to apply it in the way it's intended because we've been conditioned confidentiality. So I think the proposed language and the language proposed by Nova Scotia moms actually gives us more interpretation and will allow, but that's going to take a conversation. But I think the current legislation, the current language and legislation is really not much further ahead, and that physicians or people are going to think it doesn't give them the discretion to call a family member. So I received a letter from a mom today, and what I really liked in that letter was the reasonable discretion. And that's what amending this legislature would allow, is it's not all or nothing, but a reasonable discretion that's one tool to help protect somebody and a family. So I strongly urge members of this legislature to listen to the amendment and know that it will help.
Shall Amendment Independent 2 carry? Amendment's defeated. Continuing debate on Clause 33. I recognize the member for Dartmouth North.
No, is that right?
No?
No, thank you.
I recognize the official leader of the opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to get up and speak on this clause and reiterate some of what we said earlier on Opposition Day, just for the record, on the changes being made here. We did have an amendment, which I will spare the House the reading of. It's essentially the bill that we introduced earlier, and it details what we believe would have been a fulsome response to the data breach that we've all experienced. So in this provision, there is a very good change being made in this legislation to prevent the collecting of social insurance numbers. It doesn't go far enough. And so if this sounds a little repetitive, that's because it is. We are making little changes to many disparate pieces of legislation, and most of them are necessary but not sufficient. And so as legislators, it falls upon us to try to make it better. And so that's what we would like to do. And so I again want to reiterate that going forward, not collecting social insurance numbers does literally nothing for the hundreds of thousands of Nova Scotians that were impacted by Nova Scotia Power's privacy breach. Not cutting HARP, not giving people a rebate on their power bills, taken together, this shows a disregard for all of the challenges that Nova Scotians face when it comes to Nova Scotia Power, and stands in stark opposition to the words of the Premier and the Minister when they say that they're outraged and that this can never happen again. You know, presentations at the regulatory body that have no standing or force. This is the place where repercussions can be felt. This is the place where positive changes can be made. And so those are the positive changes that we continue to push for. So we, you know, ask that we go further, that we make sure that people can't keep the SIN numbers that they have, that people can request a credit freeze, that people can bring a class action lawsuit against Nova Scotia Power if their information is stolen. These are common sense changes. They're changes that certainly don't appear to be coming in this session. But contrary to the Premier's words when I asked him this question, I don't believe that they're changes that would throw our financial systems into chaos. I do believe that with some hard work and some time and thoughtfulness, we can actually protect Nova Scotians. Literally, their personal information. And I believe that they're counting on us to do that. And while we support this provision, we feel that there's a great deal more that this government could do. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Shall amendment ND? Thought you just announced that. Shall clause 33 carry? Carried. Shall clause 34 carry? Carried. Clause 35. I recognize the member for Dartmouth North.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I would like to introduce the following amendment to Clause 35. And I'll ask the members to refer to change sheet NDP 5, please. So pages 8 and 9, clause 35, delete and substitute the following. 35(1), subsection 10A2 of chapter 401, as enacted by chapter 40 of the Acts of 1993, is amended by striking out "with the consent of an owner" in the third line and substituting "of the premises." 2, section 10A of chapter 401, as enacted by Chapter 40 of the Acts of 1993 and amended by Chapter 41 of the Acts of 2018 and Chapter 36 of the Acts of 2021, is further amended by adding immediately after subsection 2 the following subsections. 2A, where a fixed-term lease exists, the landlord shall, at least 30 days before the date the lease ends, offer the tenant the opportunity to continue the tenancy on a month-to-month basis. 2B, for greater certainty, subsection 4.1 of the Interim Residential Rental Increase Cap Act applies if a tenancy continues on a month-to-month basis following the end of a fixed-term lease before December 31st, 2027, under subsection 2 or 2A. So, Mr. Chair, that is around the provision of the new change around borders. Now, we've heard in the Residential Tenancies Act, we've asked about this a number of times in question period, and the minister, her answer is that we need to protect, or that the Act still protects borders, except that with this change, the Act, there's a whole there's a whole subsection of borders, which is not covered by the Residential Tenancies Act. And so there are people who may rent a room from someone where they share their kitchen and share their bathroom, which is happening more and more often. Like, we're not talking about boarding houses where you have a room in a boarding house, but rather where, like, you know, my mom rents a spare room to a student, for instance, and that relationship, where they share a bathroom and share a kitchen, that relationship is not contemplated at all in the Act. And so what we've done here with this amendment is we've deleted that contemplation, and we've substituted what we think should be the proper use, the legislation that would make fixed-term lease work properly. That is where, when a fixed-term lease is used, that the rental increases are tied to the unit, that the landlord would have to offer a month-to-month lease after a fixed-term lease. So that is the amendment we're putting forward here. Again, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chair, we're in a housing crisis. We all know this. There is record numbers of homelessness. Homelessness occurring in Nova Scotia. As I said earlier today, we fix it by, building some housing, and then, but at the same time, we are creating homelessness through the bad policies that we have at the Residential Tenancies Act, among other places. And so this is a way to address part of that. Thank you.
Shall Amendment NDP 5 carry? No. Amendment's defeated. Shall Clause 35 carry? Carry. Shall Clauses 36 and 37 carry? Carry. Carried. Clause 38. I recognize the member for Dartmouth North.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to draw the member's attention to change sheet NDP 6, please. And I will move this amendment. Page 10, clause 38. Add immediately after proposed section 10FG the following section. 10FH1. Where the landlord and tenant have entered into a new lease under section 10FA, or are deemed to have entered into a new lease under section 10FB or 10FC, or where the director has made an order under clause 10FB 6B, The tenant may request the landlord to ensure that the perpetrator or alleged perpetrator of the domestic violence no longer has access to the premises, including by A, changing the locks of the premises, B, canceling or withdrawing access to the premises by means of electronic fob or device, C, removing buzzer access to the premises by means of a telephone call, and D, informing any security staff of the premises. 2, where the tenant makes a request under subsection 1, the landlord shall not arbitrarily or unreasonably deny the tenant's request. 3, where a landlord wishes to deny the tenant's request made under subsection 1, the landlord shall, within 10 days of receiving the request, make an application to the director under section 13 for permission to deny the tenant's request. 4, an application under subsection 3 must A, be in the form required by the director, and B, include the landlord's reason for denying the tenant's request. 5, sections 13 and 16 and subsection 17(1) to 1C and 2 apply to an application made by the landlord under subsection 3. 6, within 14 days of concluding a hearing, the director shall make an order to A, confirm the landlord's denial, or require the landlord to ensure that the perpetrator or alleged perpetrator of the domestic violence no longer has access to the premises. So, again, this is a life-saving little piece of this bill. I mean, there's other life-saving pieces in the bill, one would argue, but this is a real thing. And again, Mr. Speaker, I have explained to you before that this is a real situation that happened in my office, and I'm sure lots of other people's offices too, where there was an issue with the Residential Tenancies Act, where a survivor of gender-based violence, their abuser moved out of the apartment, and the survivor wanted to get the abuser's name off the lease. And in order to do that, the landlord, ding ding, saw an opportunity to redo the lease. And if that lease was redone, he could have made it a fixed-term lease, or he could have raised the rent because it's a new lease. Yet another reason why we need a proper rent control in this province. Another reason, or another way that landlords are able to get around the rent cap and raise rents, which is why we have a 28% rental increase in Nova Scotia when we're supposed to have a rent cap of 5%. So the minister heard this. To her credit, she brought this forward, and now there's a change. All this amendment is doing is strengthening the change. So, yes, somebody can get the person's name off the lease, the abuser's name off the lease. That's the first step. Then, in order to truly protect somebody, we have to make sure that that abuser can't get back in the building, that the locks are changed, Mr. Chair, that the key fob is reprogrammed so that the key fob that the abuser has doesn't work to get them back in the building, that the buzzer access to the premises, but like, you know, you buzz someone in a building and it dings the telephone, the cell phone. Well, if that abuser moves out, they shouldn't be able to let somebody in the building with their cell phone. These are very common sense changes that will save lives. So we really, really, really implore the minister to take this amendment under consideration and pass it. There is no reason not to. The other part of this amendment, Mr. Chair, is simply that if the landlord doesn't want to do these things, then they have to provide a good reason why. And they have to go through the Residential Tenancies Act, which the minister has told us many times is an effective way for landlords and tenants to get their rights protected. So this would force the landlord to go through the Residential Tenancies Act, and within 2 weeks, make a rule. The director would have to make a ruling. Sorry, you can't have your key fob changed. Sorry, you can't have your locks changed because of these really good reasons. Or, yes, you can, and it's being done. It's that simple. Life-changing amendment. I really, really, really implore the government to pass this amendment. Thank you.
I recognize the member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Pear.
Thank you, Speaker and our Chair, and I'm going to be really brief. Those who are fleeing domestic violence are more likely to be killed when they leave their abuser. What my colleague is saying from Dartmouth North is saying is that when they leave, when the abuser is gone from the premises, that is when the protections really need to be put in place. And one simple thing would be to accept the changes that we are asking for to strengthen this aspect of the bill. I implore the government to really think about this amendment and to accept it. It really will save lives. Thank you.
Shall Amendment NDP 6 carry? I think the motion is defeated, sorry. Debate on Clause 38. NDP. Clause 38. No, we have debate on it. Clause 38. Shall Clause 38 carry? Carry. I recognize the member for Fairview Clayton Park.
Thank you, Chair. It's 39, right? Sorry.
Okay, let's get it together. So you stood up when I was saying 38, not for 38, right?
No.
Okay, so 38 has carried.
Is that the change in 7?
Clause 39 to 45.
Carry.
No, we have someone on their feet. Apologies, we have a speaker on Clause 38. I recognize the member for Fairview Clayton Park.
Thank you, Chair. So we have seen, or we have heard from families who have lost loved ones due to the lack of oversight on bouncers or security staff at bars. And while there is some change that is brought forward by the government, it is simply not enough. The government's approach in this bill is to regulate bouncers via requirements imposed by security employers under liquor licenses. However, concerned families at Public Bills Committee indicated a preference for the original wording of the Security and Investigative Services Act, which we have introduced. They expressed concern that if requirements are imposed solely on bar owners without a license for bouncers, someone could get fired from one bar for bad behavior and simply go to a different bar, with no government mechanism to stop the individual from working in private security profession by revoking their license. Teresa Giffin's brother, Stephen, died after being beaten by bouncers outside a downtown bar in 1999. Her family lobbied successive governments until the passage of the Security and Investigative Services Act. The bill would have required all professionals working in private security, including bar bouncers, in the province to have criminal background checks, training, and to be licensed. The bill was never proclaimed and will be, or has already been, repealed by the province under Bill 21 from the spring session that repeals unproclaimed legislation after 10 years. We would like to respect the wishes of the families of the victims, the Giffen family and the Sawyer family. And so I want to just bring the attention of my colleagues to the change document NDP 7 that we've brought forward. I'm only going to read portions just to show the parts. I'm just going to read portions of it, parts that the families have agreed would be helpful but are not currently in the legislation before us. So if we flip to page 6, number 12, it says an application for a security agent license or renewal of such license must be made at the registrar's office in the form and manner required by the registrar. Authorize the registrar to conduct prescribed inquiries respecting the applicant and be accompanied by the prescribed applicant fee and other things and any other things required by the regulations. And so what it does is that it centralizes this process within government, so that again we're not having staff that have been fired from bars for bad behavior just go and work at another bar. This will require bouncers or security staff to get their licenses centrally through the province and have it revoked if there's issues with conduct or behavior. An applicant for a security agency license or renewal must be made to the registrar in the form of a manner required by the registrar. Authorize the registrar to conduct prescribed inquiries respecting the applicant or any officer, director, partner, agent, or manager of a business entity. Be accompanied by proof of any required liability insurance with the coverage and other features required by the regulations, and be accompanied by the prescribed application fee and any other things prescribed by the regulations. So again, it puts in place a way that is centralized, a way that is transparent, and a way that is clear as to how folks get their licenses and who is or isn't licensed. And for number 13, for the purposes of this section and section 14, a person possesses a clean criminal record if the person has not been convicted of a prescribed offense under the Criminal Code, the Controlled Drugs or Substances Act, or any other act of the Parliament of Canada, or the person has been convicted of a prescribed offense and a pardon under the Criminal Records Act has been issued or granted for each offense. And so, I think that's quite clear. Folks that have been convicted of criminal acts really should not be at the front lines protecting citizens who are out particularly late at night. On page 7, at the bottom of page 7, under 15.2, it says the registrar may refuse to issue or renew license if the registrar is of the opinion that one or more of the following applies, and that the registrar is of the opinion that the matter is relevant to the applicant's fitness to hold a license. I'm not going to go over each and every single one of those, but again, we've put forward legislation that is quite clear and is in line with what those families have requested, is in line with what makes sense to ensure that Nova Scotians are properly protected when they're out late at night. And so, unfortunately, the legislation brought forward by this government simply just does not go far enough. And I think it's a shame that we have folks who have that lived experience of losing a loved one by somebody who was supposed to protect them come and speak to us twice in public bills. Imagine losing a loved one in such a horrific way and having to prove your point that many times. It is shameful that we did not, or that this government did not take what they suggested into consideration and is proceeding with less than the bare minimum that they have requested. It is heartbreaking to listen to the stories that they came to public bills with. And yet, not enough is being put forward. And I wonder, I'm actually wondering, what's the reason that that this government did not go all the way with what has been requested by a family, again, that has gone, or families that have gone through this personally and know and have lobbied and know what it takes to ensure that their loved ones would be with us here today. If you go to page 12, under 32.5, it says a business entity that employs a security agent shall report in writing to the registrar the occurrence of each of the following within 7 days. A criminal charge or any conviction of criminal offense against a security agent employed by the business entity, the use of a weapon or the allegation of use of excessive force by security agent employed by the business entity, an incident allegedly involving a breach by a security agent employed by the business entity of a code of conduct established pursuant to the regulations, any incident involving serious injury to or the death of a security agent employed by the business entity, any incident involving serious injury to or the death of another person alleged to have resulted from the actions of a security agent employed by the business entity, and any other information prescribed by the regulations or requested by the registrar. The fact that this isn't even something that's already in place is kind of scary. How is it that employees, again, folks that are supposed to be out there protecting Nova Scotians late at night, have no requirement to report these things? We require folks who do far less to be licensed in this province. And you know, the fact that people that are out there supposedly, again, protecting Nova Scotians late at night are not required to be licensed, don't have to go through rigorous applications, just basic criminal checks, and a central way of monitoring their behavior is again scary. And I think if I would have known this in my 20s, would have not been out as much.
Scary, right?
It's scary. And so I just want to close by saying that I think members of this government really should take a moment and think about how hard it is to even talk about a loved one that you've lost, let alone to go in front of the government to explain why they would have deserved better protection and to be ignored on more than one occasion.
Shameful. Shameful.
It's shameful, and makes me worry for the safety of our citizens. And the fact that this is under an act to protect Nova Scotians is wild. Yeah, I thank you for your time.
Just for the record, since you read from the document, we considered the amendment as tabled. That's what we used. Shall Clause 38 carry? Carried. Shall the remaining clauses 39 to 45 carry? Carried. Shall clauses 1 to 3 of the schedule, the Social Insurance Number Protection Act, carry? Carried. Clause 4 of the schedule. I recognize the member for Sydney Member 2.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I ask members to refer to change sheet CWHB Liberal 2. And on page 14, schedule, add immediately after section 4 of the following section. 5.1, any person or organization that on the coming into force of this act is in possession of one or more social insurance numbers collected in the course of commercial activity shall review their collection, use, disclosure, retention, and storage practices to ensure compliance with this act and the regulations. 2, within 12 months of coming into force of this act, such person or organization shall demonstrate the collection and retention of each social insurance number is necessary and permitted under the act and the regulations, or B, securely delete, destroy, or de-identify any social insurance number that is not necessary or permitted under the act and the regulations. And 3, for greater certainty, the obligations under the section apply to the social insurance numbers collected before the coming into force of this act. Page 14, Schedule 1, Section 9.1, add immediately after Clause B the following clause. C, prescribing the manner and form of compliance reviews, reporting obligations, and acceptable methods of secure destruction of social insurance numbers, renumber, reletter, and change cross-references accordingly. Essentially what this is, Mr. Chair, is that the law talks about the future collection of social insurance numbers and the destruction of social insurance numbers. What we're saying essentially with this is that any company that is currently holding social insurance numbers or have held social insurance numbers should not be holding social insurance numbers that they may have collected from the past. I think this is an obvious thing. This is one of the main reasons why Nova Scotia Power, the big question around Nova Scotia Power when it came to why they were collecting customers and former customers and keeping their social insurance numbers. In this case, we believe that not only the destruction of future, that people shouldn't be keeping this information. If they need it, they need to destroy it. But the law should also say that anybody that is holding it right now, it should be destroyed as well. So thank you for that. I hope the government will support it. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Shall Amendment Lib 2 carry? Amendment's defeated.
That was close. You just mean
Shall Clause 4 of the Schedule carry? Carried. Shall the remaining clauses of the Schedule 5 to 10 carry? Carried. Shall the title carry? Carried.
Oh, right there.
Thank you. I recognize the member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to stand on title and talk for a moment about the inappropriateness of this title for this bill. And you would like to think, oh, you see the title, Protecting Nova Scotia Act. People might see that title and think, oh, it's going to address some of the issues in our healthcare crisis. Not what we actually see in this act. Nova Scotians would see the title of this act and think, oh, this is going to help address the number of people that don't have a primary care provider and a family doctor in this province. People might see the title of this act and think, oh, is this act going to address the number of emergency rooms that have been closed under this government since 2021? 2021, 11 emergency departments have been closed in this province by this government. Closed. Since 2021, a government that was elected to fix health care is quietly closing emergency rooms throughout the province. So people might think, oh, this act, Protecting Nova Scotians, is actually going to help address emergency room closures, but no. And they're being closed in PC ridings, and the PC MLAs are silenced and muzzled and not allowed to say a word. It's amazing. I got my assistant to do a little research, and you might think that the title Protecting Nova Scotia Act would address something about the fact that there's been so many emergency rooms closed. All Saints Hospital. It's open, but virtual care only. Somebody put on my Facebook page the other day, why aren't you doing anything about this? And I said, why don't you contact your own MLA, who's a government MLA? You might want to look at Protecting Nova Scotia by reopening the Annapolis Community Health Centre, whose emergency room was closed under this government. You might want to look at the Eastern Kings Memorial Health Centre, who also has had their emergency room closed. You might also note that that's also under a government PC MLA's riding. You might think Protecting Nova Scotia Act title would be about Opening another emergency room that's been closed in this province, Eastern Shore Memorial Hospital, now only has an urgent treatment center. You might think that Protecting Nova Scotia Act would be interested in talking about opening other ERs that have been closed under this government, like Glace Bay Hospital, like Lillian Fraser Memorial Hospital, also has a PCMLA but lost their emergency department. And people will say, oh, independent. Don't want to have an independent MLA because, you know, I'm like, look around. The emergency rooms that have been closed in this province have happened in PC-held ridings, and the PCMLAs are muzzled and can't say a word, or rather choose not to say a word. You might think this piece of legislation, Protecting Nova Scotians Act, would want to talk or be looking at health care. Have we had any pieces of legislation tabled in this session that is aimed at improving health care? No, not one, even though this government was elected to improve health care. We all know the truth. Now, this government might have an incredible PR machine. We all know that. We see that, and we see the PC party images coming out. Funny how it's timed to come out at the exact same time as government-funded public relations. I'm not sure who's watching that now that we don't have a communications department anymore, that's been filed into the Premier's office. But we should have pieces of legislation being debated in this House on health care. Because yes, we do have other issues with affordability and housing in this province, but protecting Nova Scotians also should be about improving our health care system. Protecting Nova Scotians should this bill could also be about trying to open other emergency rooms that have been closed. In addition to Tatamagouche, Musquodoboit Valley Memorial Hospital now doesn't have an emergency room, only an urgent treatment center. We also have other emergency departments closed, Northside General Hospital. We also have South Cumberland. Oh, also a PC held riding. Parsbro lost their emergency department. Twin Oaks Memorial Hospital. Oh, also in another PC held riding, has no more emergency department open. And Victoria County Memorial Hospital also lost their emergency department, also in a PC held riding. So when we see the title Protecting Nova Scotians Act, Nova Scotians might think that one of the things that would be included in that act is that health care would be addressed, and the major problems that we're seeing in our health care system. In addition to emergency room closures, we might think that a Protecting Nova Scotians Health Act would look at adding hospital beds to our hospitals here in Nova Scotia. But no, we have patients lined up in hallways, in closets. We have pain clinics being closed. We have not enough acute care beds, and we have patients being discharged from hospitals before they should be safely discharged. And they're going home and sometimes dying within 24, 48 hours. And are investigations being done? No. And many times they are not. A Protecting Nova Scotian Act might be looking at doctors' wages that are being cut. Doctors' wages, locum physicians that used to keep our rural emergency rooms open, they had their wages cut. When I addressed that, only publicly after spending 2 months trying to get the department to fix it, but then went public only to have the department come out, tell the media that the MLA is misleading and not telling the truth. Oh, no. Which then the physician came forward publicly and said, actually, I am one of the physicians that have had my wages lowered. And then that led to another physician who works in Canso and used to work in Powers, but that he also had his physician wages lowered. And then we had doctors also in Musquodoboit that they had their wages impacted as well. So you might think a bill that's titled Protecting Nova Scotia Act would be addressing some of these things. This government was elected to fix the healthcare crisis. This is not happening. The best PR machine in Canada. You can keep trying to tell people that things are better, but I'm telling you, Nova Scotians know the truth.
They know the truth when they go to an emergency room and leave after 18 hours without being seen. And this is happening because so many of your emergency rooms have been closed. So when rural emergency rooms are closed, people still have to go somewhere. Where do they go? Do they go to the regional hospitals, which are not staffed anymore than what they were before, but yet now have 2 to 3 to 4 times the number of patients sitting there waiting to be seen? You might think a Protecting Nova Scotia Health or Nova Scotia Act would look at improving surgery wait times. You might think a Protecting Nova Scotia Act would look at decreasing wait times for appointments like the gynae clinic, which women are waiting 3.5 years to get into for an appointment, and then waiting another 1.5 to 3 years for the surgery. Now, I'm going to tell you, I don't believe any man would wait 5 to 6 years to have their reproductive organs fixed. I do not believe that for a moment. And there's research showing that women's procedures done on women are paid. There is data to show this, and tomorrow I will table it when we're talking about this, and I'll cite directly from the research. I believe it's 34% surgeons and doctors are paid less for procedures that are done on women.
Order. I've been more than lenient with you. I'm asking you to go back to the title. The title of the bill, please. I recognize the member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for that. Protecting Nova Scotia Act. Nova Scotians deserve to be protected, and that includes health care and having access to health care in a timely manner. No women or men or gender diverse persons should have to wait 5 to 6 years for a surgery. Protecting Nova Scotia Act should do just what the title says. This is the wrong title for the contents of this bill. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Shall the title carry? Carried. Carried. Shall the bill carry? Carried. Carried. The bill is carried. I recognize the Government House Leader.
Mr. Chair, would you please call Bill 137?
Bill 137, an act respecting regulatory burden reduction and service efficiency to enable economic growth. I recognize the clerk.
Chair, Bill 137 was referred to the House by the Standing Committee on Public Bills on September 29th, 2025, and contains 95 clauses and a schedule.
Is there any debate on Clause 1? committee is going to take a brief recess till the changes are passed out. Order. The Committee on the Whole House on Bills will come back in session. I recognize the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I ask that you do... What?
You might want to reword that one.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I recognize that. Thank you.
I ask that you do rise and report progress back.
The committee will now rise and report. We'll take a brief recess till we set up.
Order. The Committee of the Whole House on Bills reports.
That the Committee of the Whole House has met and considered the following bills. Bills 127, 130, and 134. And one second. And that the chair has been instructed to recommend these bills to the favorable consideration of the House. Reported back without amendment.
Order that the bills be read a third time on a future day. I recognize the Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I would ask that you call order of business private and local bills.
Private and local bills. I recognize the Honourable Government House Leader.
Madam Speaker, would you please call private and local bills for third reading?
Private and local bills for third reading. I recognize the Honourable Government House Leader.
Would you please call Bill 146?
Bill 146. I recognize the Honourable Member for Dartmouth East.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's an honor to rise on third reading for Bill number 146, an act to incorporate the Bannock Canoe Club Limited, to amend an act to incorporate the Bannock Canoe Club Limited, 1903, an act to amend, again, this is a housekeeping amendment which will allow the Bannock Canoe Club to borrow as it sees fit. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Seeing no more speakers, if I'm to recognize the Honourable Member for Dartmouth East, it will be to close third reading.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, with that, I close debate at third reading on Bill number 146. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The motion is for third reading for Bill 136. 46, sorry. Would all those in favor of the motion please say aye? Aye. Contrary-minded, nay. The motion is carried.
Bill 146, an act to amend Chapter 90 of the Acts of 1915, an act to incorporate Bannock Canoe Club Limited, and to amend Chapter 285, Acts of 1903, entitled An Act to Incorporate the Bannock Canoe Club Limited.
Ordered that the bill do pass and the title be as read by the clerk. Ordered that the bill be engrossed. I recognize the Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Could you please call Bill number 156? Third reading.
Bill 156 for third reading. I recognize the Honourable Member for Lunenburg West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I call Bill number 156, Bridgewater Museum Commission Dissolution Act, for third reading. Madam Speaker, Madam Speaker, this will support the modern operations of the museum in Bridgewater, and I look forward to debate at third reading.
The motion is for, oh, sorry. Is the House ready for the question? Okay. The motion is for third reading on Bill 156, Bridgewater Museum Commission. Would all those in favor please say aye? Aye. Contrary-minded, nay. The motion is carried.
Bill 156, an act to dissolve the Bridgewater Museum Commission.
Ordered that the bill do pass and the title be as read by the clerk. Ordered that the bill be engrossed. I recognize the Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Could you please call Bill number 157?
Bill 157, LaHaven District Fire Department Act. I recognize the Honourable Member for Lunenburg West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move Bill number 157, the LaHaven District Fire Department Act, an act to amend for third reading.
Is the House ready for the question? The motion is for third reading of Bill 157, LaHaven District Fire Department Act, an act to amend. Would all those in favor of the motion please say aye? Aye. Contrary-minded, nay. The motion is carried.
Bill 157, an act to amend Chapter 108 of the Acts of 1954, the LaHaven District Fire Department Act.
Ordered that the bill do pass and the title be as read by the clerk. Ordered that the bill be engrossed. I recognize the Honourable Government House Leader.
Madam Speaker, would you please call Bill number 155?
Bill 155. Yeah, well, he's got to stand. I recognize the Honourable Member for Yarmouth.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to move Bill number 155, an act to incorporate the Yarmouth Golf and Country Club, an act to amend. Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Yarmouth Golf and Country Club is home to both Yarmouth Links and Curl Yarmouth. This is a 500-member recreation facility located in beautiful Yarmouth County. The club serves both its membership and the entire region. The passing of this bill updates the name of the club, dropping the outdated country club title to move to a more inclusive title of the Yarmouth Golf and Curling Center. The name makes for a more modern club title that represents its true identity of curling and golf. Curling and golf have coexisted in Yarmouth for over 100 years. This club has provided this club's proud history is one of inclusiveness of both sports of curling and golf, and we're excited to kind of grow together and move towards a more prosperous history together. This is a hub of both social activity and professional recruitment, and we're excited to move this change to the Act. Thank you.
Is the House ready for the question? The motion is for third reading for Bill 155, an act to incorporate the Yarmouth Golf and Country Club, an act to amend. Would all those in favor of the motion please say aye? Aye. Contrary-minded, nay. The motion is carried.
Bill 155, an act to amend Chapter 228 of the Acts of 1920, an act to incorporate the Yarmouth Golf and Country Club.
Ordered that the bill do pass and the title be as read by the clerk. Ordered that the bill be engrossed. I recognize the Honourable Government House Leader.
Speaker, this concludes government business for today. I mean, we can keep going, folks, if you want. I move that the House do now rise and meet again October 2nd from 12 to 11:59, and following the daily routine and question period, government business will include committee of the whole, and if time allots, third reading.
The motion is that the House do rise and meet again on Thursday, October 2nd, between the hours of 12 p.m. and 11:59. Would all those in favor of the motion please say aye? Aye. Contrary-minded, nay. The motion is carried. We stand adjourned.